Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 62, How Shocking. Chapter 61. From the beginning, many shinobi villages did not believe this information. But after learning that Mist Ninja Village was also interested in the pass behind Konoha, he went to sneak attack alone. Spending 2 blood and walking out of the fog, he was known as the monster of 7 people with 7 ninja swords. The blood-colored Asura's fierce name has been completely established in the ninja world. What happened? Uchiha Obito originally planned to protect Rin Nohara. However, the sudden scene right now shook their nerves. What were you talking about just now? Who is the bloody Asura? Kakashi's expression also changed. He grabbed the collar of the firelight and asked anxiously. However, before he could get the result, a broken voice came from behind. Kakashi, be careful. Nohara Rin exclaimed anxiously. Uchiha Obito also rushed out in a hurry. That hides his figure, all this seems pale and powerless. Who didn't even know where the enemy was? A playful smile appeared on Oishi's face. That he has tried all the time, and it can be compared with the silent killing technique of Mist Ninja. In his eyes, Kakashi's attack power has just dissipated, and it is impossible to continue to defend now. Only thing he can do is to obediently become a hostage in his hands. I saw you. A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. Hurriedly looked behind him, and a figure surrounded by lightning, like a ghost, appeared behind him first. The 4 eyes met, and the scarlet eyes were like blood moons, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. This is a scribble eye. Dashi looked stiff. He finally understood why the other party saw him. However, at such a close distance, everything seemed pale and powerless. In the back of Long Yu's hand, under the flow of thunderlight, Chidori instantly bloomed, turned into a thunderlight, and penetrated Dashi's chest first. PFF'd. Blood splattered and turned into a huge blood mist. Dashi Yuan stared at him, his face full of disbelief. When they entered the battlefield, they also thought about the fate of many deaths. But I never thought that it would end up in the hands of a kid who was only 13 or 14 years old. Bang! The corpse smashed to the ground heavily, and the blood splattered, which was shocking. Long Yu wiped the blood stained from his hands on Dashi's body and said, "Okay, 3 people will form a team in Yan'an village. Now all 3 of them have been killed by us, and the other party should have also contacted the large army. It will be a tough battle next." Uchiha Obito 3, looks stiff. They were just victorious. But aside from Kakashi killing an enemy, Rin Nohara only used medical ninjutsu a little. Uchiha Obito also cast a fire escape. If the other party does come with a large army, then there is probably a dead end waiting for them. Long Yu, it's going to rain today, do we need to retire temporarily? Kakashi said with a hesitant expression. Compared with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, what he cares most about now is the firelight and the blood-colored Asura in the big stone mouth. To be able to make the Jonin feel terrified, it is definitely at the same level as Namikaze Minato. Most importantly, there were only 6 people present. In addition to the 2 dead rock ninjas, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are incompatible. Of course, Kakashi knows how much he has. As for Rin Nohara, apart from being good at medical ninjutsu, her fighting skills and ninjutsu are no match for the elite Chunin, not to mention the 2 Iwanin are terrified. After exclusion, then only Uchiha Ryu remains. This so-called salted fish for more than 10 years, when it suddenly appeared, not only became an elite Jonin. Even known as the most likely to become the next Hokage, the golden flashing wave Fung Minato is also in awe. It feels like a complete relative. This made Kakashi think that the blood-colored Asura, who made Yanran terrified, was absolutely inseparable from Long Yu. Long Yu, I want to know if you were the blood-colored Asura in their mouths. Kakashi was the first to lose his breath. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin couldn't help but stare at Long Yu. The exclamation just now also made them suspicious. At the same time, I also eagerly wanted to know if Long Yu had made the 2 Yan ninjas, the blood-colored Asaurus, terrified. Can I say no? Long Yu was helpless. Now that I think about it, I really want to hammer Yui to death. Don't choose any name, choose a bloody Asura. Most important. This one is spreading too fast. Just 7 or 8 days, the word spread all over the ninja world, causing Long Yu to wonder if there were paparazzi undercover around him. Kakashi and the others were startled. Facing Long Yu's vague answer. There is really a kind of feeling, the feeling of incomprehension. However, they didn't wait for them to ask again. One after another broke through 5, attacking from all directions. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. Kakashi gave a hurried cry, and took the lead to draw out the chakra dagger behind him. Under the infusion of chakra, the short knife emits a white light, like a flying butterfly. Dang dang, the crisp metal collision sound echoed in the sky and the earth, and there were sparks splashing. The violent scene made Uchiha Obito in chaos again. However, under the panic this time, Uchiha Obito was clearly determined to protect Rin Nohara. The figure flickered and appeared in front of Nohara Rin. Hands flew quickly, and a series of spells fell. The fiery fireball spewed out, sending the oncoming kunai directly into the air. As for Long Yu, he was the most relaxed one of 4. The thunder arc raging on his body, kunai, who was slightly close to his body, was directly blown away by the thunder arc. The first wave of attacks passed quickly. After Kakashi and the others stood firm, the entire basin was filled with dense figures in all directions. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha Obito looked at the dense figures around him, his face turning pale. This number is at least 100 times more than theirs. Kakashi, this won't be the backup force of the entire Iwanan, there are so many people. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but moved in the direction of Kakashi. Rin Nohara on the side was no exception. In the face of such a menacing scene with a large number of people, the existence of the 3 of them made everything pale and powerless. Hehe, I didn't expect that the 4 of you would be able to defeat Huogang and Oishi's team. It seems that you are indeed the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu who has been rumored to be boiling recently. A masked ninja falls from a tree. Just standing still. There is a high-temperature steam rising in the body. Long Yu frowned, and quickly searched for his knowledge of Yan Ninja in his mind. During this process, Kakashi's trio's expressions froze for a while. If they were guessing just now, then now it has been confirmed in the mouth of the other party. What's wrong? Looking at your expressions, you don't even know the bloody Asura who has gained fame on the battlefield recently. The Steam Man laughed playfully. It's no wonder that it is rumored that the new genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Longyu, overwhelms the predecessor Uchiha Shisui. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, Lei Dun killed 100 people in 1 second, the illusion shocked the tailed beast, the black flame moved people's hearts, and also killed 2 ninja swords, 7 people and 7 people. How gorgeous and shocking these achievements are. Speaking of this, the Steam Man said with disdain, you tell me, is this kind of thing credible? I just don't believe it. This is just your Konoha. Under this kind of desperation, the so-called geniuses and powerhouses appeared in order to restore the disadvantage on the battlefield. The hysterical voice, with a trace of madness. Long Yu finally remembered the origin of the rock ninja in front of him. I thought that the ninja leading the team this time would be Lois, the cheap son of Onogi for 2 days. Unexpectedly, there will be a ninja hunter who has the limit of blood and escapes. Explosive escape is a very special kind of blood relay limit. Once the attack touches the enemy, it can cause a big explosion. The explosion is measured by the size of the chakra. According to the description in the original book, this hunter has shadow level strength. Otherwise, they won't be targeted by Biliuvu. Boy, it seems that you also see my identity. Hunter smiled grimly. You read that right, this uncle is a ninja hunter. I don't care if you are a blood-colored Asura or a white Asura. If you don't want to suffer, I hope you can obediently capture it, and don't let me waste too much energy. Voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Hundreds of rock ninjas all locked onto Long Yu's body. It's about the same as Bakugo Ninja Hunt. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a genius who was made up by Konoha who had nowhere to go. Dragon Feather. Kakashi couldn't hold his breath. They didn't believe what the hunter said. It's just that they are both Konoha, but they have never heard of Uchiha Long Yu's deeds. At this juncture, it is inevitable to be suspicious. There are 365 people in total, and half of them are shadow clones. I said that you rock Ninja Village, do you like to be a big head ghost? Long Yu suddenly laughed. Didn't you say you're not afraid? For me and the 3 little kids, you need to work hard like this. A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. The headhunter's expression froze for a while. This basin covers at least several thousand meters open. Their rock ninja appeared to be surrounded, blocking the entire basin. Moreover, when he came, Hunter had already issued an order to let everyone separate at least one shadow clone. Although it will weaken its own strength, it will also increase the number of senses, giving people a lineup of oppression. However, the lineup so scattered now was smashed by the opponent at a glance. In terms of numbers, as well as strategy, they were all revealed in one sentence. To do this with any enemy. Is it a writing wheel? Sho met Long Yu's gaze. However, he quickly thought of an important matter, and quickly looked away. His expression sank, and said, the blood-colored Jugo Jade writing wheel eye is completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Uchiha clan. You are really special. It's a bit special, otherwise how can it be different? Long Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned in vain beyond the hunter and fell outside the encirclement. Have you all come to cut it? It looks like it's about to start. At the beginning of the hunt, he couldn't help but startled, and then he laughed uncontrollably. Boy, do you mean start dying? Even if you can see that half of this place is a shadow clone, we are all elites in the rock ninja, but many of you, the famous dog thieves, can compare. Having said that, Sho raised his hand and made a direct action of wiping his neck. Boys, wait and die. Kakashi and the others looked ashen, and the 3 of them subconsciously turned their backs to each other, but the corners of their eyes were locked on Uchiha Ryu. The face of this mortal situation, no one will have the confidence, only Uchiha Ryu can still look as usual. The time is almost over. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. The headhunter even laughed outrageously. Boy, you are really joking. In this situation, what do you do? Do you think someone will save you? Faced with these words, the figure of Namikaze Minato flashed in the minds of Kakashi and the others. In their eyes, they do not understand Long Yu. However, the deeds and prestige of Konoha's golden glittering wave Fung Minato are clear. If you can get his support, it may not be difficult to escape from birth. I'm sorry, it seems that I'm too low-key, and it's easy to be ignored. Long Yu smiled playfully, raised his hand and pointed to the sky. See clearly who is surrounded. Inexplicably speaking, even Kakashi and the others couldn't hold their breath, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. At the moment of entering the eyes, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the eye sockets were almost split. Boom! The violent thunder sounded suddenly, giving people a deafening feeling. In the sky, the black clouds overwhelmed the city, forming a huge vortex, and arcs of thunder roamed like electric snakes. Whirlpool was renewed, and that illusory unicorn figure was even more shocking. At this moment, all the talents present suddenly woke up. What the hunter said just now is absolutely not false. The backlog of thunder light in the sky exudes an aura of destruction. I'm afraid it is the super thunderbolt that kills hundreds of young ninjas in an instant. Boy, are you crazy? This attack really falls, and even you have to die. Hunter's face changed drastically. They arrived, they were attracted by the name of Dragon Feather Scarlet Shura. Changes in the sky are completely ignored. The nerves of Kakashi and the others were also tense like strings to the extreme. In front of them was beyond their expectations. If it does fall, as Hunt said, they will surely die. Hee, we don't need to worry about our safety. What you need to do is to care about how to survive this attack. Long Yu smiled playfully, flipped his right hand, and the thunder saber was directly channeled out. Backhand, the thunder saber directly penetrated the void under Long Yu's chakra infusion. Chapter 63, Suzanang. Chapter 63, the backlog of thunder was instantly pulled. Roar. A thunderous roar like the roar of a giant beast ripped apart the heavens and the earth. The next moment, the unicorn lurking in the thunderlight instantly broke through the clouds and swooped down. The speed is so fast that it arrives in the blink of an eye, making it difficult to escape. Kakashi and the three of them turned pale all of a sudden. At the moment when the lightning strikes, all that is left in front of you is the thunder in the sky. The eardrums also roared directly. The only thought is to close your eyes and wait to die. The thunder was soaring into the sky, and it burst out like a frenzy in the sky. The raging posture swept everything in a radius of 10,000 meters. Regardless of, is it a tree, or Iwa Shinobi who was thinking about escaping from the outside? Unfortunately, in the face of the blow in front of him, everything seemed pale and powerless. That fell from the sky overwhelmed everyone in an instant. Along with the rocky mountain, it was directly smashed by the violent thunderlight. It's been a minute or two until everything returns to calm. The backlogged clouds of lead in the sky dissipated, and the wandering thunder lights dissipated. A charred basin, and a mess of woodland that the unicorn hit, sank like a funnel. An illusory huge figure stands in the ruins. In addition to Long Feng, there are also 3 Kakashi 3. Okay, open your eyes if you're not scared to death. Long Yu said lightly. Kakashi and the others twitched their muscles involuntarily. The next moment, only to find that there is no pain in the whole body. We are not dead, the attack just now is devastating. Uchiha Obito hurriedly opened his eyes. Looking at Susanoo who enveloped them, his expression became stiff, and his eyes were almost split. This scene was too shocking for him. That's when it's on the verge of a close call. Did you stop us from attacking? Nohara Rin's expression turned ashen. Looking at Susanoo who covered them with blood all over. They finally understood why Long Yu was called Scarlet Asura. The power of the thunderbolt just now, I am afraid that it has reached the super level. This Shira is unscathed, and the defense is stronger. Kakashi's expression turned ashen, remembering that not long ago, he was still in front of Long Yu, showing off his so-called Chidori. The cheeks couldn't hold up a bit. If there's a crack in the ground, he can't wait to dig right into it. This is Susanoo, one of the pupils of the kaleidoscope shaker eye. Long Yu said lightly. However, his brows quickly furrowed, revealing an unexpected look. Long Yu, you're saying, if I turn on the shaker, I'll get this method too. Uchiha said with a smile on his face and said excitedly. Kakashi, have you heard? Our Uchiha clan are geniuses, I will catch up with you soon. Kakashi's expression darkened slightly, and he couldn't help looking into Long Yu's eyes. The moment his eyes met, his whole soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. It seemed that as long as Long Yu glanced at him, his soul would be sucked into it. Kakashi, are you alright? Are you frightened by my potential? Uchiha Obito patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said. Was a rare opportunity to find a wolf and a tiger, but he didn't want to let it go. Forget it. Kakashi woke up in a trance, glanced at Long Yu, and said, his is not an ordinary shaker, if anyone can do it, your Uchiha clan will not appear for the first time. The title of Blood Asura. I think, to reach this point, you need very powerful means. In your lifetime, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to achieve it. Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry. However, there was no way to refute it, and he was not a fool either. Under Kakashi's words, he clearly understood the key. Okay, you guys are here waiting for the arrival of Namikaze Minato, I'm going to do something else. Long Yu dispersed Susanoo. Kakashi and others looked stagnant, and said anxiously, what happened to Long Yu? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Long Yu originally planned to find an excuse, but now Kakashi helped him make up his mind and saved his mind. That's right, there were other ninjas just now, who were watching from a distance and did not enter the attack range. Long Yu nodded and said, however, he should have been hit by the aftermath of the attack, and he should have been injured as well. Long Yu, let's go together. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his temper. Seeing the urgency on his face, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Didn't you want to open the wheel? You have been avoiding the battle, but you can never open it, facing difficulties in your opponents, this is the only shortcut to your victory. Long Yu patted Uchiha Obito. Then he looked at Kakashi and said, the next captain is you. I can't use this thunder knife, I will give it as a gift to Shangnin. Don't forget Konoha-baya, but the existence above Konoha-sanin, what is right or wrong, there should be a measuring ruler in your heart, don't forget Baya's swordsmanship, if you don't learn it, you can also give it to me. These words, Long Yu's body light skyrocketed. In the next moment, it disappeared into place out of thin air. He's really gone. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but said. Will Long Yu come back? Facing these words, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but stiffen. Long Yu's words just now felt a bit like explaining what happened behind him. Are we going to support? Lin couldn't help but said, we are a team, maybe not as strong as Long Yu, but we can't let it go. Lin is right, let's go to support Long Yu. Uchiha Obito hurriedly echoed. However, just as he started walking, he was stopped by Kakashi. Obito, do you think we can deal with an opponent that even Long Yu thinks is difficult? Don't forget, we were completely useless just now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for Teacher Watergate to come and tell him what happened here. Other hand, from the place where Long Yu and Yan Ninja fought, a charred figure emerged from the ground. There was horror on his face. Almost died. If I hadn't carried out spore reproduction in advance and left behind, I would have died under the unicorn just now. Black's face turned pale. This time, he was staying on the body of a rock ninja, and he originally planned to wait for the opportunity to give Uchiha Madara a junior from the Uchiha clan. Make the next plan. According to the information, he found that 2 Uchiha clan members appeared on the battlefield this time. Originally, in his eyes, almost 200 people. 200, to catch the mere 2 people from the Uchiha clan, it's just a matter of hand. So along the way, he kept bewitching the hunter, no matter what. No matter what the price is, the enemy must be captured. However, Heiju never imagined that this time, not only did he encounter the bloody Asura who had recently gained fame. The strength is so powerful that he can kill all of them in seconds with a single thunderbolt ninjutsu. If Hei hadn't kept an eye on it beforehand, I am afraid he'd be dead by now. No, you must tell Madara Uchiha and let him know that a terrifying existence has appeared in the Uchiha clan. Heiju looked around, chose the right direction, and quickly fled. In his perception, Long Yu's bizarre eyes are probably similar to Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, it's this little strong that can't be beaten to death. Long Yu walked out in the dark. That had gone away, his face became amused. In the original work, after Uchiha Obito was buried by Flint's earth-splitting palm, after Kakashi implemented a counter-kill, he encountered a large army of Iwakunin, and then Minato Namiba came to save people with the technique of Thunder God. Unfortunately, after cleaning the battlefield, Uchiha Obito's body was not found. This made Long Yu guess that Heiju must have been lurking in the basin from the very beginning. Possibly possessed by Iwanin. Therefore, from the beginning, Long Yu was preparing to give a big gift to Heiju, so I used Lei Dunkilin. Now leave him a small life, everything is to meet Uchiha Madara. According to the timeline of the original work, the current Uchiha Madara has already transplanted the reincarnation Ita Nagato. The old troubles left by the battle with the first Hokage that day, his strength is now 10 or 2. However, this time facing the legendary ninja, Long Yu still intends to be cautious. Otherwise, it will be turned inside out, which is not like Long Yu's behavior. At the last moment will I say such words to Kakashi and the others. After a short while, Long Yu looked at the grass ninja village without any voice in front of him, and his expression couldn't help but stagnate. He finally understood why Kusanagi village did not stop the way of Yanin at all. Now that Kuroju fled to this place, I am afraid this is the hiding place of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the grass ninja village is still under their control. Be careful, now is a critical time. The village chief said, don't let any Konoha ninja and Yanin break into the village. A small leader appeared in front of the village entrance and commanded in a deep voice. The two Kusanagi hiding in the dark, immediately. 12 points of energy. However, in the next moment, their pupils shrank suddenly. A figure entwined with thunderlight appeared in front of the little leader, and with a flash of thunderlight on his right hand, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. Enemy attack. This thought flashed through the minds of the two dark whistleblowers. Just as they were about to issue an emergency signal, the figure entwined with lightning appeared beside them like a ghost. You should get some sleep too. Long Yu turned his hands into hand knives and slashed directly at the back of their necks. The two of them didn't even have time to let out their exclamations, and passed out directly. After eliminating the surrounding ninjas, Long Yu didn't stop at all, and with a flick of his body, he sneaked into the grass ninja village like a ghost. Compared with Konoha ninja village, grass ninja village can completely become a cottage. There should be only 1,000 people in the village, and there are only 100 people who can be called ninjas. Among them, less than 1/3 of those who can be independent and become chunin are probably not less than 1/3, and it is not bad that there are 10 tens in Shangnin. Therefore, Kusanagi village has always existed only as a buffer zone for Konoha and Iwanobu village. This time, he actually did something that made Yanran go straight, and it was completely beyond Konoha's cognition. According to the hypnosis just now, I learned that the cave in front is the forbidden area of Kusanagi village. I am afraid Madara Uchiha is hiding here. Long Yu muttered to himself. With his current strength, not to mention grass ninja village, even Konoha village can come and go freely. If it wasn't for worrying about scaring snakes, Madara Uchiha and Kurohue escaped, he would definitely come in all the way. Let the grass ninja village go directly to someone. There is a sound, it seems to be the voice of Heiju. Long Yu raised his brows, showing a hint of joy. The dark cave, an old figure sat upright on a chair, with wrinkles on his face, like tree bark, giving people the feeling that they were about to die and would burp at any time. The big thing is bad, our plan is ruined. Heiju rushed in quickly from outside the cave. Madara Uchiha opened his heavy eyelids and frowned involuntarily. In his memory and settings, Heiju is a replica of his spiritual will, so he should be calm and calm. The frightened gesture now is beyond his control. What happened? Why didn't you bring people back to me according to the plan? What's the use of me asking you? Madara Uchiha shouted sharply. Heiju's expression froze for a while, only to realize that after walking through the gate of hell, he completely forgot his identity. Looking at Madara Uchiha with a thin and angry face, she felt unhappy in her heart, but at the thought of resurrecting his old mother, Kagaya, after clenching her fists a little, she eased her emotions. Lord Madara, I just lost my temper. There was an accident in the plan, and a young man like you with a straight wheel shattering eye appeared in the Uchiha clan. He not only rescued our target, but also used a powerful thunderbolt to destroy the people of Yanin village. All of them were killed in seconds. If I hadn't kept my back, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back to see you. Ziba Shunyan Uchiha Madara's expression changed. The so-called Ziba writing round eye is just a name for Uchiha Madara, and it also means kaleidoscope. However, during this period of lurking, he has been monitoring the Uchiha clan. Except for that, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fuyu, no one has the potential to have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Moreover, only Madara Uchiha knows the method of opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Facing the control of the ethnic group, Madara Uchiha has always been selfish and did not reveal the way. Otherwise, if everyone has a pair of kaleidoscopes, then he will be worthless. Mara-sama, I just know that that person is called Uchiha Ryu. After I infiltrated Iwanin, I learned that he played against Yunin and Miston for the first time in Konoha Northwest Pass battlefield not long ago. Show real strength. Heiju continued. It seems that he has such a powerful strength because he has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. He also performed Susanoo. Susanoo Uchiha Madara's face sank and said, I didn't expect him to have reached this level. I thought that it would take a lot of effort to cultivate a chess piece. Now one of the pieces has grown up. Heiju, you must find a way to bring him back to me. Catch him back. Chapter 64, Black Hand. Heiju's face changed involuntarily. This is not the same as our plan. Having a kaleidoscope and opening Susanoo, the kaleidoscope has already been used to the extreme. It will be difficult for us to use it. In Heiju's eyes, the original target Uchiha Obito, but even the writing wheel has not been opened. Uchiha Ryu, who suddenly appeared now, is the owner of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Moreover, he also knows the most advanced Susanoo, and on top of his record, he is arrogant as soon as he makes a move. With Madara Uchiha and his situation at the moment, if they have to fight against Long Yu, I am afraid the outcome will be unpredictable. Heiju, I found that you seem to be less and less like me. Uchiha Madara said coldly. I am the big black hand behind the scenes over the years. War, clan annihilation, slaughter, and that incident escaped my control. As long as you bring back Uchiha Longyu, I am 100% sure that he will kneel here for my use. Speaking of which, Madara Uchiha looked at Heiju, turned his writing wheel over, and said sharply, do you understand? Black's expression changed. He clearly knew that if he did something abnormal now, with Madara Uchiha's suspicious character, he would definitely be suspicious of him. Once Madara Uchiha knows that he is not his so-called spiritual product at all, I am afraid that the next plan will fail completely. Thinking of this, Heiju's expression changed. He nodded and said in a deep voice, go now. Leaving those words behind, Heiju turned around and walked out of the cave. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the scene of entering the target shook his nerves. The art of fire escape how fireball. The blazing fire came head-on. With a diameter of tens of meters rolled up a large heat wave, causing the temperature of the air to increase sharply. The violent scene shook the nerves of Heiju and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, there is only one person who can cast the mediocre Dunhao fireball to such an extent. Uchiha Ryu, Mara-sama. Heiju's complexion changed, and he only had time to exclaim, and the super-large fireball that was coming in front of him quickly enlarged in his pupils. The scorching heat even set his clothes on fire. Just as he was about to withdraw and retreat, a figure appeared in front of him. Madara Uchiha looks old, but his movements are still not slow, holding the fan of the Uchiha clan in his hand, hitting the fiery fireball head-on. Uchiha bounces back. The fiery fireball suddenly stagnated. The next moment, like a cannonball, it was shot straight away. The speed is so fast that it is several points faster than when it was attacked, and it directly hits the rocky mountain wall in the distance. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, shaking the dark valley violently. As the fireball passed along the way, the ground was directly scorched, and some buildings were even burned to the ground. The smell of burning filled the air, black scorched earth, and the smoke was rising. Madara Uchiha and Kurohue stood together, looking at the falling figure outside the cave, his face gloomy. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. I just heard that you were going to arrest me, so I didn't invite me here. Long Yu smiled warmly. I was a little excited, and when my hand shook, I lost a ball directly. I didn't accidentally hurt you. Heiju's face was extremely gloomy. This is the second time that he was almost killed by Long Yu. The first time may be an accident, then the second time, it is undoubtedly serious. If Madara Uchiha hadn't acted in time, even if he had used the spores, he would have been severely injured. What's the matter, can't you be angry? Long Yu looked at Heiju with interest, and said, your life is really big. When you were in the basin, you couldn't die. Now you are attacked head-on, and you have been saved. You are indeed a monster that has lived for thousands of years. The 1,000-year-old monster Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Black is no exception. This is his secret. If Madara Uchiha is the mastermind behind all the wars, genocide, and looting for decades, then the changes in the ninja world, the Black Hand for thousands of years, is the one who is leading. Regardless of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, who were opposed to each other in the past, are his masterpieces. It can be said that all this is carried out in an orderly manner under his control. No one could notice his presence. However, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he pointed directly at this secret, which made Heiju a little confused, whether it was true or false. Are you Uchiha Ryu? Uchiha Madara said coldly, the Black Ju you said is my clone. I'm glad to see that you have come to the door in person, which proves that I am not wrong. Son, you should know exactly who I am. I am the Uchiha family, the greatest and strongest Uchiha Madara, and your ancestor. Having a strength comparable to that of the god of ninjas, I am still alive even though Senju Hashirama died. This means that I am the most powerful existence, and no one in the ninja world can match me. Speaking of this, Madara Uchiha's face showed a scowl. If Senju Hashima is not already dead, having a stronger pupil technique will completely defeat him and become the most powerful being in the entire ninja world. Child, do you want to gain more power than you are now? As long as you are willing to be my revenge tool, I will tell you how. Erlong's voice is full of inexplicable temptation between the lines. If it is placed on any Uchiha clan, it may work. However, as a traveler, he is very familiar with Hokage and has an instant full-level system. To be Uchiha Madara's younger brother, this is simply a joke. What's the matter, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Madara's face was joking, and in his eyes, the samsara eye above the writing wheel eye. If he hadn't been lucky enough to grab the cells of the Thousand Hands pillar, he would never have found it. Now using this as a bargaining chip to confuse a junior is enough. Sorry, I'm not interested in the Eye of Reincarnation. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Madara Uchiha and Heiju's expressions instantly became stiff, and the gaze that looked at Long Yu became a little more unbelievable. It can be said that the Sharingan can be transformed into the Samsara Eye, which is the biggest secret hidden in the Uchiha clan and the Chinsho clan. If Madara Uchiha wasn't lucky, I'm afraid he would have died in the first battle that day. Now Long Yu has broken Uchiha Madara's bargaining chip. Where is it not shocking? Boy, what are you talking about? Madara Uchiha's expression turned grim and he said, where did you get the news about Samsara Eye? Is it the information left by Senju Hakuma? Quote. In Madara Uchiha's eyes, the only person who deserves his attention is Senju Hashima. He wouldn't believe that a mere junior from the Uchiha clan could know the existence of the Samsara Eye. You guess. Long Yu smiled playfully. Otherwise, when you become my little brother, I might think about it and restore you. The small voice made Madara Uchiha and Kuroju's faces change drastically. From the beginning to the present, the young man in front of him has completely broken the secret in their hearts. Without the slightest sloppiness, it seems that you know everything well. If the young man in front of him is an old monster who has lived for decades, or even hundreds of years, they may believe that the young man in front of him has been monitoring them very early. But the boy in front of him, from the perspective of bone age, is obviously only 15 or 16 years old, there is no possibility of monitoring at all. Why does he know so much? What's the matter? Don't you want to? Long Yu smiled playfully. I came here with sincerity. If you don't want to, it will be difficult for me to do it. The only way is to kill you. Words fell. Madara Uchiha and Kuroju's expressions sank, and they shouted in unison. Go! Baiju's silhouettes appeared behind Long Yu, and there were as many as 30 or 40. Appeared, it rushed towards Long Yu's body. It appears that the negotiations have failed. Lightning flashed from Long Yu's body. The footsteps stepped down suddenly, and the ground collapsed with a bang. Under the raging electric current, Baiju, who was lurking in the ground, was instantly shattered. At the same time, Uchiha Ryu disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Recurrent storm. Fists clasped together suddenly, and under the entanglement of thunder, the power of electric current of 10 million volts erupted. Without any bells and whistles, he slammed down Uchiha Madara head-on. So fast. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. If it wasn't for the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see Long Yu's movements clearly. This is when he handed the Eye of Samsara to Nagato and captured it from a member of the Uchiha clan. It might not be as powerful as it was in its prime, but he could also use the pupil technique. Susanoo. The blue pupil power surged frantically, and in an instant, on the surface of Uchiha Madara's body, strips of ribs condensed to protect him and Heiju. Bang! The thunder light hammer slammed down in response, the huge impact force, and the splashing thunder light, like a rumbling thunder. Ground shattered in response, and Susanoo, which had just been condensed, instantly sank by dozens of centimeters. Cough cough. The violent coughing sound came from the dust in the sky, and through the translucent Susanoo, it was obvious that Madara Uchiha was vomiting blood. Tangle him for me. Black Jew's face changed drastically. The current Uchiha Madara is already on the verge of death, and it is very good to be able to support it alive until now. Large part of the credit was due to the cells in the Thousand Hands pillar, which barely continued his vitality. If faced with a normal opponent, with Madara Uchiha's current state, it is not a problem to roll over the entire Kusanagi village. But in front of him is a mysterious kid who has opened a kaleidoscope of writing wheels, as if he can see everything. Means that this battle is full of variables. Heiju, give me strength. Madara Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared with a twisted expression. A mere junior who dares to be so rude to our ancestors. I want you to know that it is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but there is still a huge gap. The hysterical roar made Heiju's nerves tense suddenly. In a sense, it does resonate with Uchiha Madara's cells. It is possible to achieve the level of power sharing. However, once this method is used, it means that Madara Uchiha will burn his life, and even the final plan cannot be implemented. This will mess up his plan. Heiju, what are you thinking? Hurry up and give me your power. As long as I kill him, the plan can continue. Madara Uchiha roared again and again. That not even Chinshujujian dared to underestimate. Be despised by a junior at such a late age, for Madara Uchiha, this is simply a huge shame. Heiju, if this old man kills me, then I will kill you too, but you should think about it clearly. Long Yu smiled playfully. No, it should be said, if he kills me or not, you will surely die too. The first half of his speech made Heiju seem to have caught a life-saving straw. The second half of his speech made his expression suddenly distorted. Just like Madara Uchiha, who has lived for a long time, when has he been so despised by others? Most importantly, the secret that he has lived for thousands of years, even Uchiha Madara doesn't know, but it is broken by the young man in front of him. This made Heiju feel murderous. Looking at Long Yu with a playful face, Heiju's face became hideous. Okay, since you are looking for death, Lord Ban will let you see what despair is. Tree roots shot out of Heiju's body, and immediately plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. With the wriggling of the rhizomes, a lot of power, like a frenzy, poured into Madara Uchiha's body crazily. Ah! Madara Uchiha roared loudly, and the body that had been withered and old gradually regained its youth. The wrinkled skin also tightened. A huge breath swept away with him as the center. The current Uchiha Madara, in the case of burning the last life, is obviously 10 times stronger than before. Although it didn't reach its heyday, compared to the artifact level of hunting, one hand can kill 10. Power, that's what power feels like. Madara Uchiha felt the maddening power in his body, and the murderous intent on his face was even worse. He knew very well that this was a battle that burned his life. The result must be decided as soon as possible. Fire Dunhao Fireball Technique. The fiery chakras converged in Madara Uchiha's mouth. The next moment, it was swallowed out in an instant. The fiery fireballs with a diameter of several tens of meters gathered together and rolled towards Long Yu. Nice vibe. Long Yu smiled playfully. Your current strength is 1/10 of the heyday, 10%, or 1/20th. Can I say that this kind of strength can't beat me? The low voice made Madara Uchiha almost explode with anger, and at the same time he looked ferocious. The target was the chakra ball that was spinning wildly in Long Yu's hands. Buzz! The high-pitched roar made the eardrums hurt. Chapter 65. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. Is this a lunatic who actually sharpens the shape change to the extreme, and then injects the wind escape chakra, and combines the attribute change and the shape change crazy together? The speed of the rotating cutting, I am afraid that it can instantly tear the rocks and mountains to shreds. Black Jew's face changed drastically. However, as the energy carrier of Madara Uchiha, he can't escape at all, and the only thing he can do is to watch the battle obediently. PFF'd. The wind escape spiral pill in Long Yu's hand suddenly threw out, and collided with the oncoming fireball instantly. The wind can make the fire fuel. But if the wind is strong and the fire is weak, the dominant position has changed significantly. The moment the two touched a little, the blazing fireball broke in two in an instant. That collapsed were instantly pulled up by the wind escape spiral pill. Fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The two complement each other, and the fiery flame instantly rises into the sky. Like a flaming comet descending into the sky, Susanoo hit Uchiha Madara head-on. Boom! The firestorm rose into the sky, and the violent air waves, mixed with flames and wind blades, smashed everything around. Under the impact of this wave, the cave collapsed and was directly razed to the ground. The surrounding valleys and cliffs seemed to have been struck by a pair of sharp claws, leaving thousands of ravines with claw marks, which are shocking. The trees in the entire valley were not spared, and they were directly broken in the middle. The soaring air waves, and even the backlogged clouds in the sky, also directly penetrated. The violent scene shook the entire grass ninja village. There were only a few Shangnin left in the village, and under the leadership of an elderly man, they rushed there in a hurry. Looking at the sea of fire, the Susanoo with only one end rushed out. The figures shrouded in them changed their expressions drastically. Elder, it's Mr. Ban. One Shang couldn't hold back his anger, his expression changed drastically, and said, who is fighting with Madame Madara? They have already been controlled by Uchiha Madara using a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. According to Madara Uchiha's plan, as soon as he dies, this controlled illusion will automatically cause these controlled Kusanagi to commit suicide. In this way, all the plans can be seamless, and after Konoha or Iwanan village investigate, there is no way to start. However, the emergence of Long Yu completely ruined his overall plan. It's a young man, and he used the same pupil technique as Madara-sama. A grass ninja's expression changed. Looking at Long Yu, who was far away from Uchiha Madara, he was surprised, but his face also showed a frenzy. In their eyes, Madara Uchiha is an omnipotent god. The fundamental existence that makes them stronger. However, compared to their frenzy, Madara Uchiha's pupils shrank silently. Just resisting the wind escape spiral pill had already consumed a lot of his pupil power. I thought this was Long Yu's ultimate move, but looking at the balls with his left and right hands completely different, his cheeks twitched slightly. As Long Yu said, he used Heiju's power to temporarily restore 1/10 of his strength to 10%. At the beginning, Madara Uchiha thought that having Susanoo and dealing with Amir Jr. would be enough to remain invincible. Coupled with his superb combat experience and various means, killing this junior is not a problem. However, after seeing the power of Fengdun Spiral Pill with my own eyes, and now seeing the Water Escape Spiral Pill and Lei Dun Spiral Pill in Long Yu's left and right hands, the spine has a feeling of hair in the middle. Why don't you move? Long Yu smiled playfully. If one ball can't solve the problem, then two, if it doesn't work, then 3-3. My good ancestor, you say, is this right? The small voice gave Madara Uchiha a feeling at this moment, an inexplicable feeling of death. Looking at the warm smile on his face, Madara Uchiha had a kind of inexplicable illusion. Compared with him, Long Yu is more like an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Boy, we might be able to talk. Madara Uchiha suddenly spoke up. Kuro couldn't help but be startled. He never thought that the dignified Madara Uchiha would say such a thing. However, in the next moment, the words that fell in his ear shook his nerves like thunder. Let's talk about Mao now. It's inappropriate for Lao Su to make you a younger brother. Now we should go to Wangquan Road and have a good company. Voice fell, and the Water Escape Spiral Pill and the Wind Escape Spiral Pill in Long Yu's hand were thrown out instantly. If wind and fire complement each other, then water and thunder are no exception. Two attacks with different attributes, based on the change in the properties of the spiral pill, instantly launch an attack. The power of the collision, even Long Yu could not imagine. In the ruined battlefield, two huge illusory bodies face each other far away. Under the shocked gazes of Kusanagi and Uchiha Madara, the Water Escape Spiral Pill and Thunder Escape Spiral Pill in Long Yu's hands suddenly threw out. A short distance of 100 meters, but in the blink of an eye. The two big spiral pills instantly collided with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Perhaps, because it was not in its heyday, Susanoo, summoned by Madara Uchiha, only had one head in the three-faced Shira pose in the original work. Facing the incoming spiral pill, he only had time to raise his hands to block. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly detonated. At this moment, the power of Leishui 22 was brought into full play. Under the rewinding of the violent power, the power of water turned into countless high-pressure water jets under the frantic compression of the spiral pill. The thunder attribute chakra turns into countless thunder rods like cow hair. The saturation attack formed by the two directly enveloped Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. Superposition of thunder and water, the burst of power even smashed everything in a radius of 500 or 600 meters. The astral wind that hits the face is more or less the blade of water. Among them, some Kusanagi, who were watching the battle from a distance, were caught off guard, and blood splattered instantly on their bodies. What's more, the whole arm was cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, the leader's face changed drastically. The people here are the elites of their grass ninja village. One dead and one less. Go back all to me. Old man glanced at Madara Uchiha, who was still in the midst of the explosion. A struggle flashed across his face, and he gave an order. The voice fell, no matter what. Injured or not, Kusanagi pulled away and retreated. Just that they just took a few steps back, and their whole body was shocked like a demon. Depths of a pair of eyes, the imprint of a kaleidoscope writing wheel flashed. Long Yu also noticed this scene. It seems that these people were all deeply hypnotized by Uchiha Madara. At this critical moment, it was directly used by him. Huo Dunhao Fireball. Fire escape impatience. Let's go away. Quote quote. A series of attacks erupted in an instant. Even those Kusanagi who were seriously injured were no exception, and did not take their injuries seriously. Their minds, there is only one voice now, constantly beguiling them to attack. Even in death, never give up. Boom! The attack from the sky instantly poured onto Susanoo's body. Pity that the so-called Shangnan of the Grass Ninja Village are actually not high in gold content, and they are just forcibly promoted to serve as a facade. At the same time, there is no ninjutsu systematically learned in the Grass Ninja Village. All ninjutsu is imitated. It is like half a bucket of water. The power that can be exerted is too far from the full version. Long Yu remembered that in the original book, there was a group of wandering grass ninjas, who specially went to learn other ninjutsu, and then added some miscellaneous experience into it. In the end, they were all defeated by Kakashi's team. It's kind of like a bomber in the military. After the sound of the explosion dissipated and the flames swept away, the group of grass ninjas obviously wanted to launch a second wave of attacks. The surgical seal flying over in his hand, Long Yu moved. No, I should say, moved my eyelids. Jugoyu's samsara eyes turned wildly. The pitch-black flames, like the secluded flames from the yellow spring, suddenly burst out violently. Amaterasu, more than a dozen grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantly swallowed by the black flames. The violent scene, even Uchiha Madara, who was in the explosion, changed his expression. He had no idea that Long Yu would be so ruthless at such a young age. Moreover, this opened kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, not only has Susanoo, but also this kind of black flame that makes people feel unknown, which acts as a physical attack method. Originally, Madara Uchiha planned to use this group of people to harass Long Yu. Now it seems that there is no way to do it. Seeing that the last trump card was also easily broken by Long Yu, Madara Uchiha's face flashed a trace of madness, and he roared fiercely. Boy, you forced me. Since you want me to die, let's go together. Madara Uchiha clasped his hands together suddenly, and the few chakras in his body were instantly poured into Susanoo. Susanoo, who originally only had one head, suddenly his breath rose sharply. Under the frantic squirming, two other heads appeared in an instant. Roar! A roar like a wild beast came out of Susanoo's mouth. The six hands suddenly opened, and the power of the thunderwater spiral pill that enveloped it was instantly torn apart. Along with Madara Uchiha, his hands suddenly folded. Susanoo's six hands also flew up. A series of spell seals were quickly formed, causing Long Yu to raise his brows, and he smiled helplessly. You old man, even if you die, it won't make me feel better. This is a natural obstacle. Madara Uchiha's expression froze, looking at Long Yu with a hint of surprise. It never occurred to me that Long Yu actually knew what kind of ninjutsu he was going to use. However, with this ultimate move, Madara Uchiha has exhausted even the last bit of vitality. There is absolutely no way to keep asking. His hands suddenly clasped together. He, who had already run out of oil, died with his eyes closed. Boom! In the sky, a low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Huge rocks fell from the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. Under the friction between the meteorite and the air, a fiery flame ignited, as if covering the sky for a while. Even tens of thousands of meters away, it can be clearly seen. Damn Uchiha Madara, I have to kill him next time we meet. Long Yu looked at the crushing star, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. With his current ninjutsu, there is absolutely no way to break this rock. As for escaping, not to mention that there are still hundreds of grass ninjas here, it is very difficult for him to retreat completely just because of the diameter of the shock star and the range of the shock wave. Shadow Clone Technique. Long Yu's double operation seal was quickly formed, and 10 shadow clones were instantly separated. This is not because Long Yu didn't want to. Just like Naruto Uzumaki, he split 2,000 clones in an instant. It's just embarrassing, it's a fatal lack of blue. According to Long Yu's calculations, with his current chakra, he can be divided into about 200 or 300 clones. However, this will greatly weaken his chakra and will not be able to perform the next big move. Looking at the roaring and falling sky, and the noise of running away from the village outside, Long Yu moved instantly. Long Yu opened his right hand, and the wind escape spiral pill quickly condensed. The 10-10 clones also proceeded simultaneously, frantically pouring Feng Dun chakra into the spiral pill in Long Yu's hand. Originally, this was one of Long Yu's hypothetical tricks, but unfortunately, the blue has not been enough, and the enemy has not been able to get on the table, so it was not developed, and the system was instantly full. But now in the face of Uchiha Madara's natural obstacles, Long Yu can only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. With the chakra infusion of the wind escape, the volume of the spiral pill is rapidly increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes a huge 7 or 8 meters in diameter. The chakra frantically compressed and rolled, and even the skin in Long Yu's hand stinged. Buzz. With a slight humming sound, Long Yu understood that not only did his shape change reach the limit, but even the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. Looking at the flaming meteorite less than 5 kilometers apart, the super-large wind escape spiral pill shuriken in Long Yu's hand suddenly threw out. PFF'd. The sound of fabric tearing suddenly sounded. The oversized wind escaped shuriken, under Long Yu's full throw, turned into a streamer and slammed head-on. The distance of 5 kilometers, in the case of meteorites falling from the sky, only took a few seconds. The two attacks collided suddenly. Boom! The explosion sounded like a thunder blast, tearing apart the sky and the earth. Large wind escape spiral pill instantly turned into hundreds of millions of blades and rushed into the meteorite. The flames in the hurricane rolled back, and the whole world fell into a dazzling sea of fire under the rubble. It looks like fire, like the sky was under attack, also felt that he couldn't open his eyes. The rolling air waves swept away like waves of frenzy. Bang! When the last roar came from the sky, the stalemate that lasted for more than a minute was broken. The huge extraterrestrial meteorite suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into meteors filled with debris, scattered all over the place. Was under attack, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 10-10 shadow avatars beside him had no chakra support and dispersed directly. Even the last Susanoo, after resisting the flying rubble, completely dissipated. Wait until everything returns to calm, let alone this canyon is razed to the ground. Even the village outside has become devastated. Cries were soaring into the sky, although it could not be called a hell on earth. But under this wave of indiscriminate attacks, the damage to Grass Ninja Village was undoubtedly greater than that of Long Yu. 10,000 meters away, Heiju drilled out in the dark, and was shocked when he saw the huge extraterrestrial meteorite in the sky, which was smashed by Long Yu and turned into a meteor in the sky. Chapter 66. Doubt About Life. He never imagined that Madara Uchiha's dying move would be defeated so easily. When Long Yu cast the Thunder Water Spiral Pill, Madara Uchiha knew that with this body alone, he was no match for Long Yu at all. So take the opportunity to let Heiju escape from the battlefield through the underground, and then perform the strongest attack at the moment, intending to destroy Long Yu together. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength is very good, but he lacks a large-scale and powerful attack method. Should be impossible to fight against the stars, but it is a pity that people are not as good as heaven. In the end, Long Yu took the risk and developed the super-large wind escape spiral pill shuriken. Uchiha Madara said that if the kid is not dead, I hope I will go back to make up for the knife. Do you want to go back and see now? Black couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a little hesitation, he quickly rejected the idea. An opponent that even Madara Uchiha can't solve, Kuro will never be so arrogant that he thinks he can fight it. After looking back at the basin where Long Yu was located, Heiju turned and sneaked underground and quickly left. In the ruins, Long Yu sighed helplessly after lingering for a while. It seems that Heiju's courage is really small, and he ran away without even looking at the result. From the very beginning, Long Yu had already expected that Heiju would never live and die with Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Madara Uchiha will never miss an opportunity to let Kurohue die. He will surely try to escape the battlefield. He had also released Susanoo, but it wasn't that his pupil power was really exhausted. Just to lure the black out. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. However, Heiju has been able to live for thousands of years, and I am afraid that it is all because of cowardice. By the way, we have to recover Madara Uchiha's body. Long Yu raised his brows. If he wants to obtain the Eye of Reincarnation in the future, he also needs to transplant the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. If it can be found on Uchiha Madara's body, it can also save him a lot of effort. Unfortunately, despite Long Yu's search, Madara Uchiha's body seemed to disappear out of thin air, leaving only some black ashes. There are also basins flattened by rock fragments. It seems that Madara Uchiha was worried that his body would fall into Long Yu's hands when he died, and he would self-destruct in advance. It really is a hero. Long Yu gave up the idea of looking for it. Look at some pieces of daily necessities scattered around. With his hands flying quickly, Long Yu used the few remaining chakras to cast a huge fireball. Add a fire to the whole ruins. Since Madara Uchiha doesn't want him to get anything. That Long Yu didn't plan to leave some cells for other people. He had some ashes in his hands that might have been burned by Uchiha Madara. In case one appears, or a pervert such as Orochimaru, it will be disgusting to reincarnate in the dirt. After finishing all this, Long Yu did not stay any longer, turned around and left. Few minutes later, a figure came hurriedly and landed in front of the raging fire, with a hint of iron on the originally pale cheeks. Bastard, it's still a step late, or else you'll know what's going on here. Orochimaru has been in, following Dragon Feather. Unfortunately, I found some good human specimens along the way, so I went to collect them. I thought that it was only half a day away from Long Yu, and I could track it perfectly with the help of a poisonous snake. I didn't expect that there would be a shocking battle. Although, he had arrived 10 minutes ago. But looking at the appearance of Tianji Zhengxing, Orochimaru didn't have the courage to approach in an instant, but instead opened the distance. After everything is calm, I dare to take the risk, approach. The meteorite just now didn't come from the hands of Uchiha Ryu. If it is really him, then the next action may have to be changed. Orochimaru's face was ashen. After looking at it left and right, it was even more unsightly. This kid, he didn't even leave the other party's corpse behind. He set a fire on purpose before he left. Couldn't he have found my trace? In fact, Long Yu did not find the whereabouts of Orochimaru. He has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. But it is not a real perception ninja, and it does not have white eyes, so the scope of insight and perception cannot reach too far. Not to mention the venomous snake that Orochimaru sent to track. He did this purely just in case. I didn't expect it to be a real guess. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has learned the super large wind escape spiral pill. May I ask if it is instantly full level? The sound of the system sounded in Long Yu's mind, causing his footsteps to slow down. It was the first time to use the super wind escape spiral pill, so Long Yu needed 10 shadow clones to assist. Now completed the first time, with the help of the instant full level system. After learning the key to condensing the super wind escape spiral pill. Next time you perform it, one person is enough. Immediately. Full grade. Long Yu directly gave the order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the super large wind escape spiral pill is instantly full. Listening to the sound of the system dissipating from the forehead, Long Yu withdrew out of concern. After leaving the grass ninja village, Long Yu hurried to the Shinwukun bridge. He was the main force that defeated the hunter, but the task of destroying the Shinwukun bridge had not yet been completed. According to inference, Kakashi, who has penetrated deep behind enemy lines, is about to destroy the Kamukun bridge. Watergate, why are you here? Long Yu raised his brows, looking at the sudden appearance of Minato Namikaze, a little surprised. Expression was stagnant. He glanced at the direction of Kusanagi village, and Long Yu, who looked a little tired, his cheeks twitched, and he couldn't help saying, Long Yu, don't tell me, just now the direction of Kusanagi village is big. The movement was made by you. Regarding Namikaze Minato's speculation, Long Yu reluctantly cursed Uchiha Madara in his heart. What a big move, put such an obvious obstacle to the stars. Such a huge gesture can be clearly seen even several kilometers away. Now even the wave of wind and water has been provoked, but this is not clear even after washing. Can I say no? Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes and said, I'm even more suspicious of you when you say that. I can't think of a second person besides you who can crush such a huge meteor in such a broken place. I'm just curious, who is your opponent? To refute Namikaze Minato's insistence. Moreover, he also wanted to see how Minato would react, so he patted Minato on the shoulder playfully, and said, I'm afraid if I say it, you probably won't believe it. Do not believe. Minato Namikaze was stunned, and said, you are now admitting in disguise that the battle just now has something to do with you, what else would I not believe? I'm just curious, who can cast that huge meteorite? When he saw the huge meteor falling from the sky, Minato Namikaze also imagined, if he was right, there would be a way to fight it. In the end he just came to a conclusion. Unless the Flying Thunder God barrier is used to transfer this day, there is no attack method that can destroy it. Moreover, after being able to fight against such a strong man, after thinking hard, in the huge battlefield, in addition to the shadow who will not easily play, only Uchiha Ryu has the greatest possibility. That's why Namikaze Minato decided to temporarily discord. Kakashi and the others converged and came to investigate. After seeing Long Yu, Minato Namikaze strengthened his guess even more. All of this has absolutely nothing to do with Uchiha Ryu. Namaifung Minato did not expect that Long Yu would so easily admit that he was a party to the war. Uchiha Madara. Long Yu smiled warmly. S nerves suddenly tense, and looking at Long Yu's eyes, there is a trace of iron blue. Long Yu, can't you stop joking? In the manuscript of the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha is already dead, how could he fight with you? Minato Namikaze has heard about this legendary ninja. Even the second Hokage confirmed his death again and again and wrote it into Konoha's secret file. Now Ryu tells him that Madara Uchiha is not dead. That is totally unacceptable. If he's still alive. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, forget it, if you don't believe it, then pull it down. Besides him, who else has the ability to almost kill me? However, let me tell you, just now Tianjiquan Xingxing is not the heyday of Uchiha Madara, otherwise you will come to collect my corpse. Looking at Ryu who seemed to be running a train with his mouth full, Minato Namikaze felt as if his mind couldn't turn around. But Long Yu is right, if Madara Uchiha is still alive, it is not impossible to fight against Long Yu. Just, no matter. Madara Uchiha, or Ryu Uchiha, both belong to the same family. Why did they fight? A series of questions that passed through Minato Namikaze's mind, and he began to realize that because of this one problem, his head was mushy, can't turn around at all. Minato Nikes gave a wry smile and said, Long Yu, since you said that your opponent is Madara Uchiha, where is he now? In Namikaze Minato's eyes, if Madara Uchiha is really alive, with his old resentment. For Konoha, it is a huge scourge. Of course the old man was killed by me. Long Yu patted Nagao Minato on the shoulder. Even the scum has been burned, you don't have to look at it, that old man is very cunning. Quote. Madara Uchiha was dead. Looking at Long Yu's unconcerned look, Minato's head was short-circuited. No, it should be said that Namikaze Minato is doubting life. Madara Uchiha, that is a character who can match the original Hokage. The existence that makes the 5 major ninja villages feel terrified. Now Long Yu told him lightly and calmly that the old man died so much that he didn't even have any scum. This is too hard to accept. Don't believe it. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, then it will be pulled down, don't ask me again. After a battle, the chakra in the body has been consumed by 7 to 8, so I will recover first. When you go back, how you like to report is up to you. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to you to explain it. The storm water gate was helpless. Even he was doubting life about this matter, and he didn't even have the slightest evidence. He glanced at how to report it, and took care of himself cross-legged meditation to restore Chakra's dragon feather. While Namikaze Minato secretly sighed, his expression froze. It's Kakashi, they have an accident. Namikaze Minato hurriedly sent out a Flying Thunder God kunai. The Flying Thunder God formula engraved on it is red and feels hot. This is a pair of special Flying Thunder God kunai specially made to protect Kakashi and others. An art that activates only when Kakashi senses danger after he takes it out and confronts the enemy, contaminated with blood and chakra. Now this Flying Thunder God kunai, who is the contact, is so hot, it seems that what he encounters is still life and death. Long Yu raised his brows and said helplessly, "Do you need me to go with you?" "Of course, I'd rather consume a little more chakra, and keep you under my nose. In case you tell me next time that I will fight with the first Hokage, I have doubts about my life. How can I report it when I go back?" Namikaze Minato grabbed Long Yu by the shoulder. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God seal in the left hand was formed, and the dragon feather disappeared out of thin air. Perhaps because of the reason of carrying people, the distance of this Flying Thunder God technique is only 20 kilometers at the limit. Jump 5 or 6 times in a row, Namikaze Minato and Ryu appeared, and they realized something was wrong. "Master Watergate." Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, Long Yu had a panoramic view of the whole situation. Who were surrounded by them are not only Iwanin, but also mist. Among them, the leader of the team is the Loquat Tenzo from the 7 members of the Mist Ninja. On the other hand, among the Rock Ninjas, perhaps due to the fact that they went deep into the hinterland, there were only a few not-so-famous Shangnin leading the team. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ryu and Namikaze Minato, the expressions of the ninjas in the field changed drastically. "The big thing is bad, it's the golden glittering wave-wind Minato, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu, who has been famous recently. Why are they here?" "It's space ninjutsu. It is rumored that Namaifung Minato is best at space ninjutsu, so he arrived in time. There was an elder in the village who once said that once you encounter the golden glitter Minato in Konoha, no matter what mission to perform, the first thing to do is to escape." Scene was instantly detonated, and the nerves of all ninjas were tense. Looking at the 2 uninvited guests in front of him, the atmosphere in the field became extremely depressed, as if an invisible big hand tightly clenched the heart. "Escape." I don't know who made a roar. Yan Ninja and Mist Ninja, who were staring at each other, shot out like cannonballs in an instant. Of the team this time, Loquat Shizang had already escaped from this place after taking one more look at Long Yu. At the same time, a fog rolled back, covering the entire forest in an instant. "Minato-sensei, hurry up and chase after Mist Shinobu, they took Lin away." Half of Uchiha Obito's face was covered with blood. A ferocious wound cut through his cheek. However, what attracts Long Yu the most is that Uchiha Obito finally opened the writing wheel. Although it is only the weakest single hook jade, it is already very good. "Looks like, this time you've got a blessing in disguise, and you've even opened the writing wheel." Long Yu patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Lin is not in danger for the time being." Chapter 67, Attack the Tailed Beast. Her physique is very special. If I'm not mistaken, Kirin planned to kidnap Lin and make him a 3-tailed man. Ren Zuli is no stranger to this statement, Namikaze Minato. At least, among the people he knows, there is Uzumaki Kushina, who is the 9-tailed person Zuri. Now Wu Ninja intends to snatch away Nohara Rin and become a human pillar, and that ambition is definitely not small. Long Yu, is this true? Hurry up and save Lin, I beg you. Uchiha is in a hurry. Compared with Kakashi, Rin Nohara has more weight in his eyes. Otherwise, the writing wheel will not be opened. Don't worry, Wu Ninja Village will be handed over to me. Minato, you are responsible for blowing up the Shinwu-kun bridge. Long Yu dropped these words. The electric arc on his body resounded with a crackle, and the next moment his legs slammed, his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast, and the surrounding fog rolled back, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Dragon feather. Namikaze Minato looked anxious. When I think of Ryu just now talking about Madara Uchiha, it sounds very absurd. However, now I know that Mist Ninja Village may be a trap. Why does Long Yu still know that the other party took away the idea of Rin Nohara? Moreover, when the three tales were mentioned, Minato Namikaze's heart suddenly tightened. An even more absurd thought flashed through his mind. Long Yu wouldn't plan to attack the tailed beast, if Long Yu's opponent just now was really Uchiha Madara. Then I'm afraid it's really possible to attack the tail beast. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze couldn't hold back his breath. Come on, let's blow up the Shinwukun bridge, and then go after Long Yu. I'm worried about what he will do. Namikaze Minato ordered urgently. Teacher Minato, didn't Long Yu just save Lin? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. After seeing Long Yu's methods many times, Kakashi was indeed convinced. It is precisely because of this reason that he would rest assured that Long Yu would go after Nohara Rin and stay behind to complete the task. Moreover, in Kakashi's mind, the death of his father Tsukumo Hatake still affects him. If it's just saving people, I'm not worried. Namikaze Minato's face was solemn, and he said, I'm just worried that he will take action against the tailed beasts in Mistin Village. Once that time comes, it will completely stimulate the contradiction between the two countries. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were stunned when they attacked the tailed beast. Tailed beasts and human pillars are too far away for them. Most importantly, in their eyes, the tailed beast represents disaster. Renzuli has always been hostile and alienated from outsiders. However, now that Long Yu actually took the initiative to fight the tailed beast, if he hadn't heard of it himself, he would definitely not believe it. Well, now is not the time for us to speculate, let's destroy the bridge, immediately. Go and stop Long Yu. Namikaze Minato shouted in a hurry. Shinwukun Bridge is a few kilometers away. Figure, quickly swept out in the fog. The person who took the lead was the Loquat Tenzo with a beheading sword on his back. 12 or 13 mist ninjas followed closely behind him. Master Shazang, what should we do now? A fog could not hold back his anger. 3 generations, but we were told to cut weeds and roots, and now let the people of Konoha go back alive. I am afraid it will affect the plan. Shut up. Loquat Shazang shouted angrily. The people we meet now are golden flashes and blood-colored Asuras. Faced with one of them, we can escape unconditionally. If you want to die, you can stay by yourself. We continue to disperse and escape. Abandoning these words, the Loquat Shazang quickly flipped his hands and formed a series of magic seals. Mist hidden technique. The fog spreads out again, occupying the entire forest. Hearing the sound of footsteps scattered around him, Loquat Shazang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the next moment, the breath of death that swept through his body at the spine made his muscles tense. Time to think about it, he hurriedly pulled away to dodge away. A thunder light flashed suddenly, like a thunderbolt across the sky. Loquat Tozo just felt the skin on his cheeks tingling, and then vaguely felt that the tree in the distance collapsed in response. 2 screams resounded throughout the world. However, these 2 screams were annihilated in the blink of an eye, making the crowd of Mistin's footsteps that had dissipated couldn't help but stop. That filled the entire forest. My heart seemed to be tightly clenched by the invisible big hand. I'm sorry, there was a phone call just now, and I accidentally killed 2 mist ninjas, don't you mind? A small voice, in this foggy forest, makes people feel a kind of, an inexplicable chill, straight to the forehead from the bottom of the foot. Loquat Shazang's face also darkened. Scarlet Asura, don't deceive people too much, or the dog will jump off the wall in a hurry. 10 days ago, when the news that the vanguard troops attacked the northwest pass of Konoha and destroyed the entire army was reported back to Wonen village, Loquat Shazang was also shocked. He clearly knew that this time, the pufferfish ghost, Watermelon Mountain, and the Black Hoe, Lei Ya, were not inferior to him in the 7 people of the ninja sword. In some places, he also pressed him. After all, the owner of the beheading sword in all dynasties is the best at it. It's silent assassination. Under the head-on confrontation, the Loquat Shazang is indeed inferior to the pufferfish ghost Watermelon Mountain and the Black Hoe Leia. However, even the 2 of them joined forces and were beheaded by Scarlet Asura. If it is not necessary, Loquat Shazang is unwilling to take action against Long Yu. Hee, I'm sorry, I just like to close the door and beat the dog. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, besides, I happen to be short of blue. If you don't mind, let me cut it. Breakthrough in the wind. Long Yu grabbed it with a backhand, and the shark muscle was instantly summoned. Without any fancy, toward the fog-shrouded forest in front, it slashed out from the air. Boom! A knife fell, and the endless gust of wind exploded like a tidal wave, turning into wind blades all over the sky, and swept out violently. The fog shrouded in the whole world, like a faded veil, quickly dissipated. Some trees were even cut off by the wind blade. Hurry up and spread out. Loquat Shazang roared angrily. Past, in the huge ninja world, facing the 7 people of ninja swords, the name of the Loquat ghost who silently killed the Loquat ghost. The ninjas of the 5 kingdoms, who did not flee from the wind. However, the current situation has been turned upside down. Seeing the fog dissipating in the sky, Loquat Shazang didn't have time to think about it. He grabbed Wu Ninja by his side, threw it behind him, and quickly ran away. I'm sorry, it's not good to just throw garbage. A playful voice suddenly came from behind. Lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, and his whole body turned into a thunderous thunder. The shark muscle held in the hand, under the ferocious squirming, a huge head. Skull, tossed up. The next moment, the head was caught by Long Yu with one hand, and the chakra in the corpse was swallowed up by the shark muscles before it collapsed between heaven and earth. Hearing the screams coming from behind, Loquat Shazang's expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly accelerated his pace, intending to take the road and escape, but unfortunately his eyes were full of flowers. The figure he didn't want to see the most stopped in front of him, and the head caught in his hand was the one he left behind. You're trash, please take it back. Long Yu threw the head directly to Loquat Shazang with his backhand. Blood splattered with the heavens and the earth, making Loquat Shazang's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, his face was hideous, and he roared in anger. Boy, since you want to force me, then die for me. Water escapes and waves. The Loquat Shazang, the hands are flying rapidly, the moment when the chakra madly gathers to the hands. A figure entwined with lightning, like a ghost, took the lead and appeared in front of him. I said, when there is a lot of blue, let me cut a knife first. Long Yu smiled playfully. The shark muscle in his hand slashed towards the Loquat Shazang head-on. The violent scene made Loquat Shazang's cheeks change drastically. Before I could think about it, I quickly dispersed the gathered chakra, raised the beheading sword in his hand, and blocked it head-on. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. Under the impact of the huge force, the Loquat Shazang flew upside down. Finally, he hit a big tree 7 or 8 meters away, and barely stopped his body. What a lot of strength, what a superb swordsmanship. At the moment of the collision just now, the shark muscle in Long Yu's hand, the position of the slash, is obviously the beheading sword, the weakest strength, close to the hilt. It can transfer the target of the attack in an instant. This is completely beyond the Loquat Shazang's understanding of Long Yu. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength is very strong. It's obviously very difficult to control such a large weapon as the shark muscle. After all, in the original novel, there is only one person who can control 7 ninja swords at the same time. That is the Ghost Lantern Moon. So even if the Loquat Shazang got the mercurial muscle in Long Yu's hand, it would definitely not be able to exert such power in Long Yu's hand. Hee, thank you for your chakra. Long Yu was not in a hurry to pursue. The knife just now was a transforming slash with the help of Konoha Ryu Sanryukima of the beheading sword to repel Loquat Shazang, but he also gave the shark muscle enough time to plunder half of the chakra that the Loquat Shazang condensed. Listen to the gnawing sound of the shark muscle, and the chakra passed through the handle of the knife. The dry cells in Long Yu's body gradually filled up with chakra. There is a feeling of a long drought meeting nectar. Although the quantity is small, the quality is good. Loquat Shazang's face turned ashen. Looking at Long Yu, he couldn't help clenching the beheading sword in his hand. For chakra being plundered, his feelings are more intuitive. According to the calculation just now, if it takes another 10 or so, I am afraid that the chakra of the Loquat Shazang will also be plundered. Master Shazang, what should we do now? Standing behind him, Wu Ninja, who dared not move for a long time, saw that even Loquat Juzo, one of the 7 dignified ninja swordsmen, was also suppressed by one shot. Completely overturned their perception. Originally, I was skeptical about the so-called bloody Asura. But now it is clearly swept away, completely replaced by fear. Shut up. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, a look of grimness flashed across Loquat Tenzo's face. The next moment, he instantly performed the instant body technique and disappeared out of thin air. Looking at this scene, Long Yu's nerves tensed a little, but he soon smiled with interest. Shazang, which disappeared out of thin air, not only did not deceive himself and attacked. Instead, with a flash, he appeared in front of the 3 mist ninjas behind him. The beheading sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and the heads of the 3 people were thrown into the air with disbelief on their faces. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The remaining 7 or 8, Nagumi ninja, took the lead, unable to hold back their breath, turned around and ran away. However, Loquat Shazang obviously has no intention of giving up. As soon as he stepped down, the technique of the instant god unfolded again, turning into an afterimage and chasing out. Just 2 or 3 minutes, after that, Long Yu saw Loquat Shazang walking back carrying 7 heads. I am willing to surrender. Loquat Shazang said with a gloomy expression. Surrender. Long Yu smiled warmly. You kill me without saying a word. Before you surrender, let me cut 2 knives. Even if he surrendered, he had to slash 2 knives and Shazang's face suddenly turned ashen. No matter what he said, he was also a dignified ninja sword with 7 people. In order to recover a small life, he even took the initiative to kill all his subordinates and set up a vote. However, now Long Yu has to slash him twice, which is simply a shame. However, when he thought of the pufferfish ghost Watermelon Mountain and the Black Holea, who died under Long Yu's hands, Loquat Shazang's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I will let you cut 2 knives and give you some chakra. But, you must keep your promise. Voice fell, a look of determination flashed across Loquat Shizo's face, and he stabbed the beheading knife on the ground with his backhand. Chopping block of fish and meat, like being slaughtered by others. Hee, it's just a joke, you don't have to take it too seriously, but if you choose to surrender, I still want to leave something for you. Long Yu smiled playfully, and the blood-colored light quickly spread out in his pupils. Loquat Shazang's expression was stagnant, and the moment he met Long Yu's line of sight, he secretly shouted that something was wrong. Unfortunately, before he had the slightest reaction, the whole soul seemed to be pulled out. Directly inhaled into the Jugo Jade writing wheel eye. However, this strange feeling soon dissipated. After the sky turned around that Shazang of Loquat was able to wake up. It was as if he had fallen into the water, and he was drenched all over. The clothes on the back were also soaked through. Looking at Long Yu's blood-colored eyes, his nerves tightened and he quickly lowered his head. Don't worry, I just left a hypnotic suggestion in your deep consciousness. Unless you can meet someone who is stronger than my illusion, don't even think about being able to unlock it. Long Yu smiled and patted Loquat Shazang on the shoulder. However, I'm a good person. As long as you don't betray me casually, I won't kill you. Hearing these words, Loquat Shazang's face stiffened, but he remained silent. It can be considered a good person to give people this kind of illusion and hypnosis suggestion. In this world, I am afraid there are no bad people anymore. What's more, after personal experience, Long Yu almost fell into the illusion and hypnosis space with just one look. Chapter 68. I still owe you this head. Loquat Shazang finally understands why the watermelon mountain pufferfish and the black Holeya were killed. This kind of existence is not at all that they can compete with. He thought about it. He was hypnotized by Long Yu in his deep consciousness, and under the clenching of his teeth, Loquat Shazang finally gave up even the last trace of arrogance. Sir, Loquat Shazang will never betray you. If you want to find the girl who was kidnapped, I can show you the way. Shazang, who instantly turned into a grass shaking his head, Long Yu didn't care. In a world where the weak eat the strong, fist poop is the truth. If you can't win, there are only two options. One is to die, the other is to become a subordinate of others. It can be said that Shazang of Loquat is a wise man who knows how to judge the situation. Otherwise, Long Yu doesn't mind being half disabled, and then asks the matter clearly. I want to know where the three tails are. Long Yu went straight to the theme. Loquat Shazang's expression changed involuntarily. I thought that Long Yu was just going to save people, but I didn't expect that he would plan to shoot at Sanwei. But thinking of Long Yu's powerful illusion just now, as well as the rumored strength, the existence of the coveted tail beast is not impossible. My lord, Sanwei and Luwei do exist in our mist ninja village, but except for Yugao who has always left the village, the whereabouts of Sanwei have never appeared. Loquat Shazang said in a deep voice. And the Hokage timeline he is in is more than 10 years different from the original. He just knew that Nohara Rin was taken away, and then became the person of the three tails. Kirito Ninja Village planned to release the seal inside Nohara Rin after returning to Konoha Ninja Village, and release the three tails to wreak havoc in order to attract Konoha's rear. To draw a heavy stroke for this war. Unfortunately, Rin Nohara was killed by Kakashi in the middle, causing the plan to fail. Mitsuo was finally sealed in his body by Mizukage Yakura, the fourth generation. As for what happened before this, Long Yu didn't know either. Now did Long Yu notice something wrong with the mention of Loquat Shazang. In the original work, the first generation of water shadows, the second generation of water shadows, and the fourth generation of water shadows have appeared. Only the three generations of water shadows disappeared after just a little soy sauce when they came out. Not even a name. Long Yu once suspected that the third generation of water shadows may be the three-tailed person Zuli. If the third generation of water shadow is the human column force, due to special reasons, like the Uzumaki Mito, it is necessary to convert the human column force container. Therefore, the target was shifted to Nohara Rin, and the rear attack plan was implemented. This process led to the death of the third generation of Mizukage, and the fourth generation of Mizukage, Yakura, came to the stage naturally. It is precisely because of the lack of the three generations of Mizukage that the next four generations of Mizukage Yakura were brought into the soil by Uchiha, so they could be easily controlled. Then the blood fog was intensified, and under the tyranny of the tyranny, no one could stop it. Shazang, do you know where the third generation of water shadows is? Take me to see it. Long Yu said lightly. Loquat Shazang couldn't help but startled. My lord, the three water shadows are also very mysterious in the Mist Ninja Village, and they rarely appear, but if you say this, I also suspect that the three generations of water shadows are human pillars. He is now in Dongyu Lake in the territory of Wunin Village, and I will take you there now. Loquat Shazang didn't hesitate at all, but he was worried that if he slowed down by half a beat, Long Yu would slash a knife directly on his back. Let's go. Long Yu did not hesitate. If the third generation of Mizukage is really the three-tailed person Zuli, then Nohara Rin will definitely appear there. It's good to be rescued at that time. Now Long Yu's first priority is to solve the problem of lack of blue. In the land of water, travel eastward to the lake. This is a huge lake with no end in sight. Dozen figures rushed out of the woods and soon landed on a rocky cliff that resembled an altar. Looking down, you can see the sheer cliffs battered by waves of wind and waves. 3 huge stone pillars, 20 to 30 meters high. The surrounding rocky ground is engraved with strange sealing techniques. In a cloak is sitting here cross-legged. 3 generations of Mizuying adults, we brought them back. A man with a fancy mask said in a deep voice. Just bring it back. 3 generations of water shadows is unusually hoarse, giving people an inexplicable harshness. The moment he raised his head suddenly, a terrifying face was revealed, and even the ninjas present couldn't hold back their breath and took a half step back. Don't be afraid, this is the manifestation of the tailed beast's backlash. The seal in my body is almost unable to suppress it. Mizukage's hoarse voice sounded again. I originally planned to transfer the tailed beast directly into Yakura's body, but I didn't expect that the battle at the Northwest Pass would cause a lot of losses to our mist ninja village. Daimyo is already furious. If our plan doesn't work this time, our mist ninja village will lose the trust of the daimyo. The faces of the ninjas present couldn't help but change, and the leader mist ninja couldn't hold back his breath. 3 generations, is the battle at the Northwest Pass really true? Konoha really has such a terrifying existence. If he appears on the battlefield, do we have a good chance of winning? In the Lianwu Ninja Village, the most vicious and famous Wu Ninja group of 7 people, 2 of them were beheaded. For these untitled ninjas, Feather is a complete nightmare. HMPH, you really lost the prestige of our mist ninja village. A wearing ninja walked out in the dark. It's the 7 members of the 7 people, Kurihara Kushimaru-sama. The head of the mist ninja had a happy expression on his face. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, the guinea pig and the black Ho Lei Fang were beheaded. However, the appearance of Kururi Kushiwan, one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, is still a boost for them. HMPH, there are strengths among the 7 people and the 7 groups. Watermelon Mountain and Leia can only be considered inferior. How can they compare with me? Kururi Kushimaru said coldly. The loquat Shazang who is on the mission this time is even better at silent killing. If I join forces with him, even if that person comes, he will have to die. Listening to these boastful remarks, the crowd did not dare to make trouble. Loquat Shazang is good at beheading with a big sword, coupled with the technique of silent murder, it can kill people in the invisible. However, this method, if paired with the long knife sewing needle of Kurihara Kushiwan, will be even more powerful. In the fog, under the ground spider suture cast by the long knife needle, who would find a steel thread the size of a hair? If it is discovered, I am afraid it is time to be decapitated. Kuri Kushimaru, you're bragging to you with me again. The voice of Loquat Shazang suddenly came. At the same time as the group of mist ninjas were tense, they soon saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It's Lord Shazang. Who took the lead, had a look of joy in his eyes. During the arrest just now, with Loquat Shizo as the queen, they were worried about what danger they would encounter. Now that the Loquat Shazang can come back alive to reunite, it means that the mission is perfectly over. Shazang, you're still dawdling, aren't you just dealing with Konoha's little boys? Hell, it takes so much time. Kuri Kushimaru said unhappily, I didn't leave a living room. If I owe something, maybe I can help you deal with the aftermath. In the eyes of the outside world, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 7 people seem to be a group. However, the Mist Ninja Village advocates that the strong are respected, as well as the title of the Blood Fog, and there are still many open and secret battles between 7 people and 7 people. It's true that I owe something. The Loquat Shazang landed on the side of Li Hao Kushiwan, and the 5 fingers suddenly clenched the beheading sword. Go directly to the chestnut skewer pill. I still owe you this head. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Li Hun Kushiwan couldn't react for a while at such a close distance. He could only hurriedly raise the long knife and sewing needle in his hand to block. However, in the face of the powerful beheading sword, this defense is obviously insufficient. Knife, the neck is probably scrapped in half. 3 tails. 3 generations of Mizukage shouted angrily. A scarlet tail rushed out of his body and directly hit the beheading sword. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. The power of the tailed beast was so great that the beheading sword in the hands of Loquat Shizo almost flew out of his hand. A miss. Loquat Shizang didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly cast the fog concealment technique and quickly retreated. Shizang, who gave you the confidence to assassinate me? It's too late to leave now. Kururi Kushimaru drank in embarrassment. A moment ago, he was still bragging about teaming up with Loquat Shizang and being able to easily assassinate the enemy. I didn't even expect that the speed of the face slap was so fast, and there was a popping sound. Ninja spider stitches. Inkuri Arashimaru's hand was instantly released. Steel wire was like a spider web, winding around Loquat Shizang's body. Breakthrough in the wind. The 3 generations of water shadows were also shooting, and the flying spells fell. The fog that shrouded the sky was instantly blown away. Seeing the figure of Loquat Shizang, he just rushed out of the 7 or 8 steps, and at the same time his face was filled with joy, his pupils suddenly contracted. A figure like a ghost appeared in front of Kururi Kushimaru. The ferocious blade in his hand is a shark muscle. Lend your chakra to use it, my friend. Long Yu smiled playfully, the muscles in his right hand were highlighted, his strength soared instantly, and the shark muscle in his hand slashed towards the chestnut string pill head-on. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the huge head was thrown straight away. He just shot the long knife and sewing needle in his hand, and he never thought that there would be a figure hidden in the fog. Moreover, this person is still holding the big sword shark muscle of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Does this mean that the person in front of him is the rumored blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu? Too young. This is the last thought that flashed in Kuri Arashimaru's mind. Looking at the young man in front of him, the sky and the earth were constantly flying, and the head of Li Shuan Kushiwan smashed heavily to the ground. Dead. The face of the mist ninja present changed drastically. A moment ago, still, running the train with his mouth full, boasting that the 7 people of ninja knives are not afraid of the sky and the earth are not afraid of the earth. In one face, he was beheaded. This would be too shocking. Long Yu, you are here. Nohara Rin woke up in a coma. When I saw the figure in front of me clearly, tears welled up in my eyes. When she went to the battlefield, Nohara Rin had already made up her mind to die. When she was caught, she already had the consciousness of death. But at a critical moment, being rescued by someone, this feeling cannot be described in words. At least at this moment, Nohara Rin's heart seemed to be moved by an invisible big hand. Yes, it is the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu. Oh my god, why did he appear here? He's the one at the Northwest Pass. Killing God. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The fog around him all pulled away and retreated violently. At this moment, in their eyes, only by the side of the 3 generations of water shadows, will they feel a sense of security. Kacha kacha. The sound of chewing came out from the shark muscle. A stream of chakra was transported into Long Yu's body by the shark muscle, feeling the chakra gradually filling up. Long Yu did not continue to pursue, but instead looked at the 3 generations of water shadows not far away. In the Fog Ninja Village, the 3 generations of water shadows are the most mysterious, but they can be selected as the existence of the 3 generations of water shadows after the 2nd generation of water shadows and the 2nd generation of soil shadows. However, looking at the face full of scales, Long Yu finally understood why the 3 generations of water shadows have always been mysterious. It turns out that you are a failed person, Zuli. Long Yu said lightly. These words fell, many people's nerves were tense. Even the Loquat Shizang is no exception. Boss, why do you say that? Loquat Shizang couldn't hold his breath anymore. He surrendered to Long Yu as his younger brother. However, he has always been one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Also very interested in the 3 generations of water shadows who have always maintained a sense of mystery, as one of the 7 members of the 7 members of the Loquat Juzo. After all, in the Mist Ninja Village, the strong are respected, and each of them has a rebellious heart. Feel dissatisfied with the 3 generations of water shadows that always maintain the so-called mystery. Now Long Yu suddenly told them that the 3rd generation of water shadows was a failed human Zuli, which obviously tickled their brains. I didn't expect that even the always rebellious Loquat Shizang surrendered. It seems that I really underestimate you. The hoarse voice of the 3 generations of water shadows sounded. Suddenly looking up, the cloak was lifted directly by the wind, revealing a face covered with scales. It feels like a fish man. This is the true face of the 3 generations of water shadows. The expression of the Mist Ninja present changed drastically, and some people couldn't hold back their breath and took a half step back. Seeing this scene, even Loquat Shizang's pupils could not help but shrink. Hee, no wonder you are so eager to kidnap Nohara Rin and take such a big risk to sneak into the hinterland of the Land of Earth. Long Yu didn't feel any surprise and said, it seems that the seal in your body won't last long, and it will soon be attacked by the tailed beast. Between the Land of Water and the Land of Land, there is also a small country separated by a small country, and it takes so much trouble to sneak in to arrest people, which is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, in the original work, after Nohara Rin was used as a tailed beast weapon and failed, it was directly inherited by the 4th generation Mizuka Gyakura. Long Yu guessed that something was wrong. Now it seems that Meng guessed correctly. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu? Sandai Shuiying didn't care about his appearance, raised his green eyes and said, among the young people, you are really good. You can see that there is a problem with my seal, if it is from our Wuren village. Man, you say how good it should be. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Chapter 69, The 3 Great Toads. Lord Suiying, are you planning to recruit me to go to Mist Ninja Village and give me the position of the 4th generation of Suiying? The condition is really good. Hee, you are indeed a smart person, but you are not from our village, and you Uchiha clan have a lot of scandals, and you are also a difficult role in Konoha. If I give you the position of Mizuyage, I'm afraid Wu Ninja Village will be changed to another village. Mizukage shook his head and said, although, the position of the Water Shadow cannot be given to you, but as long as you join our Mist Ninja Village, I can make the decision to make you a great elder and exercise the greatest power under the Water Shadow, including the power of life and death. These words fell, the face of the Mist Ninja in the field suddenly changed. Even among the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Black Holea, and the Kuri Hakuin Maru were all killed by Long Yu Shinsho. The rebellious Loquat Shizang also surrendered willingly. 7 ninja swords, 7 people, only 3 people left. 3. Now Long Yu is also made the great elder of the water country, able to exercise the power of life and death. It was a nightmare for them. Boy, have you thought about it? 3 generations of water shadows spoke again. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, it seems that I am still being underestimated. A broken village in a mere district cannot satisfy my ambition at all. My goal is the entire ninja world. No, it should be said, my goal is not limited to this world. Crazy. Listening to these words, the only thought flashed in everyone's mind. Even this kind of sweet pastry refused, and at the same time openly said such crazy words. That is to challenge the authority of the entire ninja world. The expression of the 3 generations of water shadows also changed slightly, his face sank, and he said, boy, you are too arrogant, it seems that we can't talk. Yes, we can't talk about it, so should we do something? Long Yu said playfully. Such a provocative move made the face of the 3 generations of water shadows gloomy to the extreme. Murderous intent flashed in his pupils, and he roared angrily. Okay, since we can't talk, then you can die with me. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly came out of the body of the 3rd generation of water shadows. The next moment, three tails like long whips shot out from behind and lashed directly at Long Yu. The shot is made, it is completely tailed beast. No, it should be said that the three generations of Mizuying clearly intend to give up the suppression of the tailed beast and let it go berserk. The violent attack was simply overwhelming. And in the process of beating, the tail is still expanding. Boss, be careful. Lo Kuat Shizang's face changed drastically. In the face of the liberation of the three tails, he has the urge to support, but in the face of the fierceness of the tailed beast, it is obviously not that he can fight against it. Go back, this tailed beast is interesting, you can play. Long Yu smiled playfully. Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and the blood-colored pupil power surged out like a frenzy, instantly turning into Susanoo. Bang! Three thick tails, like iron whips, slammed Susanoo's body. The huge impact caused a gust of wind, and even the surrounding trees were shaken by it. However, in the face of this blow, not to mention Long Yu who was in Susanoo, even Susanoo couldn't shake it. Blade of Black Flame, Garuda. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and the 9-goose jade writing wheel eye turned frantically, and the black flames of Susanoo's right hand skyrocketed, instantly condensing a blade that was burning with raging flames. Without any bells and whistles, just slashed the three tails. The violent blow made the pupils of the three generations of water shadows flash with a hint of shock. Without thinking too much, he quickly pulled his tail back. At the same time, the mouth opened, and the huge chakra was poured into it, detonating like a frenzy. The technique of escaping the great waterfall by water. The endless water, like a raging tide, rushes toward the black flames. However, under a slight touch, the endless river water was instantly evaporated, and the blade of black flames chased one of the tails away. PFF'd. The sound of torn fabrics sounded silently. Even Long Yu was a little surprised by the sharpness of the blade of black flame. Although he saw Uchiha Sasuke use Amaterasu as an arrow in the original book, he did not expect the power to be so powerful. No, it should be said that the current power is stronger than that of Uchiha Sasuke. The huge tail was cut off by the middle. The black flames spread rapidly to both sides like maggots on the toe bones. Roar! The scorching high temperature and the heart-piercing pain made Miyoshi Furuo roar frantically. Just now, he occupied all the wills of the three generations of water shadows. However, it only showed the state of half-human pillar power. In the eyes of Mio Isofuke, facing a mere little kid, this is enough. It never occurred to him that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Above the cliff, the 2.5 tails rolled wildly, under the impact of endless seawater. The black flame jumped, but it didn't go out. Under the impact of a large number of water waves, the speed of the spread is slowed down. If it continues, I am afraid that the tail will not be guaranteed. I'm afraid even the small life is no exception. Cough, I advise you, it is still a gecko with a broken tail. As a tailed beast, you will be able to recover soon. Long Yu coughed dryly and acted as a good old man. Of course, if you don't mind 2 cats, you can also make a cameo. The small voice, as if filled with magic sound, reverberated in the whole world. Who was present hurriedly fled to the distance, and even Lo Kuat Shizang looked stunned. Long time, in their cognition, every riot of the tailed beast is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even many elders and elite ninjas in the village sacrificed their lives to be able to reluctantly suppress it. However, now Long Yu is making fun of the tailed beast in the public eye. That kind of breezy attitude made them feel like they were in a dream. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the occasion, I'm afraid they couldn't help but slap people to see if they were dreaming. Boy, you are courting death. Sano Isofu roared in rage. Like a thunderous explosion, the entire lake was shaken with endless ripples. Under the sound, it made the eardrums hurt even more. However, this kind of backbone persisted for less than 3 seconds, and under the infusion of chakra in the mouth of Miiso Isofu, a high-pressure water jet shot out, instantly cutting off the tail that was entangled in black flames. Blood dripped and dyed the entire lake red. Seeing Isofuk Mio, who really chose to dock the gecko's tail, the people in the field were dumbfounded. Is this still a tailed beast? Why does the dignity of the tailed beast survive? It should be said, where did the fierceness of the tailed beast go? Feeling the changes in the eyes around her, Iso Mitsua's cheeks were also twitching. Looking at Long Yu, who was close at hand, he was completely mad. Roar! The crazy roar resounded suddenly. At the same time as the three tails quickly grew, the figure of the three generations of water shadows was squeezed out, turning into a blood mist that scattered in the sky and the earth. The huge and ferocious body of dozens of meters quickly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Bloody eyes stared straight at Long Yu. Zupin took a big mouth, and it was a big move to express the resentment in his heart. Bang bang bang. Three water cannonballs blasted out in an instant. A close distance, the speed is so fast that people can't hide. Good come. But behind Susanoo, a pair of wings instantly spread out and directly blocked in front of him. Boom! Three sky-shattering explosions suddenly echoed. The splashing water waves swept the world, ravaging the whole world like a torrential rain. The Mist Ninja and the Loquat Tenzo in the distance bore the brunt of the impact. They were hit by these water currents and used ninjutsu to block them one after another. However, at such a life-threatening moment, they were still reluctant to take their eyes off the battlefield for a moment, for fear of missing out on this shocking battle. They eagerly wanted to see what confidence Long Yu had in the face of the legendary tailed beast to speak such sarcastic remarks. Splashes of water fell from the sky, making Susanoo's figure appear again. In the face of this indiscriminate bombardment, Susanoo's defense was obviously not so easy to break. However, Long Yugong and Uchiha Madara had a battle, and the pupil power and chakra also consumed a lot. If they continued to fight for a long time, it would obviously be disadvantageous. If the brain is not flooded, it will never fight Chakrado with the tail beast. Boy, don't hide in the turtle shell. Neo Isofuk roared like thunder. Cough, do you have cognitive impairment? You seem to be the king. Long Yu coughed dryly and said, however, don't say I bullied you. As long as you defeat my subordinates, so what if I stand and let you fight? The inexplicable words made Loquat Shazang's spine suddenly chill. Who was standing not far from him, also pulled away. In their eyes, looking around the audience, only Loquat Shazang was Long Yu's subordinate. Looking at the world of ninja, the 7 people of ninja swords may be a bit arrogant. But in front of Sanwei, it's just scum. Now pushed out to fight, there's only one result. Be a cannon fodder. Shizang, don't look sad, you can't afford it on this occasion. Long Yu rolled his eyes. When the index finger of the right hand was put in the mouth and bitten, the moment blood gushed out, the palm of the hand swiped, and the hands quickly turned around like a wheel. It's a magic trick. While Loquat Shazang breathed a sigh of relief, he was also secretly surprised. In his eyes, many people can do psychics. There are very few psychic beasts who can psychic out and fight against the tailed beast. Sano Isofu was stunned for a while, and then he laughed unscrupulously. Boy, you're going to use this kind of trick to deal with me. It's too contempt for me. If you can really channel something, come, what if I let you have both hands? A loud voice echoed in the sky. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, I'm only afraid of you, and I'll hate that the tail is not enough after a while. The art of psychic. When the voice fell, Long Yu slapped the ground with his right hand. Boom! Zanao's psychic seal quickly spread around, and the next moment, the smoke rising into the sky surged open. The 3 huge bodies are as shocking as an iron tower. Looking at the psychic beast whose size and 3 tails did not give in at all, let alone the beheading sword in the hands of Loquat Juzo, they were shocked and fell to the ground. Even Neo Isofu almost bit his tongue. Boy, call us out so quickly, this is not a game, if there is nothing important, don't blame us for turning our backs. Toad went to let out a breath of smoke, squinting slightly and staring at Long Yu. However, compared to it, Toad Jian and Toad Hero's pupils shrank suddenly. Cough cough, I really like to hear what you said, Mrs. Wen, and I don't even pay attention to the tailed beast. This courage is not lost to the boss of Meowmoo Mountain. The rest of the matter, the three of you will solve it, don't beat him to death. Give me some breath, I want to catch it alive. Long Yu coughed dryly and said with a smile. Toad Wen was so stunned, it only felt that there was a dead silence in the air just now. He hurriedly turned his head to follow the gazes of Toad Ken and Toad Hero, and Mitsuo Isofu was the first to catch his eye with a bewildered look on his face. At this moment, they have a kind of feeling of inexplicable pity for each other. All been duped. At this moment, Miyo-Shifu can't wait to swallow back what he just said. This slap in the face is too fast. In front of him may not be afraid of it alone. But now that three are summoned with one summon, such strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the Toad Bunta, who led the team, even had a hard time with Ikkyo Morizuru in the original book. Still, when it appeared, it was easy to recognize it. It seems that in the original work, Toad Wentai has no less entailed beasts. Perhaps, during the Second World War of the Ninja World, Jiraiya let it fight the tailed beast. However, compared to the past, Toad Bunta felt a little sympathetic to Mio Isofuke. It would be nice for a normal person to be able to summon one of them at a time. Now, as soon as Long Yu summons, he will pull out Meowmushin's three major forces to help out, and then it will inevitably be a team to beat the order. The action of the fat-tailed beast. On the huge rocky cliffs. Sandao, who is not inferior to Santai's huge body, looked straight at the sad-tailed beast in front of him. Wu Ninja and Loquat Shizang in the distance were also stunned. At this moment, they finally understood a truth. To offend the golden glitter than the bloody Asura. In the face of tailed beasts, Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god technique may not be of much use. But in the face of Long Yu's endless means. Once summoned, there are three psychic beasts. Does this riding a horse still allow the tailed beast to live? Boy, are you tricking us? Toad Wentai didn't even have the mood to smoke dry cigarettes, and as soon as he blew the bullshit, he was hit by the bullshit. Seeing Sanwei's stunned face, his heart was not relieved. After all, this is a real tailed beast. Nita Wen, it's hard to blow, even if you are kneeling, you have to take things up, otherwise you will lose the old faces of the two adults, Fukasaku and Shima. Long Yu said with a smile. Faces of the three toads couldn't help changing, and when they looked at Long Yu, there was a little more shock. You actually know the existence of the two adults. Toad Wen said too hastily. In Meowmoo Mountain, the three immortals are mysterious existences, and it is difficult for ordinary people to know them. Chapter 70, Braised. Among the many psychic contractors, only Jiraiya knows. This led to the fact that in the original work, after Jiraiya died, if Fukasaku hadn't personally come to the door, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know what immortals are. You bastards, you dare to ignore me. Mio Isofu roared angrily. As a dignified tailed beast, it has always been frightening to hear, and has been ignored. With the huge chakra surging frantically, Miiso Mitsua's mouth suddenly opened. Tail beast pill, endless chakra infusion, an indescribable dangerous breath, spread out. If there is any nonsense, we will talk about it later, and solve it for me first. Long Yu said lightly. Toad Wentai hesitated, then snorted coldly and said, Jian, Guang, your movements are not slow, right? We will implement special tactics. Got it. Toad Jian and Toad Guang agreed in unison, and they seemed more honest than Toad Wentai. Looking for death. The three tails roared again and again, and it was a shame to be despised by the three psychic beasts as a tailed beast. The tailed beast jade accumulated in his mouth exploded suddenly. PFF'd. The huge water polo, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, instantly penetrated the air, and shot towards the three toads in a rolling posture. Go. Toad Wen is too cold to drink. Three toads were originally known for their strong jumping power, and they exploded under huge explosions. Which was already under enormous pressure, collapsed at this foot. At the same time as the three figures rose to the sky, after the tailed beast Jade was shot from the mouth of the three tails, the huge body fell straight to the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast Jade fell into the air in an instant, hitting the mountains in the distance, and endless waves of water fell from the sky, like a torrential rain. And waves made Loquat Shazang and the others unable to even stand up. Some big trees that only adults can embrace, can't bear this kind of impact, and cut them off directly. The oncoming rain will not destroy half the mountain in that instant. This riding on a horse is a fight between gods, and these mortals suffer. Hide in Susano like Long Yu, without being affected. Go ahead, Toad dagger back strike. Double knives. Toad fork off. Three roars suddenly sounded, making the three-tailed nerves that volley fell into the lake suddenly tense. However, in midair, its huge body cannot move flexibly at all. The blink of an eye, Toad Wentai slammed his feet on the cliff, and his huge body, like a cannonball, appeared in front of him first. The short knife in his hand suddenly flipped down and slashed towards its chest. You Toad looking for death. The three tails roared again and again. Like a horned dragon, the two tails twitched quickly, intending to swipe at Toad Bunta head-on. Unfortunately, as soon as it moved, the two huge swords in Toad Hero's hand slashed directly on its back, pressing down the two tails. At the same time, the huge fork in Toad Jian's hand suddenly threw out. When the three tails could not dodge in time, they directly hit the neck. Bang! The attack of the three toads exploded with power like thunder. The huge body of the three tails, like a sandbag, flew upside down directly to the shallow water beach by the lake. With a loud roar, the ground was smashed to pieces. A huge fork nailed it to the ground abruptly. Roar! The three tails were in a daze, shaking their head hastily, and roaring angrily at the same time. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the three toads standing in three directions with their horn-like postures. Rapid flip of both hands, a series of spell marks were formed. Huge chakras are mobilized frantically in their bodies. Joint ninjutsu, Toad Sanshui kills. The last magic seal, accompanied by the sudden clasped hands. The water waves rolling around, instantly turned into horned dragons, madly entwining towards the three tails. The speed is so fast that it is dazzling, just a short breath. Directly bind all the hands, feet and feet of Sanwei, including the mouth. At this moment, the three toads used magic to make the surrounding lake water the best means for them to seal and suppress. Boy, we have already suppressed the tortoise according to your request. Can you take it away or kill it? Then it's up to you. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. The three big toads seem to suppress the tailed beast with ease, most of which are tricky. Moreover, the three tails directly attacked Renzuli, otherwise, if they could cooperate with Renzuli, they would be able to perform more powerful ninjutsu. Pity that both hands are hard to beat with 4 punches. Tailed Beast is also afraid of being beaten by the group. Facing the three big toads, the three tails are now only staring and screaming unwillingly. I'm here. Long Yu Juyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain, and the wings behind Susanoo suddenly shook, turning into a streamer and falling to the battlefield below. Loquat Tozo and the group of Kirin, obviously forgetting their opposing positions, hurriedly approached the edge of the cliff, staring down with wide eyes. They eagerly wanted to see how Long Yu had the confidence to recover the tailed beast that was so ferocious that even the 3 generations of water shadows could not suppress it successfully. This idea also appeared in the minds of the 3 toads. Toad Wentai looked at Long Feng with a little more playfulness. Human, you can't suppress me for too long with 3 toads alone. As long as I get away, I will definitely kill you. Sanwei couldn't open his mouth, but he was obviously able to speak in other ways. The rolling voices echoed in the heaven and earth, making the eardrums hurt. Feeling that Toad Wen was too obviously not working hard, Long Yu reluctantly dispersed Susanoo and said, I'll give you a chance now, surrender obediently, or I'll have to do it. Give me a chance. From Sanwei's mouth and said, you can't even maintain the defense, and you are planning to scare me, but I am scared by Sanwei. Is that right? Long Yu shook his head helplessly. Since you don't drink a toast and drink a fine drink, then I can only be rough. The inexplicable words fell, and Long Yu suddenly raised his head. Of Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes, when he touched his line of sight a little, he felt that the whole world was spinning. Don't look him in the eyes. Toad Wentai hurriedly bit his tongue. Last time, it suffered from the loss of the dragon feather illusion, so it was able to react in time. Pity that Toad Jian and Toad Guang's experience is obviously insufficient, and it is too late to respond. He lost consciousness directly and fell into the illusion space. This scene caused Toad Wentai's complexion to change dramatically, and the sealing technique was simultaneously suppressed by the three toads. Now Toad Hero and Toad Jian have lost consciousness, which means that the seal will be lifted. Once the furious-tailed beast escapes, it will be a fatal blow to them. However, as the seal was lifted, Sanwei, who had run wild, lay on the ground without making any movement. A pair of eyes, a scarlet 9-go jade writing wheel eye mark appeared. The violent scene shook the heart of Toad Bunta. Even the tailed beast was trapped in the illusion. Wentai, what happened? Toad Jian and Toad Guang woke up from the illusion, and there was still fear on their faces. When I thought about the brief absence, if the tailed beasts succeeded in their sneak attack, the word, fallen, would definitely not be far away from them. It's an illusion, don't look at that kid's eyes, or you'll be tricked. Toad Wen reminded too hastily. Toad Jian and Toad Hero's expressions suddenly changed, they quickly suppressed their curiosity and missed Long Yu's sight. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts, they were actually caught in the illusion, and before they could break free, a cold air emerged from the bottom of their feet. The consciousness space, Long Yu saw the three tails trapped here. To pull the three tails into the deep illusion, it is not difficult to use Long Yu's perfect kaleidoscope writing wheel eye to display the moon reading. Moreover, the three tails did not have the help of Zuli, and could not use the two chakras of different attributes to collide with each other and cancel the illusion inside. It can be said that this is also one of the huge weaknesses of the tailed beast's lack of human pillar strength. The blood color is entangled in the consciousness space, and the bodies of illusory tailed beasts are quickly emerging. The three tails trapped in the middle, the limbs in the three tails that were pinned to the ground, were bitten frantically. From the spiritual level is exactly the same as real pain. Kakashi was in the moon reading that day, but it was only a short moment, but he felt that he was stabbed by a random knife for 3 days and 3 nights. He stayed in the ward for more than a week before he managed to recover. This is still Uchiha Itachi's monthly reading when he is seriously ill and has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which is still defective and has not reached the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. In the original novel, Madara can control the 9 tails with his eyes wide open, even Uchiha Obito is no exception. This shows that the external strength of the 9-tailed beasts is reflected in the chakra, and in terms of spirituality, compared to the people of the Uchiha family who have kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, it is not enough to see. Raise the kaleidoscope writing wheel to the extreme through the system of instant full level, reaching the level of Jugoyu. There are also 3 big toads that suppressed Sanwei at the beginning, and it was too easy for Long Yu to let Sanwei fall into the moon reading. Boy, let me go quickly, there is a kind, have a good fight with me. The 3 tails growled hysterically. Although it clearly knew that it was an illusion, but faced with the pain of Yueyu's real reflection, Sanwei now directly felt as if he was being bitten by the fish meat placed on the chopping board. Looking at the huge body, after being gnawed, it recovered again. In the case of a constant cycle, the scalp becomes numb. It seems that you still do not intend to surrender. Long Yu rested his head on his hands, and suddenly turned and left. With my current pupil strength, you should still be here for 3 or 5 days. It's fine if someone saves you outside, otherwise you can enjoy it slowly. Seeing Long Yu really stride away, and the tearing pain that came from all over his body, the state of mind that Sanwei had survived for thousands of years was unbearable. You, what do you want me to do? Three Tails exclaimed. It was the first time that he was so worried about a human being and disappeared in front of it. Long Yu's steps couldn't help but stop, looking back at Santai, who was holding back the pain, trembling with pain, and wanted to scream. Long Yu laughed dryly, and said, "It's nothing, I am born with a lack of blue. The shot is also a big move, so chakra can't keep up, if you're willing to stay by my side. When I don't have enough chakra, just splurge on me and that's it." A small voice echoed in this consciousness space. Sanwei couldn't help but stunned, and said anxiously, "You're spending so much trouble because of this. You don't need to force me to go to the battlefield, to participate in the war." With a sneer, "Is it worth it? You are weaker than me. In my heyday, 10 balls can solve you. If it weren't for the fact that you have a lot of chakra, I would be too lazy to do it." Shame. Sanwei was shaking with anger. The dignified tailed beast is a frightening existence. To be pointed at the nose and said to be a drag oil bottle, this is not even the dignity of a tailed beast. If it were someone else, Sanwei would be in a hurry with him. Pity that now the situation is stronger than others, and Long Yu is easily trapped in the illusion space. This anger clearly couldn't burst out. What's more, if it is as simple as Long Yu said, this transaction is not unacceptable. Okay, I promise you, but you can't restrict my personal freedom, and you can't seal me casually. Neo Isofuk finally couldn't hold his breath anymore. Feeling the stinging pain in the whole body, it was eager to get Long Yu's response immediately. "Don't worry." Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "However, don't say anything, otherwise don't blame me for turning your face and burning you red." Braised Santai's expression suddenly changed. These words sounded like a joke, but after experiencing Long Yu's methods in person, it is very clear that the other party can absolutely do it. This battle is from the beginning to the present. Except for the fight at the beginning, all three summon toads participated in the battle. Although, the three tails were suppressed by the seal, and their strength was greatly weakened. But Long Yu was able to pull it into the illusion space with just one look. This is enough to show how big the gap between the two sides is. Okay, let's go out now. The blood in Long Yu's eyes rolled back like a tide. In the three-tailed consciousness space collapsed into the sky and the earth, and the next moment Long Yu disappeared out of thin air. Outside, everything that happens in the consciousness space seems very complicated and long. However, in the eyes of the three toads, it was only a blink of an eye. Seeing the reflection of the Jugo Jade writing wheel in Sanwei's pupils suddenly disappear, their nerves suddenly tense up. "I'm afraid that kid has failed, let's hurry up and recast the sealing technique." Toad Wen shouted too hastily. It doesn't want to obey Long Yu's orders, but at this juncture, it can't allow it to think too much. If the three-tailed runaway is successful, they will not be able to bear it. "What's the fuss about, nervous about?" Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The hands of the three toads that were just preparing to seal the seal suddenly stopped, looking at Long Yu's relaxed look. Chapter 71, The Art of Flying Thunder God. Hold back, he hurriedly looked at Sanwei. When he saw Mitsuha regaining his sanity, he called out Uchiha-sama very meekly. The three toads were directly petrified in place. This is brainwashing. No. If the speed of brainwashing is too fast. Just staring at him for a moment, thinking about it makes people feel the chills in the spine. Okay, this is so awkward for Uchiha-sama. Long Yu rolled his eyes, not expecting Sanwei to be so unscrupulous, so he changed his tune so quickly. "Let's call it Lord Long from now on. Also, your body is a little too big, you should be able to become as big as a rag doll." Long Yu said while making gestures. It was as if he planned to take Mitsuha with him. "Boy, I call you Uchiha-sama. It has already given you a lot of face, and even made me a ragdoll. What is the dignity of my tailed beast?" The chakra within the three tails rose into the sky. That feeling is that shite can't be humiliated at all. The three toads couldn't help but take a half step back. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, do you plan to continue to go in and be a chopping board for fish and meat reflection, or you are now sealed in a urinal, you choose? Who looked up and down with an interested face. Sanwei couldn't help but shuddered. Hurriedly put on a flattering face and said, Lord Long, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Actually, our tailed beasts were quite cute when we were young. You don't know, that civet cat and fox are just like tisk tisk tisk, and they are always fighting. At that time, I was still a good person to persuade them, otherwise they would not grow up. Looking at the three tails running the train with their mouths full, no matter what. Three toads. The Loquat Shazang and a group of mist ninja who were still watching the battle were completely petrified. The tailed beast's skillful flattery skills made them feel ashamed. The next moment, looking at the mascot-like, very cute appearance, Loquat Tenzo couldn't help but slap Wu Ninja next to him. Tell me, you're not in pain now, you're dreaming. The mist on the side looked sad, covered his cheeks and said, can I say it hurts? And why don't you hit yourself, but it's me who gets hurt. For the shock of everyone, Long Yu did not take it to heart. He gestured for the three tails to land on his shoulder, and after adjusting the size several times, he finally looked at the three big toads with satisfaction. Ms. Wen, thank you very much this time, otherwise I won't be able to solve it. Toad Bunta's cheeks twitched. After seeing it with his own eyes, Long Yu licked the dignified tailed beast like a cat. He didn't believe Long Yu's nonsense. Boy, don't talk nonsense, with your strength, you are enough to deal with the three tails. Toad Wentai took a deep breath and said solemnly, this time you are planning to pass the three tails, so let's convince us. Since you know the existence of Fukasaku and Shima, are you planning to learn the art of immortals like Jiraiya? Look at Toad Bunta who can fully use his brain. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, you are half right. However, I must learn the art of immortals. I know, you will think that I have bad intentions, but this is not up to you. Go back and propose to the two adults, maybe they will agree. Having said this, Long Yu paused and continued, also, tell them that this world is about to change. Toad Wentai's complexion changed, even the two big toads behind him were no exception. These words are very vague, but they have lived for a long time, of course they know what Long Yu's words mean. After the three toads glanced at each other, Toad Wentai snorted coldly and said, Don't worry, I will tell you about these things, this time, don't call us out indiscriminately next time. Abandoning these words, the three toads directly released the psychic technique. These three stupid toads, when they are summoned next time, they encounter other tailed beasts. I don't know what their expressions will be. Sanwei said with schadenfreude. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, I'm hungry, go and bring me back 2 fish. Let the tailed beast catch the fish. Loquat Tenzo just rushed over. Looking at the 3 tails, they really ran to catch them. The whole person almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 7 ninja swordsmen in the Mist Ninja Village, he is also one of the top leaders. Of course, I know that on weekdays, this tailed beast is in the village, but it is worshipped like a god. Now, in front of Long Yu, the relationship and status are completely reversed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Sir, what are your orders? Loquat Shazang came back to his senses. Even the dignified tailed beast has such a low profile, it is even more afraid to be arrogant. Nothing at the moment. Long Yu waved his hand, sat on the reef, and immediately raised his brows and said, by the way, there seems to be a ghost named Gon Persimmon in your Wunin village, you can find him for me. It would be best if you could bring it to me. If you contact me, I will go there in person. Dried persimmon ghost shark Loquat Shazang couldn't help but startled. Immediately, he said, does your lord mean the shark face under the command of the pufferfish ghost? That guy is very simple, he is always fooled by the pufferfish, but he is very strong, and I heard that he is qualified to compete for the position of the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen. As one of the few super rebels in the Mist Ninja Village, the dried persimmon ghost shark, no matter what. Either in the original or here, The appearance of the personality, and the outstanding strength, whether it is gold or shining, can never be wrong. Shazang, you are wrong. Long Yu shook his head and said, his strength will be stronger than yours. Someone is coming, you should leave first. He will be stronger than us. Loquat Shazang's face changed slightly. However, facing Long Yu's words, he did not dare to question. He could only hold his heart full of confusion, turned around and walked away. As for whether he would betray, and whether Loquat Shazang would be gone forever, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. Long Yu, are you all right? 3 figures rushed out of the woods, appearing to be in the dust. Along the way, because Minato Namikaze had never been here, he did not leave the mark of the Flying Thunder God, so he could only bite the bullet and hurry up. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito couldn't take their breath away after nearly a day of frantic rushing. It can be said that they arrived on the battlefield, but did not have the slightest strength to fight. Don't worry, everything has been resolved, the people are over there. Long Yu glanced at Kakashi and the others, and rushed towards the broken cliff. The 3 toads and the 3 tails fought. Long Yu took the opportunity to use Susanoo to secretly hide Nohara Rin and set up a barrier. Now that I count the time, I'm almost awake. Teacher Watergate, wait for us. After Uchiha Obito gasped for a few breaths, he took a sour step. Pity that, like Kakashi, just after a few steps, he fell directly to the ground. I didn't even have the strength to move half a step. Oh, you stay here first, and I'll go take a look. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. Then Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, but the difference in strength is really incomparable. Long Yu, thank you for saving me. Soon as Namikaze Minato stood firm, he saw Nohara Rin flying into Long Yu's arms. Long Yu couldn't help but be startled. It seems that this is the benefit of saving beauty by the way. Ahem, how long are you going to hug? If those 2 guys see it, I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the burp. Namikaze Minato let out a dry cough. As a teacher, of course he can see the taste between the 3 students. Let them know, the woman who ran thousands of miles to save her has thrown her arms around another man. It might feel worse than death. Teacher Minato, what nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Long Yu. Nohara Rin's cheeks were slightly red. It's really nothing, just saved twice, and didn't promise. Long Yu laughed dryly. Long Yu, you. Nohara Rin's cheeks turned even redder, and her head was almost buried in the Xiaolong bow. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it seems that those 2 boys are completely unlikely to be your opponents. Let's go back to the topic, what was the reason for the big explosion just now? On the way there, they saw the impact of the tailed beast Jade from a distance, directly overturning the mountains. This large-scale attack method can be seen as long as it is not blind. I just know that as soon as Long Yu appeared, I fell unconscious for no reason. Nohara Rin said with a look of embarrassment. However, this cannot be blamed on her. She was held hostage along the way, and she was constantly subjected to illusion and hypnotism in preparation for becoming a human pillar. For Nohara Rin, the mental power was completely overdrawn, and it was not bad to be able to wake up for a short time. Here, I met 7 ninja swordsmen, 7 Kuri Kushiwan, and 3 generations of Mizukage. Long Yu did not hide it. He knew very well that the relationship between the 3 toads and Jiraiya would definitely leak these things out secretly. Rather than being challenged, it is better to take the initiative to explain. Long Yu also wanted to see how Konoha would treat him next. You mean Mist Ninja Village, the most mysterious 3 generations of water shadows. Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, shadow-level powerhouses would not appear on the battlefield casually. First is to stabilize the rear and coordinate the entire battle situation. The second is to avoid being ambushed by other ninja villages, resulting in unfavorable situations on the battlefield. Now, Long Yu told him that not only did he meet the 7 people of ninja swords, but also the Mizukage of the Mist Ninja Village is still the most mysterious 3 generations of water shadows. If you don't tell it personally, who would believe it? However, the next moment Namikaze Minato was stunned. If Nohara Rin was taken away by Mist Shinobi headed by Mizukage 3, then Long Yu's opponent will be the 3rd generation of water shadows. Now that Long Yu is standing here unscathed, there is probably only one result. Long Yu, you repelled the 3 generations of water shadows. Minato Namikaze asked in shock. No. Long Yu shook his head and said, I accidentally killed him. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The first half of his speech made Minato Namaifung secretly relieved, and the second half almost crushed his heart. Nohara Lin stood beside her with a dazed expression, unable to react. 5 shadows, as the strongest among the 5 ninja villages, every shadow-level powerhouse is of extraordinary strength. Once they appear on the battlefield, they can definitely change the situation of a battle. Now, Long Yu actually told them that he accidentally killed the 3rd generation of water shadows. This would be too shocking. Long Yu, this joke is not funny. Namikaze Minato put on a stiff smile and said, 3 generations of Mizukage, why did you retreat? Looking at Minato Namikaze who didn't want to believe it, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, am I joking with you? 3 generations of water shadows are human pillars. I have stripped all 3 tails, and they are still there to catch fish for me. Confused. No matter what. Is it Rin Nohara or Minato Namikaze with a confused look? Looking at Long Yu who was talking nonsense with a serious face, Minato Namikaze put on a smile and planned to pat Long Yu on the shoulder. The next moment, the roar that came, made Minato Namikaze's complexion change drastically. Grandma, who asked you to stare at me with such idiotic eyes? I am your Uncle Sanwei. Sano Isofuji's roar was obviously going berserk. Of speaking is full of grandparents. Namikaze Minato hurriedly followed the voice, and the tense voice almost stopped. Looking at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito blocking the turtle with 3 tails and 2 fish in its mouth, the scalp went numb. As the high-level executive of Konoha Ninja Village, he is the most likely to inherit the existence of Hokage. Of course, he has seen the portraits of the big-tailed beasts. The scene in front of you, this is hell. Kakashi, Obito, hurry up and shut up. Namikaze Minato roared in a hurry. At the moment when the Flying Thunder God technique was used, he appeared in front of Kakashi and Obito like a ghost. The violent scene made the 2 of them startled. Pity that the transformation spell was lifted in an instant, and he transformed into a giant tortoise tens of meters in size. 2 of them are shaking their feet and stomachs. Damn it, they were actually teasing a tailed beast just now. To live on this horse, and you're tired of living. Boy, the majesty of the tailed beast must not be violated, bear my endless anger. The 3 tails roared up to the sky. The sky-shattering sound, even the surrounding leaves blowing away, makes the eardrums even more like tearing. Looking at the runaway tailed beast, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were already physically exhausted, and even their footsteps were unsteady. The wind blew, it became the straw that broke the camel's back and fell to the ground. Held the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, and he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. He is best at Flying Thunder God technique. Now that he has not sealed the 9 tails, he cannot use the 9 tails mode at all. There is also no time to learn fairy mode, without the means of mass destruction. Chapter 72, Delicious on Earth. Absolutely no way to deal with such a huge-tailed beast. Little San, don't scare them, you can escape, make me a fire, I want to bake fish. Appeared beside Sanwei's feet, raised his hand and patted it. Who were originally fierce and murderous, were instantly cowardly. Lord Long, wait a moment, I'm going to make a fire now. The 3 tails instantly returned to the size of the mascot. In the eyes of a group of petrified people, they jumped to the woods to pick up firewood. They are not mistaken, this is the ferocious-tailed beast in the legend. This horse riding has become the rhythm of Erha. Long Yu, can you tell me, is this your illusion? Minato Namikaze asked with a stiff expression. And said, if you want to try it, I can let Xiao Saner give you a slap. I've been on the road all day, and I'm hungry. Today we eat special grilled fish. These words, Long Yu turned around and entered the forest to look for ingredients. Minato-sensei, are you wearing pants? I seem to have gotten my pants wet with Sanwei's saliva just now. Uchiha Obito said shiveringly. It still looked terrified. Minato Namikaze regained his senses, and after barely calming the shock in his heart, he rolled his eyes and said, if Isofumio knew that his saliva smelled like urine, you probably wouldn't be able to plug his teeth. So, go aside and wash well, don't lose face again. Kakashi also reluctantly regained his senses and said, coward. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Whoever fell down just now and whose legs are shaking, didn't I feel worse than you and got my pants wet? The backpack thrown by Minato Namiba, Uchiha Obito glared at him and said, there is a kind, like Long Yu, you find a head-tailed beast to cook, and I call you father. Abandoning these words, Uchiha rushed out with the soil. He felt that not only did he wet his trousers, but he also had some sloppy things sticking to his butt. After half an hour, the fire was erected. 4 large fish, nearly half a meter, were cut, cleaned, and grilled on the fire. There is also a large iron pot next to it, cooking the tempting soup. Was boiled inside, and the wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, red peppers and other materials that Sanwei picked in the woods. Every time it rolls, it exudes a pungent spicy taste. The 4 plump big fish had already been burnt to a crisp, golden color. It is paired with the secret medicinal spice powder brought out by Dragon Feather in Konoha village. What grass fruit, star anise, etc. Sprinkle some sesame oil from time to time. The scent hits the taste buds directly. Mizuna-sensei, Long Yu wouldn't plan to put 4 fish in that spicy soup, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat it. Uchiha Obito had just cleaned up and rushed back to see this scene. Shallow. Namikaze rolled his eyes and said, if it wasn't for the ninja's training that delayed Long Yu, now Konoha Ninja Village would no longer have an issue of eel ramen. I am afraid that I will lose my job and become an apprentice. Namikaze Minato is in the Northwest Pass and has tasted Chinese food. For that kind of mutton capsule and handle meat, that taste is still there, heart. Especially looking to the side, Santai, who was drooling, and his eyes were shining, knew that there was a tough battle to come. Teacher Minato, are you telling the truth? Nohara Rin couldn't hold his breath anymore. For the most famous Ichiraku ramen in Konoha, they are often patronized. Now Namikaze Minato gives such a high evaluation to the spicy soup in front of them, which makes it a little difficult for them to accept it. They usually go out on a mission, and they also kill a fish casually and set it on the fire to burn it. Or just eat some dry food. There is no such thing as Long Yu, and there is still leisure on the battlefield, so complicated rations. Okay. After Long Yu looked at the 4 fish, he placed the 4 fish in the prepared soup under the watchful eyes of everyone. Immediately, the fire was slightly increased, the spicy soup rolled down, and a handful of herbs and a handful of plump chopped green onions were sprinkled. A variety of mixed materials, under the tumbling of the spicy soup, exude the flavors, perfectly combined. Sanwei's body has obviously changed into 3 or 4, like a year-old child. The forked tail, holding the chopsticks, fell like lightning. A fish with tender skin and tender inside, was directly squeezed out of the soup. Contaminated with chili soup, accompanied by some herbs and fat wild onions, it was sent directly into Sanwei's mouth. The moment of entry, the spicy taste is mixed with many medicinal herbs, detonating on the taste buds, accompanied by the crispy skin and tender fish. The 3 tails gulped down in an instant. Okay, is it delicious? Quote. Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts and squatting aside to eat with them, this kind of life experience is too shocking to the world. Back in the village, I will definitely be able to brag for a lifetime. Grandpa, I fought for a job with the tailed beast back then. It's not delicious, it's really not delicious. Sanwei's spicy tears came out. However, the mouth said so, and the remaining two tails were obviously well trained, holding 3 pairs of chopsticks. Opened it 3 times. Damn, it's not too old to be a tailed beast. I won't believe you. Naruto suddenly woke up. "'s not delicious, and it's still open 3 times, who would believe it?" He picked up his chopsticks and snatched a piece of fish mouth. Namikaze Minato was finally white. What is so delicious that even the tailed beast has opened it 3 times? This horse riding is a delicacy in the world. Crazy. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, and the Namikaze Minato, who is known as the most likely to inherit the position of the 4 generations of Hokage, completely disregarding the image and grabbing food from the tailed beast. Kakashi and Rin Nohara finally lost their temper. When I took the first bite, I finally understood that the tailed beast was not only ferocious, but also treacherous. I also understand why Namikaze Minato said that Yil Ramen is not even a fart in front of Long Yu. 4 beasts in front of him, his face was full of hot sweat. While wiping his face, he desperately stuffed his mouth. A scene that doesn't care about the image at all. Long Yu finally understood what is online dating with hot pot, and he overturned after trying it. This devoured look, coupled with the hot sweat on his face, is one of the 3 major magic arts in Southeast Asia, which is simply irresistible. If you let them know that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Chinese cuisine, I am afraid that in this life, Long Yu will have to pay for food. After a full meal, Sanwei and Uchiha took the soil and ran off to get a lot of river fish. I planned to make it according to the law, but unfortunately, after trying one after another, I could only get its shape, not the soul of grilled fish. The end, just like a little resentful woman, she stared at Long Yu. 4 fish, 5 people, and a tailed beast. That's not enough. Well, time. Almost time, we should also set off. This is the border of the water country. The killing of the 3 generations of water shadows will soon be discovered by them. We will continue to stay here and will only become the target of attack. Namikaze Minato patted the dust on his body and stood up. After most of the night's rest, they also recovered a lot of strength and chakra. Moreover, Minato Namikaze didn't want to expose the matter of Ryayu to the outside world too early to capture the 3 tails. Apart from Long Yu, the only people who can do this kind of thing are the first Hokage. However, the first Hokage suppressed the tailed beasts, but each one was rebellious. However, in front of Long Feng, he trained Sanwei into Erha. It's totally incomparable. Boss, get me something to eat. You get me some grilled fish, and I'll chop 10 people for you 10, and the knife will see blood. 3 tails squatted on Long Feng's shoulder and patted his chest. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You are greedy, you are so big, how can I feed you, and then talk? I will eat raw fish for me in the future. Let's go now and save me some energy." Oh. Faced with this reprimand, Sanwei instantly froze. It is a tailed beast that lives on chakra and does not actually need to eat. However, after tasting the special grilled fish, there is obviously more appetite. Who were lying on Long Yu's shoulders, and there was a word that was tugging at each other. Minato Namaifeng smiled and grabbed his hair. He is too difficult. Konoha Shinobi Village, inside the Hokage building. The darkened office was lit up. After another hurried footsteps rushed into the office. In addition to the 3 generations of Hokage, there are also Mito Menyon and Kaharu, and even Shimura Danzo has not fallen behind. Sarutobi, why are you calling us urgently in the middle of the night? Shimura Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, and said, "It's not that your battlefield command failed, which led to some special situation. This will make your Hokage position unsafe." Looking at Danzo, who opened and closed his mouth, the 3rd Hokage rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "There is indeed a big event on the battlefield. However, it was not our Konoha ninja village, but the third generation of Mizukage of Mist Ninja Village who was killed. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, causing the expressions of the three advisors present to change drastically. Shadow-level powerhouse, but represents the leader of a village, and is also the greatest support and strength on the battlefield. However, now the three generations of Hokage actually told them that the most mysterious three generations of Mizukage was killed. This means that the war between the land of water and the land of fire will come to an end. Sarutobi, your information is not wrong, why didn't I detect it? Danzo asked eagerly. Could this be a smoke bomb deliberately released by Mist Ninja Village to let you be fooled and defeat our Konoha battlefield in one fell swoop? Mito Kazuo and Kaharu also nodded in agreement. Sarutobi, Danzo is right. This kind of thing has no basis at all. If a misjudgment is made, it will be a fatal blow to Konoha. Mito Minyan said in a deep voice. No, the third generation of Mizukage of Kirin village died at the hands of our Konoha people. Tone of the three generations of Hokage became solemn. Mito Gate Yan three people, the expression changed drastically in an instant. Danzo couldn't hold his breath and said, Sarutobi, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? According to my information, the third generation of Water Shadows is a human pillar, and the person who can kill him needs at least the shadow level. Among Konoha, except for the first three ninjas, you and me, Minato can't do it. Watching Danzo open his mouth, he ignored them directly. Mito Kazu and Kaharu didn't care. After all, they are different from Danzo. The former is constantly trying to improve his own strength. They are just so-called consultants, obviously not the same. Wrong, you underestimated a person. Zilai also came out. The person who killed the three generations of Mizukage was Uchiha Longyu, and he also captured the three tails. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Danzo 3 feet's expression changed dramatically. A moment ago, Danzo was still there. He boasted that to kill Mizukage, at least it was necessary, and Hokage was as powerful as him. Now Zilai also came out and told them that a kid who was only 14 or 15 years old had reached the height they had been training hard for half a lifetime. This is too difficult to accept. Jiraiya, is what you said true? Tuanzang couldn't hold back his breath. In his eyes, Longyu came from the Uchiha clan. No, it should be said that anyone who threatens him to become Hokage is a stumbling block. This is the information that Minato had sent back to me from Toad. Jiraiya also took out 2 scrolls. One of them is from the 3 great toads of Miaomu Mountain, when Longyu was fighting against the third generation of Water Shadows. 3 generations of Water Shadows were attacked by the tailed beast. After Longyu summoned the 3 big toads to suppress the 3 tails, he used the kaleidoscope to write the wheel I to suppress it. The people present who summoned the 3 big toads at one time were stunned, and in their eyes, this was simply unbelievable. 3 major psychic beasts for one-time psychics not only require huge chakras, but also require a high degree of comprehension of psychics. In Danzo and their cognition, except for the first Naruto and Uchiha Madara, the god of ninjas, it is possible to do it. I can't think of a third person. Now, Zilai also told them that Longyu had done it. This was beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you said that Uchiha Ryu successfully captured the tailed beast. Could it be that he has mastered the powerful sealing technique? Danzo said in a hurry. As a powerful tailed beast weapon in Shinobi Village, they certainly know how difficult it is to seal the tailed beast. If it is not a person with the physique of the Whirlpool family, it will act as a human pillar. Like other villages, I am afraid that it takes a lot of ninja lives in the sealing class to do it. Now, Longyu has captured the tailed beast by one person, which can be said to be astonishing. No, the information that Minato sent back is very strange. It seems that Sanwei was not sealed, but was successfully tempted by Longyu with delicious food. Jilai also touched the back of his head and said with a wry smile. Succeeded by the temptation of food. 3 generations of Hokage and others, their expressions froze. This was completely beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, is this a joke? Danzang said coldly, the tailed beast is an extremely vicious existence. Could it be that you haven't seen the nine-tailed riot? Conquering Sanwei with delicious food is a fool's dream. A slightly hysterical voice echoed in the office. Faced with these remarks, the 3 generations of Hokage and the others nodded in unison. Chapter 73, The Rise of Konoha. I don't want to believe it either, look at this picture. Jiraiya also took out a picture of a picnic with his backhand, and immediately attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. However, when they saw the 3 tails that had changed to the size of Erha, holding chopsticks between their tails, they fought with humans over food. His cheeks couldn't help twitching. This riding on a horse is too without the dignity of a tailed beast. Do you believe it? Zilai also smiled bitterly and said, when I first received this information, I also suspected that Minato was joking. I'm still thinking about whether to report it or not, but after Mr. Fukasaku from Meowmushin contacted me, I decided to hold an emergency meeting. Being able to tame a tailed beast to this level is not something ordinary people can do. Listen to this, no matter what. It was the 3rd Hokage, or the 3 advisors of Danzo, who fell into silence. In front of them is indeed far beyond their imagination. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would want to believe it? The dignified tailed beast will be so convinced of the human beings who have always hated it. Jiraiya, do you have any thoughts on reporting this matter in person? 3 Hokages suddenly spoke up. If we say that just a moment ago, Long Yu is only the most outstanding genius ninja in the Uchiha clan. Well, now, kill Mizukage Mizuyo and capture Mitsuelu. But it means that his strength has risen to the same level as theirs. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Teacher, you should know very well what I think. Jiraiya also had a rare dignified look on his face. We Konoha, how should we treat him? Nito Kazuo and Kaharu's expressions changed slightly. As consultants, they are not stupid, but understand the trade-offs. By Uchiha Ryayu is enough to threaten the safety of a shinobi village. If you have to deal with it, it needs to be done immediately. Give a decision. Hey, he killed the 3 generations of water shadows and robbed the 3 tails privately. Once it gets out, it's a big crime. Danzang snorted coldly. Don't forget, the 3rd Ninja World War was caused by the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage, which led to the rampage of Sand Ninja Village, which led to suspicions on our heads. Now, the battlefield in Sand Ninja Village has only stabilized a little. If we let them know that Uchiha Longyu killed the 3rd generation of Mizukage, the 3 generations of Kazekage's crime will also sit directly on our heads. The village and the Sand Ninja Village and our Konoha will start a desperate battle, and what awaits us will be the end of destruction. The slightly elusive voice echoed in the office, making everyone's expressions a little more solemn. Danzo's remarks may seem a bit violent, but it is a fact. Sarutobi, Danzo also makes sense. Nito Toman opened his mouth to agree. Xiaochun, who was on the side of the bed, nodded in agreement, and this scene made Danzo's face a sneer. As a hero, to dominate one thing, the most basic thing is to control a situation. Now, he has clearly achieved it. 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank, but did not respond immediately, saying, Jiraiya, what do you think? This question instantly brought Jiraiya into focus. Jiraiya, I advise you to take the overall situation into consideration. Any word you say now will affect the fate of Konoha. As a Sannin, you need to know how to choose. Danzo reminded coldly. However, anyone could hear the slightest threat in the words. I think, to be kind to Uchiha Ryayu, he has a terrifying talent. Jiraiya also ignored Danzo and said, if the first Hokage allowed us to establish Konoha, then Uchiha Ryayu will play a key role in Konoha's rise. The rise of Konoha this time even the face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed. As the current Hokage, he has never been praised so much. Especially the cynical Jiraiya rarely speaks such serious words. Now, it has subverted their cognition. Damn! Danzo shouted angrily. Jiraiya, do you know what you're talking about? If it wasn't for Madara Uchiha, would Hashima-sama die of illness, and now we Konoha have unified the 5 great ninja villages. You dare to use the descendant of a Konoha sinner to compare yourself with His Majesty, this is a big sin. The voice fell. Step forward, and the whole person appeared in front of Jiraiya like a ghost. His right hand was like a venomous snake, grabbing directly at Jiraiya's shoulder. Bang! White mist shrouded, and Zillai also used the technique of Avatar and disappeared out of thin air. What Danzo was holding in his hands was obviously a dead tree. The hit was missed, Danzo's cheeks were obviously unable to hang, and under the convulsions, he hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. Jiraiya, you have slandered His Majesty's prestige. Could it be that you don't know until now? Danzo said angrily. However, looking at this scene, Jiraiya didn't take it to heart at all, and said, Danzo, you haven't even seen through the substitute technique I used, you are already old. It's the younger generation who will support Konoha in the future, not a stubborn person like you. It is precisely because of your thoughts that there will be constant disputes within Konoha Ninja Village. Speaking of this, behind Danzo, there was a sound of breaking through the air. The stand-in Mew, who had been caught by him, slammed down, and the second Jiraiya. Under the sudden seal of both hands, one head, like a poisonous snake, quickly wrapped around Zhang's body. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. He had no idea that Jiraiya would also use this method. Under this kind of surprise, and at a distance of feet, it is impossible to resist. In an instant, the needle Jizo was wrapped around a firm. Danzo, you can't even win against me, so you can't even qualify to challenge him. Jiraiya also quickly released the ninjutsu, and said coldly, now is not your era. A small voice echoed in the office, and even Migo Toto and Kaharu changed their faces. The huge office fell into a dead silence. 3 Hokage clasped their hands together and remained silent. However, all of this, in Danzo's eyes, is simply a shame. Like a slap in the face. A moment ago, he kept saying that he wanted to dominate the fate of Long Yu. Now it was easily counterattacked by Jiraiya successfully. Most importantly, Jiraiya also said that Long Yu was better than him. Call him a product of the old days. For him, this is a huge shame. Okay, very good, Jiraiya, you really become defiant. Danzo said goodbye twice. Don't forget, I am Konoha's advisor, you are nothing. Neither is that kid. Speaking of. Here, Danzo crushed the crutches in his hand, and said sternly, everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. You should know very well what problems will be caused once the 3 generations of Mizukage are leaked. Now, your only choice is to follow my advice, otherwise you will encounter the crazy backlash from Mist Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village. The hysterical roar moved even the 3rd Hokage. Danzo, are you crazy? You're not going to use this to blackmail us into making a decision. For Danzo's character, the 3 generations of Hokage are very clear. In order to achieve the goal, he will do whatever it takes, even the Hokage like him dares to murder him, let alone Long Yu. Humph. Danzang snorted coldly, and said with a grim face, I am thinking of Konoha, and now I'll do it right away. Recall Long Yu and Minato Namikaze, if he doesn't want to, then he has the heart to defect. Once, after returning to Konoha, we will put him in prison, and at the same time seal the 3 tails. We must not let the matter of the killing of the 3 generations of Mizukage flow out. When necessary, I have to get the method of sealing the tailed beast from Long Yu's hands. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he stopped talking, but was stopped by the 3 generations of Hokage. Enough is enough. 3rd Hokage said coldly, have you forgotten who is Hokage? Long Yu's killing of the 3 generations of Water Shadows is beyond our control, but it must not be imprisoned or treated differently, otherwise don't blame me for turning over the old accounts. Voice fell, and the momentum of the 3 generations of Hokage changed in an instant. If we say that the 3 generations of Hokage on weekdays are peaceful, with an amiable face, then the current 3 generations of Hokage give people a taste of decisive attack. This is the pose of Hokage. Danzo looked ashen, his cheeks twitched. However, Danzo was obviously discouraged in the face of the tough Sarutobi Hizen. He has too many handles, and was caught by the 3 generations of Hokage. For example, when he went to the daimyo mansion, he colluded with outsiders to assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage and failed. Those who use their roots secretly, slaughter Konoha's competitors, etc. These are all selfish actions. Also once suspected that the 3rd Hokage might even have clues about his collusion with Orochimaru. The current situation made Danzo look gloomy for a moment, and finally left with a big stride. I can agree with your approach, but the person who monitors it is sent by me. Seeing Danzo disappearing into the corridor in the blink of an eye, the 3rd Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiraiya. You were impulsive this time and offended Danzo, but he is very vengeful. Mito Menyon and Kaharu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. In their eyes, it is normal for the 2 masters and apprentices to speak ill of others behind closed doors. Now in front of them, but dragging them into the water. Thinking of the evaluation of Danzo in the mouth of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 2 coughed dryly, and Mito Menyon spoke up. Since the matter has come to a conclusion, it's not good for us to stay any longer and leave first. Abandoning these words, Mito Kazuo and Kaharu hurriedly left. For a time, only Jiraiya and the 3 generations of Hokage were left in the huge office. Okay, they're gone, I know you have something else to say. 3 Hokages spoke again. Zilai also pulled up a chair and sat down without the slightest bit of restraint. In addition to the information just now, Fukasaku-sama also brought me a sentence. This ninja world is going to change. What 3 generations of Hokage's face changed dramatically. The meaning of this sentence is too great. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not pay attention. However, Uchiha Ryu's strength and demon-like talent made him also moved. Now, given this intriguing speech, how can people not pay attention to it? Teacher, I guess Long Yu must know that the 3 toads will tell me all this before saying this sentence. Zilai also looked solemn. When I was teaching him the art of psychics, I was as superficial as Danzo, thinking that I could easily suppress this brat by myself, but unfortunately I was wrong. In an instant, I learned the art of psychics. Not only did the summoning succeed, but I also summoned the 3 big toads at the same time. This is something that is difficult for even me to do. As the spokesperson of Meow Mushin, Jirai also has certain privileges. For example, summoning 2 great immortals and performing the fusion magic. Feel free to enter MT, Meowmu, etc. However, all of this is based on the premise that he has obtained the approval of the Big Toad Immortal. However, now that Long Yu has not even entered Meowmu Mountain, he can break the precedent and summon the 3 great toads at the same time. This alone is enough to see Long Yu's difference. You mean, even the 2 immortals of Meowmu Mountain noticed Long Yu's body? The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice. Zilai also nodded and said, the Great Toad Immortal had a prophecy before that the ninja world would be in turmoil. I originally thought that this was referring to the 3rd Ninja War, but now I think that this matter is probably related to Long Yu. Furthermore, Lord Fukasaku told me that Immortal Big Toad decided to let Long Yu enter Meowmu Mountain to practice immortal arts, hoping to use this to find a breakthrough in Long Yu's body. Expression changed after letting him practice immortality. Jiraiya, you mean, Immortal Shenzuo intends to use immortal practice to test Long Yu's learning talent. The strength he has shown now is beyond our understanding. If he even masters the immortal mode, it would be a bit passive for us. After 15 years of dormancy, he was once shocked into heaven and man. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, powerful lay dun, and a monster-like learning talent. Now even the 3 generations of Mizukage have been killed, and the three tails have been easily tamed. All this, even the 3 generations of Hokage, it is difficult to do. If Long Yu can also master the immortal mode that Jiraiya has worked so hard to learn, that strength would probably skyrocket to another terrifying level. Looking at the frown of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya also sighed helplessly, and said, I have thought about this question, but with the talent that Long Yu has shown now, he is not learning the immortal mode at Miaomu Mountain, and he can also get rid of the wet bones. Lin and Long Di Cave. Don't forget how greedy that group of big snakes are. If Long Yu gives enough conditions, it is not difficult to get the chance to learn the fairy mode. Having said that, Jiraiya also took out the token that Fukasaku gave him and said, what's more, the great Toad Immortal has lived for a long time. With him staring at Long Yu, we should get more information. The 3rd Hokage was silent of refuting what Jiraiya said. As Jiraiya said, everything Long Yu showed was beyond their control. Moreover, let him leave for a period of time, practice the immortal mode, and test the depth of his learning talent. Chapter 74, Mio Isosuke. Maybe not a bad thing. Well, since you already have an idea, I'll leave this matter to you. 3 generations of Hokage sighed. Until you find out Long Yu's position, you have to be careful about Danzo. Also, I hope you can find a way to improve the strength of Watergate, otherwise, in the face of the rise of Long Yu, his chances of winning will become smaller. As for Long Yu's stay, there is still a position, and the 3 generations of Hokage will attach great importance to it. But in the face of the choice of the next Hokage, the 3 generations of Hokage still tend to know the bottom line of Namikaze Minato. Looking at Jiraiya who was rubbing his nose, the 3rd Hokage said helplessly, if you are willing to inherit this position, I don't have to have such a headache. The Sannin of the past, how outstanding, is also the face of this old man. Now he can walk, retreat, and even you are hiding. If you were there, our Konoha would not fall into this state. Hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression froze at first, then quickly recovered, and said with a blank look, you old man, don't play emotional cards for me here. Don't forget, I have trained a Watergate to replace me. However, don't worry, when Lord Fukasaku left, I asked Minato a chance to learn the immortal mode. As long as he learns the immortal mode, his strength will definitely surpass that of my teacher. Facing the strong rise of Long Yu, Jiraiya also said that he was not worried, it was really a joke. Especially when I see my proud disciple being surpassed step by step. There is always a hurdle in my heart. Therefore, driven by selfishness, and with the help of the identity of a small relationship household, Zillai also became selfish. Hee, you're still the same guy, you like to play tricks in private. 3 generations of Hokage chuckled lightly. I really hope that under the immortal mode, Minato can surpass Long Yu. Che, you old man, don't you believe in your own disciple? Zillai also rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, Minato is the golden light of Konoha, and his talent is the best among the many students I have brought. With him going out in person, I believe that I will definitely be able to surpass Uchiha Ryu. You wait for the news quietly. Abandoning these words, Jiraiya disappeared into the office without turning around. Watching this figure leave, the 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly, stood up and looked at Konoha Ninja Village outside the window. Did the ninja world really change because of a boy? 3 days later, Long Yu and his party crossed the border of Konoha, and after circumventing many war zones, they finally saw Konoha's sealed gate. During these days, Long Yu also learned from the mouth of Minato Namaifung that after the Shinwukun bridge was blown up, Iwanan lost the supply of food and grass. The vanguard was wiped out by Ryu and Minato Namikaze, resulting in low morale. At the same time, the most important thing happened. Cloud Ninja Village, the 3 generations of Raikage personally led the troops, roundabout and attacked the tail orc Zuli of Iwa Ninja Village, and a larger scale battle broke out. Although, the final outcome is not known yet. Yun Ren's actions gave Konoha Ren Village a chance to breathe. The frontline war with Iwa Ninja Village has all stopped. It can be said that in the face of the four great powers, the strength and number of people in Yan'an village is second only to Konoha, and at the same time, it is even stronger than Yunnan village. Yun Ren was obviously holding it, after suffering a loss in the hands of Long Yu. Seeing that Iwanan is also suffering at the front line, in order to suppress Iwanan, the three generations of Raikage will take such a risk to attack Iwanan village. However, when I learned that the target of the third Raikage attack was the tail beast, that his purpose was obviously because Kurabi knew how to fit perfectly with the tailed beast, and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to hunt the tailed beast to enhance the strength of Yun Ren village. Long Yu, you are finally back. Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly sounded. Three figures appeared in front of the team like ghosts. Brother. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Long Yu and stopped talking with a look on his face. As for the boy standing beside Uchiha Itachi, who was 4 or 5 years older, and who was carrying a short sword, Long Yu also instantly recognized it. Okay, if you have anything to say, leave it to uncle. Long Yu rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head and said, Zishui, long time no see. In the last memory of Uchiha Ryayu, there is also a memory about Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Uchiha Zishui has a gentle personality, and in the village, he is also very concerned about the tail of a crane like Long Yu. In that vague memory, Uchiha Shisui also instructed, the last time he learned the art of shuriken. Long Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Last time I had the cheek to teach you the technique of shuriken. Uchiha Shisui smiled wryly. Looking at this scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. I can't tell him that the last crane tail was taken away by his genius. This beautiful misunderstanding can only keep him going. Okay, let's keep the old things in the future. The three of you came here in person. What happened? Uchiha Ryayu said. Words fell, even Namikaze Minato's expression stiffened. He passed the information about Long Yu to Jiraiya. However, for what happened next, as well as decision-making, Jiraiya has always avoided talking about it. Now Uchiha Fuyu is waiting here in person, which is enough to see the seriousness of the situation. It took a lot of hard work for me to use Itachi and Shisui as excuses to get rid of eyeliner surveillance. I came out here to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet you. Uchiha Fuyu opened his eyes, looked around, and said, recently, the family's settlement has been monitored by many people from Anbu, among which belong to Danzogen, many. This change, the first person I think of is you. I want to know what exactly happened. For the presence of Minato Namikaze, Hatsutome did not take it to heart. It can be said that in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, Namikaze Minato is the only high-level Konoha he is close to. It is also the only hope that can become the candidate of Hokage. However, now that the variable Long Yu has appeared, he still can't hold back his breath. They've all acted. It's very efficient. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's not a big deal. I just killed the 3 generations of water shadows, and then turned Sanwei around. It seems that Danzo is getting old, and I can't sit still on this trivial matter. The small voice made the 3 of Uchiha Fuyu 3 look stunned. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, it all became unreal. Is it still a trivial matter to kill the 3rd generation of water shadows and kidnap the 3 tails? Long Yu, you said that you killed the 3rd generation of water shadows, wouldn't it be a joke? Uchiha Fuyu grabbed Long Yu's shoulder and asked anxiously. Brother Fuyu, it's true, we can also testify. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly as he looked at the backpack that was open to Long Yu. 3 tails are still resting in the backpack. The 3 of Uchiha Fuyu 3 heard the words, and immediately became anxious, and hurriedly surrounded them. Who disturbed this uncle to rest? Sanwei stretched his waist and emerged from the backpack. Yes, it's a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi was obviously startled, and subconsciously took a half step back and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Long Yu's hands were quick and fast, and he grabbed his shoulders. It's really Isofumio. Uchiha Fuyu also saw the portrait of the tailed beast. The scene in front of him still seemed unreal. Hey, the kid over there, I heard that you Konoha have Yule ramen, how about taking me to try it? I won't treat you badly. Sanwei suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Itachi pointed to himself and said, is this really okay? Don't worry, as long as I can eat enough, I won't run wild, otherwise, I will beat you up. The three Wakes said in a buoyant voice. You little three, if you don't train for a day, your bones will itch. Long Feng slapped the back of Sanwei's head with a slap. The dignified tailed beast is directly counseled. Yes, Uchiha Fuyu and others, they are not wrong. The dignified tailed beast, in the hands of Long Yu, completely seems to have lived as Erha. Is this still the existence that they know? A rage can destroy mountains and forests. Brother, I can take it to eat Yule ramen. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment and then said. However, just after these words fell, 4 figures flashed out in the dark, surrounding Long Yu and his party. Uchiha Ryayu, the 3rd Hokage-sama, I hope you can visit the Hokage mansion. Anbu, who took the lead, said coldly. However, they clearly knew the purpose of this mission, and the moment they saw the 3 tails, their pupils suddenly shrank. Dragon Feather. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He was quickly stopped by Minato Namaifeng shaking his head, and said, Don't worry, there is no big deal with Teacher Jiraiya here. Long Yu, don't take it to heart. Don't worry, if I want to go, they can't stop me. Long Yu said with a smile. However, as soon as these jokes were spoken, the nerves of the 4 Anbu members present suddenly became tense. When they came out, they were instructed by the 3 advisors. 4 of them looked at each other, they found that the dragon feather in front of them had disappeared out of thin air. Alert! Anbu, headed by him, let out a loud cry. 4 Anbu ninjas, immediately, pulled up the stance. I'm here, don't take it slow, it's a waste of time, I don't care. The voice floated in front of the sealed gate. Of the people present, in addition to the accustomed Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku 3, and Anbu 4 people 4 also changed drastically. This instant body technique is too fast. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed slightly. He is well known in the ninja world for his instant body technique. In the moment just now, the speed of Long Yu's explosion was not inferior to him. You go, this is my kunai, let me know if there is anything. Namikaze Minato handed over kunai, the god of thunder, to the Anbu ninja headed by him. Go, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't mess around. During this period of time, after getting along with each other, Minato Namikaze had a good understanding of Long Yu's character. Approachable, but decisive in killing. There are principles of life, and there are untouchable scales. Who took the lead nodded gratefully and quickly caught up with Long Yu. Seeing the departure of the 4 of them, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't hold his breath. Minato, didn't you agree to help me watch Long Yu? Why did you even kill the 3 generations of Mizukage and bring Mizuo Isofu back? I am afraid Danzo will not give up on this matter. Smiled helplessly and said, Long Yu's means are more than I imagined. However, to really get to the bottom of it, the 3rd generation of Water Shadows was killed by the backlash of the tailed beast. Long Yu just suppressed the 3 tails, and the responsibility is not on him. It's just that I'm worried that Danzo doesn't think that way. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid it will make things more complicated. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Now their Uchiha clan's position in Konoha Shinobi Village is already very embarrassing. If something happens again, it will make things worse for the Uchiha family. Uncle, let me have a look. Uchiha Shisui's expression sank, and with a flick of his figure, he cast a teleportation technique and disappeared in place. In front of Hokage Mansion. It seems to be very quiet here, but there are already dark whistles all around. There are hundreds of people in total. Jiraiya was leaning in front of the door, staring and waiting for Long Yu's arrival. The lecherous fairy, didn't you go to the bathhouse to take a peek today? Long Yu smiled and said hello. Anbu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. He came back to his senses, and the corners of his eyes were beating. If it was an ordinary person, exposing his old bottom like this would have already given him a punch in the head. You kid, you are really restless. Zilai also suppressed the helplessness in his heart and said, let's go, they are all waiting for you. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. Also, Lord Fukasaku has promised to give you a chance to learn immortal arts. After this matter is over, you can go to Miaomu Mountain. As for Ryu's character traits, Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed with Namikaze Minato. Therefore, when we first met, Jiraiya threw the sweet pastry, hoping to make the next thing smoother. Okay, what's the benefit? We'll talk about it later, let's deal with the business first. Long Yu smiled and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Otherwise, even if the business is messed up, it will not be of much use to throw this sweet pastry. Looking at Long Yu, who was the first to walk towards the Hokage building. Since then, it has become increasingly difficult to see Long Yu. He didn't know, facing the high-level Konoha, and the hundreds of Anbu around him, under such strict guard, why he still had such great confidence. Teacher, here we come. Jilai also knocked on the door, and after getting a response, he pushed it open. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Long Yu. No, it should be said that more of it is placed on Miyosuke. They are eager to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Sure enough, everything is true. Sandai Hokage spoke solemnly. The huge office fell into a dead silence. After seeing the three tails shrinking countless times, like a rag doll, sleeping on the Long Yu backpack, the pupils of the three major advisors including Danzo suddenly shrank. It can be said that the scene in front of him was too shocking. In their eyes, the tailed beast should be sealed in a vessel, or in a human body. Chapter 75, Presumptuous. To be able to act like this and act so harmless to humans and animals is completely beyond their cognition. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Long Yu, welcome back. The third Hokage was the first to speak. I have learned from the report of Namikaze Minato about your activity on the front line. I also heard about the fact that the country of water kidnapped Nohara Rin and planned to replace the three generations of Mizukage and become the three-tailed person Zuri. However, the person who died this time, but the three generations of water shadows, has been implicated in the highest level of politics, so for you and Konoha, we will make a few decisions after consultation. Went straight to the subject as soon as he opened his mouth, staring at Long Yu at the same time, trying to find a change of expression on his face. The three generations of Hokage are really straightforward. I like this way of doing things. If you have any decisions, let me hear them. If it's reasonable, I won't mind. Long Yu smiled warmly. Boy, you are arrogant. Danzang gave a cold drink. This understatement made their faces slightly changed. On weekdays, those juniors, when they saw them alone, were already full of awe. Not to mention, Long Yu is now facing the three high levels of Konoha and Hokage at one time, and he can still be so calm. This can't help but make people think, what's the trump card? How can I be arrogant? Long Yu smiled playfully. Is it just letting you need it so you won't be presumptuous? Don't forget, I came back after meritorious deeds, and should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, not a teacher to ask for guilt. The low voice made Danzo's expression stagnate. However, before he could speak this time, he was stopped by the three generations of Hokage detectives. Okay, Long Yu is right. Eyes of the three generations of Hokage flickered, and he said, this time, Long Yu is only indirectly related to the death of the three generations of water shadows. You have also made a lot of credit on the battlefield, but this time the matter is too related, so I hope you can stay in Konoha village in the next period of time, waiting for the end of the war. During this period of time, I will arrange for Anbu to protect you. The slightly elusive voice fell, and everyone's eyes fell on Long Yu, and even Zilai became nervous. He was entrusted by Namikaze Minato to solve this matter perfectly. If anything goes wrong, it's his fault. Is that all you need? Long Yu said lightly, as long as they don't prevent me from eating, drinking, and picking up girls, it's not a big problem. I'm happy to be at leisure, and I'll give you a face. Hearing these slightly sarcastic words, Zilai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Yu is willing to agree to this condition, the next thing will be easy to solve. He also explained to Namikaze Minato. Okay, since Long Yu agreed to this request, then the next thing will be handed over to Minato. A smile appeared on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage. Long Yu, if you have nothing else to do, then leave first. During this period of time, he also thought hard about a lot of candidates for monitoring Long Yu. However, after some deliberation, it was decided to activate the Namikaze Minato. Regardless of, is it in friendship or in strength? Namikaze Minato also has the technique of Flying Thunder God, has good maneuverability, and can be more competent for this task. Then I'll go first. Long Yu glanced at Danzo with a gloomy face, smiled genially, then turned and left. He also smiled helplessly. In the face of Danzo, he was on the verge of worrying that there would be unforeseen complications. Now that Long Yu is still so provocative in public, this is simply the daring of a master artist. Teacher, I'm leaving first. He also quickly followed. However, just as he turned around, his expression changed drastically. The secret art of heart turning. 5 figures appeared in all directions in an instant, and at the same time displayed the secret techniques of the mountain family. At the same time, the 5 root ninjas also rushed out one after another, all of which were using sealing techniques. 5 elements great binding technique. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even the 3 generations of Hokage and Jirai were taken aback. Danzang's mouth pursed slightly, and the moment he showed a playful smile, he also became violent. A blink of an eye, Danzo appeared first behind Long Yu, and many curse marks spread out from his left hand, which he photographed directly on Sanwei's body. The sealing technique is the technique of the curse seal. The shot was taken. 5 people from the mountain family, led by the mountain wind, performed the art of turning their hearts around. Then let the oil girl take the root to activate the sealing technique to limit Long Yu's movements. And, Danzo attacked Sanwei. This plan, in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, is exceptionally seamless. However, the person they faced this time was unfathomable, and was known as Long Yu, who had been dormant for 15 years before becoming a blockbuster. Right now, this approach is probably not enough. Danzo, your methods are really disappointing. Long Yu smiled warmly. At the moment of turning around, he had already activated the wheel-shattering eye. If you really want to say, whose spiritual power is stronger, the 5 people in the mountain stroke the 5th of May not be as good as 1/10 and 10% of Long Yu who has a monthly reading. At the moment when the secret technique was performed, the 5 people 5 entered the Long Yu consciousness space first, and the first thing they saw was the huge writing wheel eye suspended in the consciousness space. The flying in his hand stopped instantly, and his expression also fell into a sluggishness. Looking at the oncoming oil girl taking root. Wait, Long Yu's 9-go jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and Susanoo quickly condensed. The huge body and the burst of air waves directly took the roots of the approaching Danzo and oil girl. They were blown away. The originally small Hokage office was also directly broken through. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the huge body about 10 meters high in front of him, even Danzo was moved. This kind of monster, he also saw once in Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this battle that the first Hokage finally fell seriously injured. It can be said that Susanoo in front of him can be regarded as the incarnation of disaster. The scarlet appearance exudes a fierce aura. As soon as the huge Susanoo appeared, the Hokage mansion was instantly destroyed. Under the strong wind and waves, the rolled-up building fragments scattered around, like a storm. Is this the legendary kaleidoscope that Uchiha Madara possesses, the most powerful pupil technique? The 3 generations of Hokage rushed out of the ruins, looking at the huge body. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Tanzo, are you crazy? Why not follow the negotiated decision? The hysterical roar made both Jiraiya and Mito Kazuo's expressions change. It was the first time they saw that the 3 generations of Hokage, who belonged to the moderate faction, would be so furious. However, before they could react, Susanoo suddenly took a look with his right hand, and with a gesture that was too fast to cover his ears, he directly caught the oil girl who was thrown away. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. After rushing out of the ruins, Danzo, who fell to the side, his face was ashen, and he shouted in a hurry, "Long Yu, you quickly release the people, you dare to destroy the Hokage mansion, if you are still in the village, kill your companions. That is enough to be sentenced to the crime of treason." Tanzo, you're crazy. Face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed dramatically, and he shouted in a hurry, "You are not qualified to decide this matter, shut up for me. Long Yu, don't be impulsive, leave this matter to me." The hurried voice echoed in the heaven and earth. The presence of Jiraiya and Mito Gateyan, and even a group of Anbu ninjas have never seen. The 3 generations of Hokage are so furious. Unfortunately, some things cannot be solved with words. At least, not in Long Yu's eyes. A warm smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and Susanoo's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. "Don't. Oily girl fetching roots," she cried out in pain. His most powerful technique is the technique of sending bad insects, and he possesses all pervasive means of attack. However, in the face of Susanoo, who has absolute defense and doesn't even have half a hole, obviously there is no way to use it. Facing Long Yu's smile, like a death-deadly urging smile, the stinging pain all over his body hit his mind crazily the next moment. PFF'd. A sound like a watermelon shattering came out suddenly. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Especially those Anbu ninjas, they ask themselves, and the oil girl take their roots. Compared with, there is still a big gap. Of means, it is incomparable. However, this kind of existence that can be called elite Junin is not enough to hold the 5 fingers tightly, and it is directly crushed like a watermelon. Now, in their hearts, there is only a little bit of luck, thankful that they didn't make a reckless move just now. "Long Yu, you are courting death." Danzo roared angrily. The oil girl takes the root, but he spent a lot of effort to cultivate the confidant, who is the mainstay of the root. Under his warning, Long Yu pinched him to death in public, which was the biggest challenge to him. "Hehe, this Susanon was under my control, and it was still very jerky. I accidentally pinched him to death. This was an accident. I believe Danzo, you will understand." Long Yu smiled playfully. However, this smile, at this moment, undoubtedly became Kai Guguo's provocation. "Come on, kill him for me." Danzang looked grim. As Konoha's high-level advisor, and the leader of the root, it was the first time he was so despised by others. However, as soon as the voice fell, 2 figures, like ghosts, surrounded Danzang one after the other. Enough is enough. Jiraiya pressed Danzo's left shoulder. As for his right shoulder, it was caught by Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui, who followed him, turned pale when they looked at the illusory figure standing in the ruins in front of them. What they feared the most had happened. Watergate, Jiraiya, Long Yu, but unscrupulously slaughtering his companions in the village, this is betraying the village. Danzang shouted sharply, "Don't stop me, I will let this junior know that Konoha Ninja Village is not a place where he can act wild. Enough Tuanzang, Minato and I are not stopping you." Jiraiya looked at Long Yu, who was in Susanoo, and said solemnly, "We are worried that you will be killed." A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The dignified root leader, and the 3 high-rise Konoha. The strength possessed by Danzo can definitely be called a shadow class. It is precisely because of his strength that Danzo wants to become Hokage again and again. However, Jiraiya, who is now Sannin, gives this kind of evaluation. Whether it is true or not, but falling in the ears of other people is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about, Jiraiya? If you step aside, I will let you understand why I can become the leader of the root. Danzo shouted angrily. However, the person who appeared first in front of Danzo this time was the third Hokage. Danzo, that's enough, you go back to me now. Without my order, you can't walk out of the mansion for half a step, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. The third Hokage said coldly. In the past, you still weighed the pros and cons and knew what fear was, but now you are blinded by your interests, and you haven't seen it until now. That kid, in such a riot in the village, in the face of so many people, he can still show a relaxed face, which proves that he is not afraid at all, and has enough confidence to escape. Root, die the same. Danzo's expression froze, and at the moment when Long Yu's eyes met, he couldn't refute it. It was the first time he had seen Sarutobi Hizen, an old opponent who was strategizing, to say such a lack of confidence. What's more, this is Konoha Ninja Village, their base camp. In this kind of time and place, the three generations of Hokage also gave this evaluation. For Danzo, it was more than expected. Long Yu, if you kill people, your anger should be gone, why didn't you just let it go? Uchiha Fuyu was the first to lose his temper. As the head of the Uchiha clan, if he doesn't break the deadlock now, the situation will probably worsen. Moreover, he also has a responsibility to be fair in this situation. Uchiha Fugaku's nerves were tense to the extreme. He has always heard rumors about Long Yu's strength. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Uchiha Fuyu realized that Long Yu's strength far exceeded his imagination. If Long Yu insisted on going his own way and wanted to make a big shot, his whole cards would be exposed. Once this time comes, the situation of the Uchiha family will be even more severe. Fuyu is right, the matter of Long Yu is here, and then we will give you an explanation. The three generations of Hokage also agreed. This time, Danzo was too reckless. Seeing that even the three generations of Hokage opened their mouths to persuade, the expressions of the people present changed one after another. Looking at Long Yu's gaze, there was also a hint of urgency. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya and others' high evaluations let them know clearly that if the young man in front of them said no, there would be a fierce battle waiting for them. Since uncle, and the three generations of Hokage, I don't give this face, it seems that I have really become a sinner. But I also like it very much. Danzang, send me some more people to practice my hands. Damn boy. Danzo roared with a ferocious look on his face. As a high-level Konoha, or the leader of the root, when has he been so despised by others? Chapter 76, Pregnant. Moreover, Long Yu's strength is indeed beyond his control, but he still has a whole card. Danzo, shut up for me. Third Hokage shouted coldly. Mito, you send me a group to hide back, without my order, can't let him leave the root. Surufiyu. Danzo was suffocated. However, the unmistakable eyes of the three generations of Hokage were piled up, and the words that came to the mouth were swallowed back in the stomach in an instant. Sudden flick of his sleeves, he turned around and said coldly, HMPH, I will go back myself, but I won't give up easily on this matter, even if there is someone behind you to support you. Leaving these cruel words, Danzo really didn't stay any longer. Watching him leave, Uchiha Fuyu's mood not only did not calm down, but became even more heavy. This beam is tied. Teacher. I couldn't help but look at it. Of Hokage sighed heavily and said, Minato, send Long Yu back first, and leave the rest to me. Namikaze Minato did not dodge. From the beginning, he was uneasy. Pity that he didn't expect things to be so turbulent, completely beyond his control. If he had expected it long ago, he would never let Long Yu go to the Hokage mansion alone. The only thing that can be done now is how to repair the gap between the two sides. Chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Namikaze Minato swayed and fell on Long Yu's side. Uchiha Fuyu was obviously not relieved, and quickly followed. Long Yu, let's go. Namikaze Minato was the first to speak. Well, I'm giving you trouble. Long Yu laughed dryly. Let Minato Namikaze say with a bitter face. Fortunately, you know how to keep your hands. Just kill one, or the group kills all of them. I can't handle this. I don't know what to say. Are you showing mercy or saving face for me? Next, don't forget to give me a delicious meal. And me, I didn't cause trouble just now. Mio Isofu also got out of Ryu's backpack. Looking at one person and one beast, at this juncture, he has not forgotten to eat. Uchiha Fuyu's mood is even more heavy. With the departure of the 3 Dragon Feathers 3, in the huge ruins, only Jiraiya and the 3 generations of Hokage are left. The other Anbu members were obviously going to evacuate, and the other village names and ninjas were disturbed. Jiraiya, if you use your whole cards, are you sure you can defeat Long Yu? The 3rd Hokage suddenly spoke up. As a teacher, he is very aware of Jiraiya's ability. If it is said that among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's efforts are all poured into the development of forbidden techniques. Tsunade focuses on medical ninjutsu. Then Jiraiya is the existence that is best at fighting. It can be said that the Sannin Zonglin is the strongest in terms of combat power. 50% chance of winning. This is still the conclusion that Long Yu has no hidden cards. Zillai also said solemnly. If he still has any cards, then I don't have much confidence. If there are other people in the field who hear this kind of evaluation from Zillai, they will definitely take a deep breath. Sannin, that is comparable to the existence of the film level. If you cast the fairy mode, it is not difficult to reach the super shadow level. However, now facing a younger generation, it is unbelievable to pay such a high price. The 3 generations of Hokage were silent, and after a full 7 or 8 seconds, he opened his mouth and said, "In your eyes, the most terrifying thing about him is probably not him now." Yes, his terrifying talent for learning, right? Yes. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. That's why I promised Master Fukasaku, let him go to learn the immortal mode, and make a final evaluation of his harmfulness. After Jiraiya's return from learning Shanshu, the 3 generations of Hokage were also shown off by him. Therefore, it is very clear how difficult it is to learn the fairy mode. In each era, there are hundreds of thousands of testers, and only one can reach it. In other words, there is no way to achieve even one. Moreover, once the practice fails, it will turn into a frog, or be directly turned into a frog stone statue. It can be said that cultivating the immortal mode is a double-edged sword. After seeing the horror of Long Yu with his own eyes, a ridiculous thought flashed in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. If Ryu failed, would it be better for the whole thing? As soon as this thought came up, it was suppressed by the so-called righteous heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. Then when do you plan to send him there? 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly and said, this time Danzo broke the original agreement and fought with Long Yu. This hatred has been forged. Although, he didn't kill the 3 generations of water shadows, but there is an indirect connection, so I hope you will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Zillai also nodded and said, don't worry, I will arrange for him and Minato to go there tomorrow. It will take at least several months to cultivate the immortal mode. After this period of time, the 3rd ninja war will probably be over. Other hand, under the escort of Uwaka's Minato, Ryu returned to the residence of the Uchiha clan. Because the previous Uchiha Ryu, his parents died when he was young, so his residence was arranged next to Uchiha Fuyu's house. Behind them, there are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You are finally back. Uchiha Makoto heard the footsteps and opened the door first. When she saw Long Yu, a soft smile appeared on her face. Long Yu, welcome home safely. Auntie, you're still the same, sweet-mouthed. I don't have any gifts, why don't I bring this to you? Long Yu backhanded the three tails out. The sudden move made everyone bewildered, even Uchiha Makoto. Boss, you're immoral, you just accepted me as a younger brother, and now you give me away and spread it out. Other tailed beasts will not be so easily fooled. The three tails panicked instantly. Who's talking about this? Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but startled and said, what is it? Sanwei Isofuji, like Ninetails, is a tailed beast weapon. Uchiha Fuyu was the first to speak. Long Yu, this is a joke, but it's not funny. Also, are you planning to get your hands on other tailed beast weapons? Fuyu, don't be so serious, what should you do if you frighten the child? Uchiha Makoto glared and said, Long Yu, my aunt made a delicious meal for you. I have one more important thing to announce. Important things. Uchiha Fuyu and others couldn't help but startled. Ryu was no exception, but he quickly looked at Uchiha Makoto's slightly bulging belly. Auntie, are you pregnant? Quote. The sudden words made Uchiha Fuyu's expression stagnate, and he said anxiously, Makoto, is what Long Yu said true? Uchiha Makoto was stunned, and said, Long Yu, I only found out when I went to the doctor just now, how did you see it? At this moment, even Uchiha Fuyu and others noticed something was wrong. Could it be the power of a kaleidoscope? Uchiha Fuyu frowned and said, Makoto, be careful in the next time. Shizue, Zishui, go and help with the meal, and Minami, you also keep a meal, you haven't had a drink with me for more than a year. Hehe, Fuyu, you are really polite, I haven't tasted my sister-in-law's craftsmanship for a long time. Namikaze Minato is not a fool. I saw Uchiha Fugaku's intention to discuss with Long Yu alone. If it was someone else, Minato Namikaze would never let Ryu out of sight. But as a good brother, Minato Namikaze knows very well that Uchiha Fugaku will not casually gamble with the fate of the family. Otherwise, the fate of the family will not be changed and placed on him. Thank you, Watergate. After Uchiha Fuyu showed gratitude, he looked at Long Yu and said, Long Yu, come with me, I want to chat with you alone. Long Yu did not refuse, at least with the kindness of the past, he still held due respect to the elders for Uchiha Fuyuke's family. He casually threw the three tails to the stunned Uchiha Itachi. Just leave it alone for a meal, it won't mess up. Yes, the boss said nothing wrong, just give me a half-full meal. For Ryu's disrespect, Mio Isofu didn't take it to heart at all. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, it was enough to degenerate into a meal. This huge gap made Namikaze Minato also feel helpless. But more, still shocked by Long Yu's methods. If he is really allowed to meet other tailed beasts, will he be tamed like the three-tailed beast? Once this time comes, the entire ninja world will probably tremble for it. Long Yu followed Uchiha Fugaku and walked all the way to the basement. Seeing that the mysterious sealing techniques along the way were lifted one by Uchiha Fuyu, Long Yu knew that the purpose of this trip was probably a forbidden place for the Uchiha family. After passing through the last corridor, the two finally reached the front of the seal gate. This gate, cast with special chakra iron, has the ability to absorb chakra. Immune to a certain degree of attack. Coupled with some sealing techniques, one level of ninjutsu in a row can be broken. Long Yu, you should guess that this is a forbidden place for our Uchiha clan. In addition to the patriarchs of each generation who can come in, there are people who have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel to do it. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. This time, it's up to you to start. Long Yu did not refuse, and took a half-step forward. The 9-go jade writing wheel turned it in vain, and the mysterious sealing technique on the door was spinning rapidly. The next moment, it turned into a blood-colored eye. A huge spiritual force rushed straight into Long Yu's mind. Hey, Madara Uchiha, get out of here. Long Yu snorted coldly, and the huge mental power surged out like a frenzy. This is the sealing technique left by Madara Uchiha, which is activated through the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which will trigger the impact of the illusion left by him to test the strength of the successor. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. That day, he entered for the first time, and although he also opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, but to achieve the level of Long Yu, there is no way to do it. At that time, it took him a minute to wake up, and he had been praised as a genius by the previous patriarch, his father. Now Long Yu only took a short breath. This huge gap made Uchi Fuyu, who was already mentally prepared, also shocked. If he is a genius, then the dragon feather in front of him is the evildoer of Kai Guago. Let's go. Long Yu was the first to walk into this secret room. Are many scrolls inside, and a rough stone tablet with a kaleidoscope writing wheel on it. Uchiha Fuyu regained his senses and quickly followed. This is the place where our Uchiha clan kept ninjutsu scrolls and family iron news, but when Madara left, many of them were taken away, leaving only a few ninjutsu. You can read it. Uchiha Fuyu looked around and said, as for that stone tablet, you can open it with a kaleidoscope, and maybe you will get some special inheritance. However, before that, I want to know, what are your thoughts? Are you planning to go back to Madara Uchiha's path? Speaking of this, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes became a little sharper, and he wanted to see a change in expression on Long Yu's face. If I said that I met Madara Uchiha on the battlefield, would you believe it? Long Yu smiled and met his gaze. Voice was not loud, but it fell into Uchiha Fugaku's ear, and it shook his nerves like thunder. You really met him, and what you did was ordered by him. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. From the change in his expression, Long Yu was even more certain that Madara Uchiha never gave up on wooing Fuyu Uchiha, who had opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan from the very beginning. After all, this is a ready-made combat force. Moreover, as long as he can deceive the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, it is not difficult to make a comeback again. Uncle, you underestimate me too much. Long Yu shook his head with a smile and said, he really wants me to inherit his will, but if I told you that he was killed by me, would you believe it? He was killed by you. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed dramatically. In their eyes, Madara Uchiha is a godlike existence. After opening the kaleidoscope shaker, Uchiha Fuyu had also been in contact with him, and of course he knew his horror. Yes, he is already dead. There is no need for me to lie to you. Long Yu said lightly. Uchiha Fuyu heard the words, fell into silence, and said after a long time, 10 years ago, I also met him. At that time, although he was equally old, he was still stronger than me. For the continuation of the Uchiha clan, I played against him, but unfortunately it didn't reach your height. Over the years, you should have also seen the decline of the Uchiha clan. In fact, if he hadn't taken away all the resources in the clan such as forbidden arts and ninjutsu, our Uchiha clan would not have gone into decline. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but pause and said, I thought that the Uchiha family would continue to decline, but I didn't expect that geniuses like you and Shisui would emerge. However, I don't want you. You go the way of Madara Uchiha. Even he can't escape the result of perishing. I don't want to let the family go to perdition again. For this remark, Long Yu did not refute. Chapter 77. Long Yu, I want to discuss with you. If Madara Uchiha left that day, he didn't hide his clumsiness, and he kept the method of opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and the scrolls of practicing ninjutsu and forbidden arts. I am afraid that the Uchiha clan will not have only a few high-level combat power. How about a family? There are 7 or 8 kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes at the same time. Looking at the entire ninja world, who can compete with each other? Long Yu, I hope you can give me the answer. Uchiha Fuyuke continued to repeat. Uncle, don't worry, my dream is to be a salted fish. As long as they don't overdo it, I will still keep my mind. Long Yu said with a light smile. The words faded, the field suddenly fell into a dead silence. After Uchiha Fuyu's eyes flickered, He finally sighed and said, "Since you said the same thing, I won't ask any more questions. You have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, then take a look at the stone tablet and see if there is any inheritance suitable for you. It is also good to have more power to protect yourself. I'll go back first and see Makoto and the child. I'm getting old too. I'm afraid I'll give you a seat in the future as the patriarch." Abandoning these words, Uchiha Fugaku turned around and left. Long Yu rolled his eyes, and was instantly helpless. So much foreshadowing. It turned out that everything was for the sake of being a hands-off shopkeeper. However, what he is most interested in now is the inheritance of the Uchiha family. After casually flipping through the scrolls placed around, Long Yu finally understood why Uchiha Fugaku, why he hated Uchiha Madara so much. In addition to some records, Uchiha Madara's record in the Warring States period was brilliant, and how to praise his power. There are only 3 things that have anything to do with ninjutsu 3. The art of fire escape flame and song. Fire escape dragon fire technique. The fire escapes the arrogant fire. In addition to the final arrogance, as long as the chakra is enough, the power of the level can be erupted. The rest are rubbish. At this moment, Long Yu finally understood, what is selfishness from the great god. However, this cannot be entirely blamed on Madara Uchiha. As a great existence praised by the family, if it is surpassed by future generations. Okay, if he's dead, if he's still alive, he knows that the title of Uchiha's first person has been taken away. I'm afraid I can't let go of this feeling. However, mosquitoes' legs are the smallest and also meat. For others, it takes time to cultivate, but for Long Yu, there is no threshold for any ninjutsu. Ding dong, congratulations to the host of the fire escape flame and singing technique, which is instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, who Odunlong fire technique has reached the full level in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who Odunhao who extinguished and reached full level in an instant. Hearing the sound of the 3 systems, Long Yu put the scroll back into the distance and looked at the rough stone tablet. Facing the stone tablet, the blurry writing wheel eye, his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye was touched. The next moment, without any sign, it spun rapidly. Om! A roar flashed in Long Yu's mind, and his consciousness quickly entered the illusion space of the stone tablet. A huge blood-colored writing wheel eye is extremely dazzling in the dark environment. My heir, this is a memory of the kaleidoscope writing wheel pupil technique I left on the stone tablet. If you can get it, maybe you can try this invincible technique. Madara Uchiha's voice suddenly sounded, and it felt very ethereal, giving people a sense of grandeur. All these words dissipated, the rotation of Long Yu's 9-hook jade writing wheel suddenly stopped. After exiting the consciousness space, there was a jerky pupil technique driving method in his mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the kaleidoscope augmentation eye, whether it is instantly full level. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, looking very surprised. He just guessed what this so-called invincible technique is, and the system brought him a surprise. In the original work, Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, in addition to the wheel tomb technique, there is another unknown pupil technique. However, according to Long Yu's speculation, this unknown pupil technique is actually an increase. A powerful auxiliary means that can enhance all attacks such as ninjutsu, hitomijutsu, etc. For example, the flamboyant fireball, the celestial obstacle, and the 3-headed Susanoo. All of this, I am afraid that in the eyes of the booster, it was cast into a forbidden power. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke has already reached the same height as Uchiha Madara. Why is the ninjutsu he performed, but he is not as powerful? It seems that Madara Uchiha left the Uchiha clan and took away most of the ninjutsu scrolls. But it leaves behind one of the strongest pupil techniques. However, this is not incomprehensible. Madara Uchiha has always held the mentality of the strong, and does not care about the weak at all, even the clan is no exception. Instead of leaving some scrolls of ninjutsu and forbidden arts, cultivate a group of mediocre people. To leave the strongest pupil technique to the strongest clansman, so as to cultivate stronger chess pieces. However, if Madara Uchiha knew of his deliberate layout, the strongest pupil technique left behind was taken away by the person who killed him. I'm afraid I don't know what to feel. System, immediately. Instantly full. Long Yu commanded after thinking. Host, please wait a moment. Congratulations to the host, the kaleidoscope augmented eye is instantly full level successfully. The sound of the system echoed in his mind, and Long Yu smiled playfully, feeling the urge to try it impatiently. The next moment, the stone tablet in front of him clicked, revealing a crack that traverses the entire writing wheel. It seems that Madara Uchiha is just preparing to give this strongest pupil technique to one person. Just like his domineering thinking, one chess piece is enough. Taking back his thoughts, Long Yu didn't stay any longer, and the strongest thing was obtained. Other Taiwan, Long Yu was not in the mood to study and sing praises, and one was killed by himself. After Long Yu left, the sealed gate opened and closed automatically. In the living room, Uchiha Fuyu hurried back. Who were already waiting to eat, the seriousness on their faces was replaced by a smile. Everyone, let's eat first, Long Yu will take some time to come back. Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, Makoto, you've worked hard this time too. After the birth of a child, Itachi, you hurt him a lot. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of my younger siblings. Uchiha Itachi agreed. But the next moment, looking at the eyes of the corridor, the pupils shrank suddenly. Brother, you came back so soon, Dad said you needed time. Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but stunned, looked back in a hurry, and said, you didn't gain anything either. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fuyu was verbally passed down the secret of the stone tablet, but unfortunately he opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. But compared with Long Feng, who has a system and has 2 strong spiritual powers, it is obviously not as good. Chapter 92, a little gain, and the strength has skyrocketed again. Quote. Looked at Namikaze Minato and said, otherwise, let's learn from each other and practice our hands. You have gained. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed slightly. Even Namikaze Minato and others on the side are no exception. That Long Yu possesses now is far beyond their cognition. If, now there is a gain, it means that the strength has risen again. Have a little gain. Long Yu said with a smile. Okay, what do you have to eat first? If you delay, the food will be cold. Uchiha Makoto persuaded. Namikaze Minato and the others were full of urgency, but they pressed it down and ate hard with their hearts full of confusion. The time for a meal passed in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Makoto had just packed up the tableware, and in the dining room, except for Long Yu, everyone else stood up in unison. Long Yu, I want to discuss with you. 3 of them said in unison. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Namikaze Minato all looked at each other. Facing Long Yu's unknown harvest, he clearly held a trace of urgency in his heart. Dad, brother has gained something, but in such a short period of time, you probably haven't mastered it yet, will you be too hasty? Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui were startled for a while, obviously agreeing with Uchiha Itachi's words. In their eyes, no matter what is a ninjutsu or a pupil jutsu, it takes at least a process to learn to master it. No, Long Yu, I believe you have already learned it. Namikaze Minato said with a firm expression, you Uchiha clan are famous for their pupil skills. I think your gains, if it is pupil skills, then the speed of learning will be faster. Uchiha Fuyu and Zishui's expressions were stagnant, and the moment they looked at Long Yu smiled and nodded, their expressions suddenly changed. It can be said that the time difference between Uchiha Fuyu and Long Yu returning to the living room is only a minute or 2. In such a short period of time, I am afraid that even the pupil technique will not be able to adapt. The time you have been in contact with Long Yu is too short, and his learning ability can be called a monster. Namikaze Minato's mouth was relaxed, but his face was more solemn, and he said, "Then, shall we fight next?" In the village. Long Yu smiled playfully, and said, "There are at least 30 or 40 people on guard outside. If something is broken, I'm afraid they will be bitten by Tuanzang." Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui also looked stagnant. Not long ago, Long Yu even destroyed the Hokage building, and even killed the oil girl to take the route. Although the main responsibility lies with Danzo, Ryu is now being watched. If there is more trouble, it will indeed be targeted by Danzo. "Don't worry, we will leave the clone here and practice outside the village." Namikaze Minato smiled playfully. In the backhand, he took out Fei Laishan Kunai. The next moment, Long Yu and the others, with the help of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, disappeared into the mansion. There is only one avatar left to hide the eyes and ears. Bang! 30 kilometers away from Konoha Ninja Village, in a huge basin. 5 figures descended on the earth like ghosts. "Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more skilled." Uchiha Fuyu glanced left and right, and said, "In the future, if you really want to escape, I'm afraid no one will really be able to catch you." Hearing these words, I don't know if it was a compliment or a demeaning remark, Minato Namikaze reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "Okay, let's make a quick decision. All 3 of us want to fight Long Yu, who will fight first?" In the hall just now, the unanimous actions of the 3 of them revealed their thoughts. After all, the strength displayed by Long Yu had already made them feel jealous. Now there is harvest, it is a nightmare for them. "Come with the 3 of you," Long Yu said with a smile. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. S expression changed, and he said, "Long Yu, are you kidding me?" "Just kidding." Long Yu smiled and shook his head. They always been serious. "Remind you, wake up 12 points, my attack power is overwhelming." Who was full of confidence, Minato Namikaze sank, and after looking at each other, they reached a consensus in an instant. "Go!" Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed urgently. Of both hands, more than a dozen shuriken flew out of their hands in an instant, and slashed towards Long Yu at a reversed angle. At the same time, under the rapid flip of both hands, a series of magic seals formed, and the fiery chakra accumulated under the mouth, and swallowed it out in an instant. The art of fire escape how fireball. 7 or 8 meters, the magnificent fireball instantly condensed and rolled out towards Long Yu. At the same time, 2 figures appeared first behind Long Yu. Spiral Pill, the blade of flowing water. The tyrannical chakra fluctuations have been driven to the extreme. One casts the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other casts the tyrannical instant body technique. It can be said that as the golden light of Konoha, and the name of the instant stop water resounding in the ninja world, it is simply the ultimate speed. However, Long Yu was already mentally prepared, and at the moment when the blood in his eyes flowed, Jugoyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain. The powerful pupil power exploded instantly like a frenzy. The scarlet color, like turning into a raging tide, turned into a huge Susanoo of dozens of meters. When the 3 attacks fell on Susanoo, it was like an attack on an invisible wall. The fireball technique was instantly detonated. Spiral pills and the blade of flowing water were directly annihilated. However, what caused their pupils to shrink the most was the Susanoo displayed by Long Yu, showing the shape of Shiro with 3 heads and 6 arms. Angry eyes are round, the compassionate smiling face, solemn and majestic. This can be said to shake the mind. His pupil technique has changed, and the breath he exudes is several times stronger. Uchiha Fuyu's face changed dramatically. Minato and Shisui also hurriedly retreated. Looking at the huge figure like a small mountain, there was a hint of solemnity on his face. "Are you annoying me?" Long Yu smiled warmly. "If you can't even break the defense, then this battle doesn't seem to need to continue." The low voice made the trio of Namikaze Minato 3 look stagnant. The three of them looked at the entire ninja world, and they were also outstanding existences. When were they so despised by others? Looked at each other, a hint of determination flashed in their pupils. Use all your strength, don't hide your clumsiness. Uchiha Fuyu gave a cold drink. Chapter 78, Meteorite from the Sky. His eyes turned in vain, and the kaleidoscope of three-pointed stars unfolded in an instant. A burst of purple pupil power pierced out of his body, turning into a Susanoo more than 10 meters tall. Uchiha Zishui also moved, the blood in his eyes spread, turning into eyes like a sickle hooking the moon, and the green pupil power surged out like a frenzy, turning into a Susanoo who was not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku. Watching the three of them make three hands together, it's a big killer move. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, the Susanoo displayed can hardly compare to Longyu. Namikaze Minato looked a little shabby compared to it, and in desperation, he bit his finger, and the moment the blood overflowed, he swiped directly on the palm of his hand. The art of psychic. Bang! The smoke rose into the sky, and a body like a hill appeared in it. Minato, you brat, it's rare to call me out. However, it's still better than that bastard Shaker. Every time I come out, it's a thankless effort. Next time I meet him, I'll definitely teach you a lesson or two. As soon as Toad Wentai appeared, the barrel of the gun, which was smoking a dry cigarette, suddenly stiffened in midair. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, and Longyu who was standing in it, with a warm smile on his face, his heart seemed to be suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. Ms. Wen, it seems that this is a good opportunity for you to teach me a lesson. With playful laughter made Toad Bunta's nerves tense. Looking at the wry smile on his face, Minato Namaifung fell on his head. It was the first time he had the impulse of his mother Sao. Watergate, what are you doing? Why did you have sex with him? And you didn't notify me in advance, so you can prepare. Toad Wenta couldn't help but said. Reluctantly patted the head of Toad Bunta, and said, Boss, we are going to learn from each other, but I remind you, don't look at Longyu with the eyes of 5 days ago, or you will suffer. Just to discuss. Toad Wentai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Susanoo, who was scarlet like blood and smelled like a disaster, his expression became a little more solemn. 5 days ago, this kid was clumsy, or is he stronger now? The breath he exudes has skyrocketed several times. I don't know either, maybe there are clumsy ones, and there are also stronger ones. Minato glanced at Longyu and said, it's just that I can be sure. If you don't take it seriously, you may die. These words fell, even Uchiha Fuyu and Shishui's expressions became condensed. Hands on. The three of them reached a consensus in an instant. Blazing Spear. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo shot. 5 fingers caught in the void, the flames entangled, and instantly turned into a long spear. Without any bells and whistles, he stabbed directly into Longyu's volley. A shot was fired, and the air along the way, like a cloth, was instantly torn apart. The flames rolled back down, turned into a fire dragon of several hundred meters, and roared away with the posture of Wanjun. Uncle, let me help you. Uchiha stopped drinking coldly. His Susanoo was almost 99, and his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane, instantly turning into a spiral-pointed drill. Accompanied by the sharp tearing sound of a hurricane, the dark green hurricane, like a raging tide, instantly rushed into the 1,000-meter fire dragon of Uchiha Fuyuke. The fire rides the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The two merged, the fire dragon instantly soared to a kilometer, the storm rolled back, and the sound of dragon roars rose into the sky. Minato, you use fire escape, and I use toad oil to break Longyu's defense in one fell swoop. Let that kid see how serious we are. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. Good. Minato Namikaze hurriedly agreed, and under the rapid flip of his hands, Toad Bunta's abdomen suddenly swelled. At the next moment, the attacks of the two blazed out simultaneously. Fire escape toad oil refining bomb. As soon as the attack of the three people came out, the fire soared into the sky, and the whole sky was illuminated. Who was standing under the attack, had an even more smile on his face. At the moment when Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned frantically, the pupil power was extracted like a frenzy. Boom! The fiery flames instantly drowned Long Yu in a monstrous gesture. Waves of fire, sea and air caused the surrounding rock basins to scorch instantly. 3 of them succeeded in 3 strikes and quickly opened the distance. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared straight at the battlefield, with a hint of urgency on their faces. You guys, don't be too nervous. If you are hit by such a powerful fire, even if there is Susanoo, it will be melted. Toad Wen said too hastily. However, the hand it held the bong suddenly tightened. Ferocious figure in the firelight, his face changed drastically. It's the hardship of the beasts recorded in the family Tuin. Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed in surprise. 6 arms in the firelight, he was covered in a layer of armor like a samurai, and his eyes were almost split. Fuyu, what kind of means is this? The power of Susanoo that Long Yu uses seems to have increased again. Namikaze Minato asked urgently. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back. He was originally good at pupil art, and the blow just now was almost a killer move at the bottom of the box. Coupled with Uchiha Fuyuke's fire escape attack, the power has skyrocketed several times. However, in the face of Long Yu, he seemed pale and powerless. It's the booster eye. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. I also saw it in Uchiha Madara's handwriting. After he opened the kaleidoscope shaker, one of the pupil techniques he possessed was an augmented eye that could greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu and pupil techniques. Now the difficulty of the beasts that Long Yu is using is to use augmented eyes to make Susanoo's defense power has increased, and it has turned into armor. Now Long Yu's defense has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly. The defense just now has left them helpless. Now it has increased to 3 to 5 times, and it can definitely be called absolute defense now. A sense of powerlessness quickly sprouted in Minato Namikaze's heart. The next moment, an absurd thought flashed through my mind. Fuyu, what will happen if the booster eye is used in the attack? Namikaze Minato hurriedly opened his mouth. At the same time, a roar sounded in Long Yu's mind. Under the rapid operation of the booster eye, the inheritance from Madara Uchiha reappeared in his mind. The use of a ninjutsu is like a tide, quickly flooding Long Yu's mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned to obstruct the stars, whether it is immediately. Instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Long Yu's mind, making his expression stagnate. It can be said that in the original work, Long Yu felt the most shocking, not when Uchiha Madara performed the 6 paths mode, or when the prison of the wheel tomb. Opposite. Instead, when facing the ninja allied forces and the 5 shadows duel, the heavenly obstruction star is displayed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, that kind of doomsday-like attack makes people feel an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Originally, in the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, Long Yu was very satisfied with the ninjutsu techniques such as amplifying eyes and extinguishing fire. But compared with Tianji Zhengxing, there is still a small lump in my heart. The sudden inheritance now undoubtedly makes Long Yu happy. System, immediately. Full grade. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Congratulations to the host, Tianji Zhengxing has successfully reached the full level in an instant. The sound of the system gradually disappeared in his mind, and Long Yu withdrew from the space of consciousness. At the moment when the blood moon-like 9-go jade writing wheel eyes turned frantically, the 3-headed and 6-handed Susanoo moved both hands. You mean the booster eye is used for attacking? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but startled. Flashed in his mind the handwritten notes about Uchiha Madara's deeds that he had seen in the past, and the next moment his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Long Yu in the sea of fire, and when he saw Susanoo with 6 hands flying quickly, his pupils contracted, and he roared in a hurry. Let's go quickly. According to the handbook records, if the booster eye is used on the attack, it can instantly destroy a ninja village. The hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow was cast from the sky. An inexplicable oppressive force was born from the heart. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky. The moment they entered their eyes, the whole person was stunned. As if struck by lightning, he was dumbfounded. A huge meteor with a diameter of 5 kilometers. The rolling gesture of falling from the sky makes the air and clouds along the way torn apart instantly. With a harsh roar, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Escape, run away. Uchiha Fugaku roared in a hurry. The face of this kind of attack, he didn't think about fighting at all in his mind. The only thought was to run away. Mad, this is just mad. Toadbunta's voice was also hoarse, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his pupils, saying, Minato, if you don't take it seriously, you will die. I'm skeptical on horseback, and now I'm dead if I take it seriously. In this case, I can't use it now, so I'll go back first. Abandoning these words, Toadman disappeared out of thin air. Fell directly on the ground, looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui who fled. A flash of determination flashed in his pupils. Flash, he disappeared out of thin air. Zishui, Fuyu, you have instilled chakra into me. This time we played too much and played too hot. If this one meteorite is dropped, it will also be affected within a radius of several kilometers, so it moves away. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of the two of them first. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who were originally frightened, looked stagnant and could not help but glance at each other. Watergate, are you sure? Fuyu couldn't hold back. Although, he had a feeling of powerlessness in his heart, but as Minato Namikaze said, this is the result of their playing with fire. If you pat your butt and walk away, the consequences will be unimaginable. 30%, it's the first time I've transferred this kind of thing. Bo Feng Shui's lips were dry, and he said, but with your chakra support, I may be able to be 50% sure. We're running out of time, let's start now. The huge meteorite rapidly approaching in the sky and rapidly dilating in the pupil. Minato Namikaze didn't hesitate, the three flying thunder god kunai in his hand threw out with his backhand in an instant. At the same time, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui pressed their hands directly on the shoulders of Namikaze Minato. Dormant, the chakra in the body, like a frenzy, did not retain the slightest bit, and poured into the body of Namikaze Minato. Along with the roar, the three flying thunder gods kunai collided with the meteorite in an instant. When, under the splash of sparks, Fei Lei Shen kunai instantly nailed into the meteorite like a character. The next moment, under the impact of the powerful air wave, Minato Namikaze's hands flew up. A series of surgical seals formed and cold sweat oozes out of his forehead, a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Om! The vibrating sound of the air suddenly sounded. Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui felt the chakra in their bodies, as if they were instantly emptied by a big hand. This place, Minato Namikaze obviously haunts here frequently, and within a radius of dozens of miles, the Flying Thunder God seal has already been laid. When the last magic seal was formed, a Flying Thunder God barrier covering the sky of 10,000 meters was instantly condensed. The jet black crack and big mouth collided directly with the meteorite that fell from the sky. The huge air wave impact, and the huge impact force, made this crack, as if it was overwhelmed, and made a crisp cracking sound from the space. Another cracks like cobwebs spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watergate, will it be impossible to transfer? Fuyu couldn't hold his breath, and asked anxiously. This one-day meteorite was hundreds of meters above their heads. Just looking up, there is already something. An inexplicable aura of death is coming. If Namikaze Minato really fails, then there may be a dead end waiting for them. Don't worry, it can be done. The veins on Namikaze Minato's neck became prominent, and his hands clasped together suddenly. The little chakra left in the body was instantly drained. The space barrier of Flying Thunder God, which had reached its limit, was expanded a little in an instant. The next moment, the situation that was quickly stalemate, there was a loosening. The meteorite that fell from the sky was swallowed by the dark space crack in an instant. After just 10 seconds, the meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers was completely transferred away. Looking at the restored clear sky and the disappearing crack in space, Minato Namikaze gasped and fell to the ground. The sweat left on his forehead and the rapidly depleted physical strength made him unable to stand up for a moment or three. The whole body's muscles, under the frantic refining of chakra, came out with tear-like stinging pain. However, before they could be happy, the words that fell in their ears the next moment were like straw that crushed a camel. Performed very well, however, this is just an appetizer, the hard dishes are still, later, but can you take the bigger second one? Long Yu smiled warmly. At this moment, it feels like a demon. Namikaze Minato and the others didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. A little black shadow, zooming in quickly, the speed is so fast, the gesture of falling meteorite that day, reappeared in front of me. Crazy, no. Chapter 79, Fairy Mode. Should be said that they feel that they are simply crazy. A moment ago, they worked hard and chakra, just barely enough to transfer a one-day obstructing star. Now Long Yu told them that this was just an appetizer. There is a bigger one at the back, if you don't see it with your own eyes. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Riding on a horse, are we playing with fire and playing with ourselves to death? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now it is difficult for him to even move his fingers, the chakra in his body is exhausted, and he cannot escape with the technique of Flying Thunder God. The only thing I can do now is to die. A huge meteorite fell from the sky with a posture like 1,000 fists. It quickly enlarged in their pupils, as if there was an invisible big hand tightly clenching their hearts. That bastard boy, there is no way to remove this ninjutsu, right? Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly. It's still the same as us, directly exhausting the chakra. If you don't come here soon, then we'll be waiting to die. Hearing these words, Minato, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, couldn't help but look up at the sky. The moment of entering the target, the huge meteorite that fell from the sky quickly twisted like ripples on the surface of a lake. The next moment, it crashed into the sky. No, it should be said that in their eyes, the whole sky is like a star moving. When everything calmed down, there were still huge rocks in the sky. Only the traces of destruction from the first wave of attacks remained. Don't look at it, the second meteorite is just an illusion, I don't want to be lost like you. Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. 3 of them suddenly woke up and looked at Long Yu who appeared behind them. They laughed bitterly in an instant, realizing that the battle was decided. You kid, I was almost scared to death by you. Uchiha Fuyu patted Long Yu on the shoulder helplessly. However, we also lost convincingly. It's just that trick just now, wouldn't you really be able to use the second meteorite to hide your clumsiness here? Regarding this question, Minato and Shisui Uchiha couldn't help it, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of urgency on their faces. Looking at the entire ninja world, they are also considered to be the powerhouses standing above the peak. However, in the face of Long Yu's attack, they walked behind the gate of hell, which cast a shadow over them. No. Long Yu said with a smile. However, this statement is not false. With Long Yu's current chakra possession, without the support of the 3 tails, it would have been very reluctant to cast the first heavenly obstruction star. Not to mention the second one. Then trust you for now. Uchiha Fuyu rolled his eyes and said, it's not too early, let's go back quickly, in case we get into trouble, we'll end up in the wrong. On the other hand, Konoha Ninja Village, inside the root. Danzo's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the blue veins were also highlighted in the hand clenching the crutch. Haha, Danzo, I didn't expect you to find me in such a hurry. Orochimaru's voice suddenly came out. Soon, a ninja in Anbu costume was seen walking in through the gate. After taking off the painted mask, the pale cheeks were revealed. It's really not easy to see you this time. There are a lot of Anbu along the way. You won't be kicked out by my teacher, right? Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and said playfully. In the eyes of Orochimaru, to deal with an old fox like Danzo, only 3 generations of Hokage are qualified to fight against him. It's Uchiha Longyu. Danzang turned his head and said with a gloomy face, I prepared 10 elites at the Hokage mansion, and even I took action myself, but I couldn't subdue him. The Susanoo that he also used, killed the oil girl under my command to take the route. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be infused with magic sound. Danzo, are you telling the truth? Orochimaru's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and said, if you are telling the truth, I suspect that the battle that happened in the Grass Ninja Village is related to Longyu. It was that kid who ruined the Grass Ninja Village. Danzo's expression also changed. As the leader of the route, his intelligence network is still very large. On the second day after the destruction of Grass Ninja Village, he had already received the news of the report, and he was still guessing who handled it. Yes, you should be curious, who will fight him in which battle? A look of solemnity appeared on Orochimaru's face. If I am not wrong, I'm afraid he killed Madara Uchiha. Bang! The cane in Danzo's hand was crushed again. Looking at the eyes of Orochimaru, full of shock, he said, Orochimaru, do you know what you are talking about? Only the god of the ninja world can defeat Madara, and he didn't die, but was killed by that kid, are you kidding me? All know, the Valley of the End that day, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, killed Uchiha Madara with a slight advantage. It was because of this battle that Rangma completely established the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Now Orochimaru told him that Madara Uchiha not only did not die, but was also killed by Longyu. This huge gap made it difficult for him to accept. Haha, from the beginning, I was as unwilling to believe as you, so I wasted time to investigate. Orochimaru laughed dryly, a trace of frenzy flashed across his face. However, Uchiha Ryu is still too tender, and he didn't even kill all the people in the entire Kusanagi village. Let me find clues from it. He killed the old Madara Uchiha. I was far apart in the battle that day, but the traces of their battle were clearly displayed in front of my eyes. It is indeed the boundary of blood that I value. Danzo looked extremely gloomy. Danzo will not doubt Orochimaru. They are like-minded dark ones. Moreover, after seeing the strength of Longyu, Danzo believes that it is not impossible for Longyu to win in the face of the aging Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, I want to know, how can you solve that kid? Danzo spoke again. The smile on Orochimaru's face subsided, and he said, are you worried, is he endangering your position? Of course I won't let go of this rare pair of eyes. Furthermore, I have successfully improved that trick recently, but I hope you will take me to the residence of the Thousand Hands family, and I want to pick up something. Expression suddenly changed, and he said solemnly, I didn't expect that even the second-generation Hokage can't do things, really let you do it successfully. If Sarutobi finds out, I don't know what the expression will be. Hee, actually, I also heard a lot of thanks to Mr. Sarutobi. If he hadn't ruthlessly expelled me from Konoha village, I wouldn't have easily torn off the mask. Conduct research without fear. As long as I get that thing, I believe that it will be easy to obliterate Uchiha Ryu. That's great. Face, and he said, that old confused Sarutobi knows that Uchiha Ryu is a mad dog that cannot be tamed, and he asked Jiraiya to send that kid to Miaomu Mountain to learn the immortal mode. His current strength is unfathomable, so I will take you to the Chinsho clan's station now, and I will kill him before he learns the immortal mode. Fairy mode. Orochimaru's expression sank, remembering the battle with Jiraiya that day, and said sharply, don't worry, the immortal mode is not so easy to learn. It took 3 months for Zilai that day, but I can't even find the door to Longdi Cave. No matter how powerful his talent is, at least he needs a process. Death is very close to him. Words fell. Danzang glanced at Orochimaru, who was full of confidence, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Then let's set off quickly, the rest is up to you. I want that kid to understand that not everyone can provoke him. Uchiha Fuyu's home, Longfeng and his party of 4 rushed back to the hall. However, the sight of the site made Minato and the others smile wryly. Bang! Jiraiya also raised his hand and smashed it directly on the head of the next 4 Hokage. You bastard, if I didn't take a look in person and found out that these are shadow clones, I'm afraid I don't know if you ran away now. He also said reproachfully. You have to remember that as a guardian, the only thing you have to do is to never let Danzo find an excuse to attack Long Yu. Now that you're all right, take him back and run out. Looking at Jiraiya, who rarely peeked at the bathroom, Long Yu sat down with a smile and said, Lord Jiraiya, don't worry, Danzo will definitely want me to die. However, he must choose to act in secret. If I am not mistaken, perhaps he has been conspiring with someone and how to take the head on my neck. And when you came this time, I'm afraid you found some clues and planned to send us to Miaomu Mountain in advance. The slightly elusive words came out, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Zilai's expression froze, and he rolled his eyes and said, Sure enough, there is no way to hide it from you. I do have something important to deal with, so now I plan to send you and Shuaman to Miaomu Mountain to learn the immortal mode in advance, and I also brought the scroll. Spoke, Jiraiya untied the scroll around his waist and spread it out. To enter Miaomu Mountain, the fastest way is to perform the reverse psychic technique in Miaomu Mountain. However, with the seal scroll of the Toad family, Jiraiya also has a certain power to conduct directional channeling, and transfer Long Yu and Namikaze Minato to Mt. Miaomu. Teacher, do I want to? Namikaze Minato's expression froze and said, Now the Konoha battle situation is not clear, can I move the time back? Now Iwa Ninja Village is at war with Yun Ninja. The 3 generations of Mizukage of the Land of Water were indirectly killed by Long Yu, and the Battle of Kikyoyama in Sandin Village was at a disadvantage. On the battlefield is changing rapidly. If something goes wrong, Minato Namaifung can still rely on the technique of Flying Thunder God for quick support. Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't have been abused just now, right? Zilai also rolled his eyes and said, I don't have enough strength, are you overwhelmed? This opportunity is rare. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but only by improving our own strength can we be able to respond to more emergencies. Bo Feng Shui looked stagnant, glanced at Long Yu, and after remembering the scene of being abused just now, they nodded with a wry smile. Well, in order to avoid being abused next time, I really need to improve my strength. Haha, this is like my student, but I hope you don't get hit. Jiraiya also patted Namaifung Minato on the shoulder and said, Goodbye. Reverse the psychic technique. The inexplicable words made Minato Namikaze startled, but unfortunately he didn't wait for him to react. Jiraiya has already used the psychic technique to teleport them away directly. Inside Mt. Myogi, on a huge square. In addition to Fukasaku and Shima, in addition to Toad Fumita, Toad Ken and Toad Hero, together with a group of small toads are also present. Okay, I didn't expect Wenta to be suddenly summoned by Minato Namikaze to leave, but do you agree with the plan it proposed? Fukasaku asked while holding a cane. Since the boss suggested it, I agree. Toad Jien nodded in agreement. Toad Hero, who was on the side, was no exception, saying, Last time, he called us to deal with Miyoshifu, showing contempt for our 3 brothers, and he really needs a proper dismount. Yes, we agree too. That boy, since he is going to practice here for a period of time, of course he must be honest. The scene suddenly boiled over. For this group of toads who like to join in the fun. Even the things that the 3 big toads are in favor of, it will be a good show next. This kind of liveliness can't be made up for nothing. My child's father, is this really good? That kid's strength seems to be very good, and the great immortal, let us entertain him, and now that Mrs. Wen is not here, I'm afraid this is a bit wrong. Shima couldn't hold back. Shenzuo shook his head with a smile, and said, this is Miaomu Mountain, but it's our territory, how can that kid go wild? Are we still afraid that we won't be able to hold him down? Also, the kid suffers a loss, if he doesn't act as a father, that's what a shame. Looking at Fukasaku's insistence, Shima shook his head helplessly, and the next moment his nerves suddenly tightened. They're coming. When Fukasaku and the group of toads heard the words, excitement immediately appeared on their faces. Get ready, use the water cannons uniformly, don't worry that the kid will die, we will do our best. He shouted loudly. Bang! In the huge open space of the square, as soon as the mysterious magic seal appeared, the white mist shrouded, immediately. Two figures appeared. In the face of this long-distance space crossing, Rao's Shibafeng Minato was already prepared, and there was a brief dizziness. Back to his senses and wanted to see the situation of Miaomu Mountain clearly, the sound of breaking air coming from all directions made his pupils shrink suddenly. Water cannon. Water bombs swept out of the sky like cannonballs, and there were hundreds of them in number. However, the most unacceptable thing for Namikaze Minato is that the water cannon will increase in size with the size of the toad. Especially Toad Jian and Toad Guang, the water cannons displayed by the two are at least 10 meters in diameter. Tons of water, if it hits people, it will definitely shatter one's bones. This welcome ceremony was too unexpected. Haha, I found that I like this kind of welcome ceremony. Long Yu suddenly laughed. Immediately. S spine froze, recalling the scene that happened not long ago, his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 80, Is This Giggling? Susanoo. The blood in Long Yu's eyes was like a tide, and it suddenly swept away, and the tyrannical pupil power quickly surged out under the frantic rotation of the nine-hook jade. The huge Susanoo was quickly supported with 3 heads and 6 arms, directly comparable to the height of Toad and others. Boom! Hundreds of water cannons landed on Long Yu's body. The huge impact made Susanoo shake a little. That splashes out is like a torrential rain, swaying the whole world. This is Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, and his form is different from what you described. Mitsuko's expression changed slightly. However, this is only their first wave of attacks. They had already expected the appearance of Susanoo. Toad Hero and Toad Jian moved in an instant, slammed down towards the ground, like a big mountain, approaching Susanoo in the sky. The double knife and long fork in his hand slashed directly down, and the air along the way sent bursts of sonic booms. Looking at this violent scene, the eyes of the toads present brightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their pupils. Don't! 2 screams suddenly sounded. In addition to the mouth from Minato Namikaze, there was also the mouth of Toad Bunta who hurried back. The sudden scene caused a slight pause in the attacks of the 2 toads, and even Fukasaku, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but startled. After all, the welcome ceremony this time was proposed by Toad Wentai, mainly to kill Long Yu's arrogance. However, now Toad Bunta says no. This gap is a bit too big. Wentai, what's going on? Immortal Shima was the first to lose his temper. Was the first time that she saw herself, this precious son who was not afraid of the sky and earth, showing such a panicked expression. Pity that Long Yu's voice mixed with a smile drifted away before Toad Wenta could answer. Okay, the return gift for you has arrived, please come out to receive the gift. Long Yu was in Susanoo. The 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo moved, and instantly formed a series of magic seals. When his hands suddenly clasped together, Toad Wen was so stunned, he roared hysterically, "Escape, hurry up and escape from this place." The violent scene shook the minds of everyone, and followed the eyes of Toad Wentai to the sky. In the scene of entering the goal, even the 2 big toads who shot were stunned. This is too much to play. The meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers, that kind of Shocking feeling is completely unmatched by ordinary people. If there is really one word to describe it, that is a natural disaster. Mad, you big lunatic, we are just joking, you don't have to make a big move. Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath at all. It possesses immortal magic, but it is obviously powerless in the face of this day's obstruction. The face of such a large-scale attack, unless you have a large-scale defense like Gaara in the original book. Perhaps, a stronger attack than Tianji Zhengxing, or waiting for them, but the test of death. Long Yu, can this attack be removed? Toad Wen is too impatient. It escaped from the battlefield just now, but due to the time difference and space jump, without the coordinates of a specific spell, he ran back home. When I thought about the ridiculous welcome ceremony I just proposed, and the doomsday attack method I encountered after being summoned to fight by Minato Namikaze, Toad went. I didn't have time to think about it, and rushed back here desperately. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Sorry, this attack, I can only cast it, but I can't resist it. Long Yu said with a smile. However, you can ask Minato and let him use the Flying Thunder God barrier, and he should be able to transfer again. It was me, Namikaze Minato, who was stunned again, feeling the urgent gaze from all around, biting my head, and walked out with a wry smile. Why, what you did, it was me who was hurt in the end. Okay, don't complain too much, I'm playing the role of a bad guy, and I'll give you the role of a good guy. For the immortal mode, it's worth working hard. Long Yu patted Nagao Minato on the shoulder. Looking at the meteorite rolling down from the sky, the two immortals couldn't hold their breath and hurried over. You kid, I'll settle the account with you later. Immortal Fukasaku said with gritted teeth. However, as soon as these cruel words were spoken, Immortal Shima slapped the back of the head and said, if you hadn't indulged these children, this situation wouldn't have happened. I'll be in bed tonight, and I'm punishing you. Minato will trouble you this time. Injecting our immortal technique chakra into your Flying Thunder God technique should be able to transfer this meteorite. Two great immortals, as one of Jiraiya's teachers, of course know what kind of ninjutsu Namikaze Minato can do. Of them have heard of Konoha's golden glittering reputation. Then you guys start first, I'll take a rest first, chakra is a bit overdrawn. Long Yu yawned. However, the energetic look made a kind of toad gnashing its teeth. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no one dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with Long Yu. A meteorite one day away has already made them strict. If there is another one, it is a dead end. Go. Namikaze Minato took a quick drink, and, following the fast approaching rocks in the sky, he threw out 3 Flying Thunder God kunai in the same way. By the 3 toads quickly rushed in the opposite direction of the 3 threes. After all, Namikaze Minato only came to Mt. Meowmu for the first time, and there was no Flying Thunder God technique here, so he couldn't display the Flying Thunder God barrier right from the beginning. 5,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Okay. The 3 toads finally rushed out 5 kilometers away. At the moment when the shouting sound came out, Minato Namikaze quickly flipped his hands. Flying Thunder God's barrier technique. The 3 Flying Thunder God kunai instantly collided with the meteorite. The transferred spell barrier, immediately. With the 3 big toads as the center, it quickly tore apart, like a huge mouth that was as black as ink. Feeling that the chakra in the body has just recovered a little, don't take it out quickly, and Minato Namikaze's face instantly turned pale. Use our magic chakra. The 2 immortals Fukasaku and Shima shouted in unison. The moment a warm current followed the toad's claws on his back, the huge immortal chakra poured into Minato Namikaze's body. That was slowly torn apart instantly seemed to have eaten a catalyst, and turned into 6 or 7 kilometers in an instant. Like a black galaxy, he opened his mouth and swallowed the meteorite that fell from the sky. Such a shocking scene lasted for more than half a minute, and when everyone reacted, the meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers completely disappeared from the sky. That pitch black. The ink-like cracks also healed quickly. Huchi. Nika's Minato was gasping for breath and fell directly on the ground. Although he is blessed by the power of the two great immortals, the consumption of physical strength and the exhaustion of his own chakra are also not small burdens for him now. However, the words that fell in his ear at the next moment made Minato, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, almost torn his nerves. The big thing is bad, the lunatic has disappeared. Toad Wen said too hastily. These words fell, a cold air rushed to the forehead of all the toads in the field, and Minato Namikaze, who was also shot while lying down. Will something happen again? Are you Uchiha Ryayu? Sure enough, you have displayed such a powerful ninjutsu, and in the ninja world, I am afraid that few people can match you. Miaomu Mountain. Just as Long Yu reached the top, he saw a huge pavilion built here. The big toad fairy lived in this place. It has obviously become dozens of times larger than the feather clothing era. Long Feng said with a smile, the big toad immortal is disturbing. Hee, boy, you are really interesting. The big toad fairy smiled kindly. You are very special, I don't see the slightest future in me. There are only two explanations for this situation, one is the dying person, and the other is that your strength surpasses me, so I can't see through you. In my eyes, you are the second. To this statement, Long Yu responded with a casual smile. Immortal Big Toad, you are serious, you should know why I came here. I know, you are for the Toad Fairy art of our Miaomu Mountain. The Big Toad immortal did not continue to entangle, and still maintained a lazy demeanor. However, just now, if you want to let Fukasaku and Shima teach you immortal arts in person, I'm afraid it will embarrass you 1 or 2 times. I hope you can understand. Great Toad Immortal is still vivid in the minds of the heavenly obstruction that appeared just now. He doesn't care. But if there are 1 or 2 more, I am afraid it will make people overwhelmed. The Big Toad Fairy, don't worry, I will learn the fairy mode, and I will leave. Long Yu responded with a smile. Also, I don't dare to bother the 2 immortals Fukasaku and Shima, I'm enough to teach myself. Self-taught. The Big Toad Immortal frowned, looked at Long Yu with a warm smile on his face, and said with a sigh, this Toad Immortal art, the process of cultivation is very complicated, once the cultivation fails, it will become a petrified statue. Furthermore, if you can't get used to controlling the immortal chakra, you will also partially turn into a toad. Once you lose control, you will change from a human to a toad. Are you still determined to practice it yourself? Speaking of which, the great Toad Immortal looked at Long Yu, like the bark of a tree, his wrinkled cheeks flashed a hint of urgency. In his eyes, the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating toad immortality have been clearly described. If it wasn't for a fool, when he first came into contact with this mysterious magic, he would definitely be the first to find a way to go. Thank you for the reminder from Immortal Big Toad. The kid asks himself about his talent and has a little confidence. If there is a scroll, I will be enough to learn by myself. Long Yu said with a smile. Immortal Big Toad was stunned, and confirmed again and again, you really plan to teach yourself, in case of an accident, I don't care about the old man. Faced with the fact that his kind reminder was ignored, Immortal Big Toad was obviously also angry. However, Long Yu still smiled and nodded and said, thank you, Immortal Big Toad. Immortal Big Toad was silent for a while, and soon he waved his right index finger lightly. The scroll placed at the top of the back of the chair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew straight towards Long Yu. Bang! Long Yu reached out to catch it, and his body was shaken by the tremendous strength. Looking at the Big Toad Immortal who still kept his eyes closed, he had no intention of speaking at all. That this old toad also has a temper. However, Long Yu didn't take it to heart, and couldn't tell others that I was a god with a system. Able to fully level any ninjutsu, taijutsu, and instantly. I'm afraid that half of what I said, everyone else thinks it's an idiot. Long Yu didn't care, and turned over the scroll in his hand. In addition to depicting a toad sitting cross-legged, there were also descriptions of how to operate the immortal mode and how to absorb the power of nature for his own use. It can be said that at first glance, the content is very jerky. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the fairy mode, whether it is immediately, instantly full. The crisp system sound echoed in my mind. Long Yu raised his brows, smiled, and gave an order. Who had not spoken, looked at the smile on Long Yu's face and couldn't help but startled. Can be said that from the very beginning, it planned to let Long Yu see the mysterious and astringent beauty in the scroll, and then ask for advice again without knowing it. However, now it has once again exceeded its expectations. As this giggling, Immortal Big Toad couldn't hold back his breath, and he stopped talking. However, before the voice blurted out, he saw Long Yu put away the scroll. Ding dong, congratulations on the instant success of the host fairy mode. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. A smile appeared on Long Yu's face, and he handed the scroll back to Immortal Big Toad. Thank you for the success of the Big Toad Immortal. The boy has already learned the magic, so he won't stay here any longer. You have learned. Immortal Big Toad took the scroll and couldn't help but be stunned. In his memory, even the most talented Yu spent 7 days learning the immortal mode. Now Long Yu just glanced at it and told him that he had learned the immortal mode, which was too much. Grandpa, are you okay? That kid didn't do anything disrespectful to you, right? Immortal Shenzuo fell down. Immediately behind him were Shima and Minato Namikaze, as well as a group of toads. After Minato Namimo transferred the meteorite, it was discovered that Long Yu had disappeared. Teamed up to activate immortal perception, quickly looking for Long Yu's whereabouts, and finally chasing this place. Long Yu, are you all right? I heard that this is the forbidden area of their Miaomu mountain. If you break in at will, I'm afraid they will stumble when you learn the immortal mode. Namikaze Minato fell on Long Yu's side, and lowered his voice to persuade him. HMPH, it's still Minato, you are a good kid. Immortal Shenzuo snorted coldly. Boy, I don't need to investigate what happened just now, but now you have broken into the forbidden area of our Miaomu mountain. If you don't apologize, even if we agreed to Xiaozilai, teach your immortal mode will not guide you well. In fact, this time Immortal Fukasaku decided to guide the immortal Long Yu mode, which was the result of Immortal Big Toad's prediction. However, as Immortal Big Toad said, this kind of predictive ability is very vague on Long Yu.